Hello and welcome to the 2024 Queensland State Cup held here at the Coomera Sports Park. Queensland State Cup, a massive 3-day touch football tournament held in November each year, bringing about 1,500 participants from across Queensland, interstate and internationally again at this year's tournament. Scott McAllister and Blake Hornbrook with you for our first matches of this year's competition. We've got the under-20s in the women's comp about to get underway. The Gold Coast taking on the UQ Rebels. Very good morning to you, Blake.
Morning, Scotty. Awesome to be here once again. Weather gods have turned it on for us today at least, and the pitch is looking spectacular. Yeah,
great conditions, nice and sunny. A little bit of a breeze around as well. We do have our eyes on the skies, potentially a bit of rain coming through. Always this time of year, we always keep an eye out. A bit of wet weather stuff, but players can't complain with the conditions that they've been dealt with this morning. Nice and sunny, warm conditions for our first match of the day.
Yeah, we always seem to find touch carnivals love a little bit of rain around and makes games a little bit more interesting. But we're ready for a ripper game here in front of us with these two women's teams with some names across the board in both sides. So
it's the Gold Coast out will tap and get us underway for our first match of the 2024 Queensland State Cup. This little pop-out play down the right-hand side of the field.
Looks like a very young under-20s team here from Gold Coast. They're set up for a little middle play on fifth touch. UQ have defended that very well.
So a nice start from both teams. Like you said, good defence there from the Rebels. Had a couple of little different options there off the tap-off for the Gold Coast. Both teams' first game of the tournament, important one, but it's a tricky one as well, isn't it, when you've got those early game jitters as well. Sometimes it just takes you those extra couple of sets just to work your way into a game.
Yeah, there's no amount of a warm-up that can be done before a first game to get away those first few jitters of catching and running and taking a bit of contact and throwing your first long ball like Kaya there. But yeah, first game for everyone, so give it 5 or 10 minutes and these girls will get right into their stride.
So forward passes the call. And the Gold Coast here will tap off. Nice and direct on the first couple of touches. You'll see teams start to make some changes now as well. And Gold Coast under a bit of pressure here. Good job to get that ball out and down the right-hand sideline with Broadhurst. Picking up some valuable metres as replacement players still making their way onto the field here for the Coast. And second set of the game, still got those early game jitters by the look of it. Probably not their best.
Yeah, no, that's two parts of the game they've had to use so far, with the tap-off not working too badly and then the subset, which is a little bit clunky as we see Waimeri coming on that latch, gaining her team a penalty there. So, yeah, UQ probably first up have had a better line defence and a better sub-setting start to the game as we look to see them now go into line attack. Look for Y on a sweep.
So how they come to the left. Conlon sends it back in field. He's happy to jink around at the moment, trying to get Gold Coast players out of position. A little stutter step and trying to flick it back out to the left-hand side of the field.
Probably forced her hand there a little bit, unfortunately. There was an opportunity back on her inside. But well defended again from Gold Coast, pulling corner. And again, just a little clunky on that subset. I'm sure Coach Kane will be discussing that in the box with the girls.
In these early stages of the game, it's almost just completing a set of sixes, the most important job on the park at the moment, particularly for the Gold Coast. They've gifted pretty good field position here to UQ. They get some changes out onto the park now.
Yeah, it's one thing to stuff that subset up, but it's another thing to give a side like UQ 2 or 3 extra touches on the line, where they can just move you around like this, set up for a sweep. There's no touch made there. And they've still managed to defend that. So they want to work really hard here at getting to their sideline, or at least getting down the other end of the field as they go away from the box, which is a tough start to a subset going away, as UQ shows they can jam that subset, but they've done a lot better this time.
At least maintain possession. Nice footwork there from Eldridge. They're going to come back though.
Forward pass from the half, unfortunately, just overtiming her run there.
So still struggling to find their feet at the moment on the Coast. last 2 or 3 sets, just making it over the halfway line. It was a better start to their set on that occasion.
Good pressing, though. They've already taken 3 touches away from UQ. I think that'll be touch 4 there now, and they haven't even got to the 7. So they're setting up here for 5th, I think. Yep, and they're 12 metres out, so that's a much more comfortable position to defend from. So positive signs there from Gold Coast with their pressure and defence. But unfortunately now we've got a repeat set on the line for UQ. So
yeah, Charlotte Laurie called offside. Last touch of the set as well. Strong contact on the first touch. Now the Rebels coming out with Atkins, who feeds it from half now and running it through in the line. Felt like it was only a matter of time for the UQ team. They get the first try on the board.
Yeah, definitely that. Too many repeat sets on the line. UQ have run that sweep play a couple of times now, so obviously the players and the coaches will have been getting a little bit of a read from how the Gold Coast are going to defend that sweep. And they've now decided they want to go at the 2 middles and get low. We'll see if they make a change through the rest of this game.
So Rebels score first here in women's 20s. Opening round match of the 2024 Queensland State Cup. Gold Coast will be looking to hit back here from the restart.
Rooster play. Oh.
Just couldn't pick it up cleanly from half. Rebels with Hillman and a roll and get underway straight through the middle on the first 2 touches. And now looks to send it down the right-hand side of the field. Into the halfway line they go. 5
coming though. They didn't get the setup they wanted there. That's an extra touch. Yep. Oh, go.
Oh, fell into the hands here. A little bit of space in front. Nicely. Good cool head there. Just took the intercept, got the ball down. That's 0 touch. So first touch here, they're shy of the halfway line.
Just stay calm. Good option. Just go forward. Yeah, like you said, that was 0 touch on that intercept. So now this is only touch 2, I think, and they've thrown it away, unfortunately. But that was still good pressure from UQ, getting up in the space there and taking away that dummy halves options or any options really to throw to anybody. So
now changes on for the Rebels. Did well to recover after throwing that intercept on their previous set. Coming into the last for them now. Nothing there at the moment. Nice touch made coming across. Mr. Gigi closing the set out for the Coast. Let's see how they go with ball in hand in this set of 6. Really working hard for meters, aren't they, at the moment? Both teams' defence, to be honest, pretty good. Putting some defensive pressure up. Here again, Gold Coast isolated, flat-footed. Last touch. Ooh. Might have had a little bit of space if she picked up and went down the sideline there. And sometimes just running from half, when you had a set of 6 like that where you really made no meters, just pick the ball up and just take as many as you can on that last play.
100%. She's at least advanced the ball another few meters just by running from half on that 5th touch there. So, yeah, definitely some technical work needed to be done in that subset for the girls moving into the second half. But credit to them, there's still only 1-0, and we've pretty much had the whole half played down in this half for UQ. So
now nice footwork coming back in. Isabel and Rain having a crack at the line. They've got one last touch to come in this set. Here's Narain again. Takes it right to the line as well and throws a lovely little link ball. And the Rebels get the second try on the board. Last play of the set.
Yeah.
Ooh, those ones hurt a little bit.
Yeah, great step off the left foot. Got the link interested there defensively, and a nice short hole for UQ to go 2-0 up. Again, it's just repeat sets on the line. Any good side with that many sets is going to eventually crack you. It's a matter of fatigue, and as well as multiple options. They're going to get it right eventually. So Gold Coast just need to work a little bit on that subset. They're just hurting themselves by not getting down the other end of the field. Because when they do, in situations like this, UQ aren't as clean at getting to the box and getting to the 7. So if you can keep them away from halfway, then you're going to give yourself the best opportunity. Quick second phase. Oh, no, that was 5th. Yeah, so if they can press here hard here, Gold Coast, they're going to pressure UQ to get to the box. That's only 1 metre off the first touch there. And there you go.
Perfect. Good little win there from the Coast. Forcing Rebels to throw a loose ball there on the second touch. And Good field position here for GC. Down by 2 at the moment. Look like they're short on the line. Touch is made in the end. Might have just been able to take the ball there and just gas straight away. Retrieving defenders trying to make their way back to the line. So hard to do. You're going to come back on that 7-metre line.
Subbing on line attack's really tough there. You don't ever get too many touches with a full team of 6. So that's 5th now after having that repeat. Half's just gone straight through.
Oh, nice response there from the coast. And last touch, though, just picked up and saw a little bit of space. Good support play around the back as well. And the Gold Coast, they get on the board. Yeah,
that's it. That's really good work from Gold Coast. Nice, calm and patience on the line with that repeat set. And, yeah, 5th touch, half going through. Defensively, probably not a great finish to the set there from UQ. They would have liked to close that set out. But well done from the Gold Coast girls. Only down by 1 now.
So back-to-back occasions where we've seen both teams score on the 5th play. Something the coaching staff in both boxes will be looking to address. You just can't take your eyes off the prize for half a second, can you?
No, and that's probably both sides being a little bit clunky in communication and setting up something on attack. They're kind of not sure what's going on, and then all of a sudden it's 5th, and then you're just letting an athletic player pick up and run, as we see here. Another fifth touch play, and a 6 again off the noggin.
Deliberately played at with the melon is the call. She's holding the eye.
She's going to come for a sub.
Yeah, Upfill it was that copped the shot there.
She's going to have a good print of the Steeden name across the forehead there.
Steeden's on sale for Black Friday as well. Jump online. I don't think Paul Gemma will be looking to make a purchase after that one.
Refs are just coming together here. I think they might have thought someone was offside. Yep, the link was called offside there by the sideline referee.
It looked like Caitlin Teakle scoring another try here for the Rebels, her 2nd of the game. Nice communication there from the referees as well. Just coming across and getting the right call.
Yeah, it's a tough one sometimes as a player. You're not sure if one ref's going to go play through or if another ref's going to say, go back for the penalty because the player was offside. And obviously, as an attacker, you're just trying to score anyway and just wait and see what happens. We obviously love it when they say play through. That's a try. And sometimes you don't mind taking a penalty and having another set of 6. So
a little mistake from the tap restart here from the coast. And Rebels are going to get their set of 6 back underway on their 10-metre line.
Doing a away set, I reckon. We're doing a away set. Stay on there because that's a fresh set of girls. Oof. Unfortunately, that wind's just picked up there a little bit. As we can see the flags in the background starting to blow around. The passing is going to have to be watched a little bit careful.
Yeah, it has been something to contend with at the State Cups here in Coomera, is the wind.
It's a very open field out here at Coomera. Needed a breeze though. It's a bit hot and muggy there earlier today.
Currently sitting at around 28 degrees here on the Gold Coast. Nice blue skies at the moment. Gold Coast
short side sweep.
Try and get some more points here. They come back open. Beautiful long ball. Just dipped away last minute. Just forcing Charlie Coleman to come back in. Now a little short side play. Nice little switch play onto the call. They hold on to the footy. They're the Gold Coast, but close out their set. And they've at least got the Rebels pinned in the corner, coming off their own 7-metre line. Probably pick up a metre at best on the first touch. A little bit better on the second. Let's see if they can be clean up this time around as they work their way over to get some changes onto the field. Just having to hold the footy up as those replacements come. They play it just over the halfway line. Now Teakle, who's been one of their best so far, looks to try and get some punch coming into the last touch of the set.
Just putting the ball as far down the field as she could there, knowing that it was 5th already. The UQ subset's got a lot of options off it. The girls play a lot of eyes up footy on it, but sometimes, unfortunately, a little roll ball error there from Gold Coast. Sometimes the eyes up footy, then you're not sure what option the players are going to pick, so then you kind of assume, and then you get caught not having a half or not being open for a second pass or whatever it might be. So sometimes you just need to put your head down and go forward there as we get the numbers off.
Here's the changes onto the park now for the Rebels. Oof.
I seem more nervous on attack when it's fifth and last already than I am when the girls are setting up for a play. Just don't know what they're going to pull out.
Now the Gold Coast loose ball has players coming off as they're sort of transitioning in the middle of the field. It's hard, particularly these big, long tournaments, but in those sort of circumstances, you just need someone to put their hand up and continue to go forward. Your first thought's got to be to get the ball going forward before it's coming off down to the sideline.
Yeah, and I think you've got to make sure if you are going to be subbing off that you still stay engaged in the game. Too many times you get a ball thrown to the back of the head of someone because they just weren't watching. It's a great diving try there from Waimeri Takarai. Shout out to Mum and Dad, Kohu and Arfior all over in New Zealand playing at Maori Nationals. I'm assuming they'll be on watching.
Yeah, plenty of touch footy going on at the moment. Isn't there all over the place? State Cup here, like I said, Maori Nationals over in New Zealand. New South Wales State Cup next week as well.
Metro, Vaughan.
Metro just finished up. Wooden Cup a couple of weeks ago.
All Nations next weekend.
Oh, touch footy heaven. Festival of Touch here on the Gold Coast in full swing at the moment. Hooter sounds in the background, and both teams will make their way to their respective sidelines. We're at the halftime break here in our opening match in the women's 20s. It's all UQ Rebels in this one. Halftime score, Rebels 4, Gold Coast 1.
Hey, how would you like your own health coach? My Health for Life is a free health coaching initiative funded by the Queensland Government. Over 18 weeks, we'll have 6 sessions together where we'll talk about making healthier choices and creating healthier habits that you can live with. Together, we'll discover your motivation, set goals, and create your action plan. We'll also cover managing setbacks, changing your mindset, and celebrating your wins. I'm here to support you and help you navigate the ups and downs of making lifestyle changes. Do our online health check to see if My Health for Life is right for you. Visit myhealthforlife.com.au. Hey, how would you like your own health coach? My Health for...
Welcome back to the Queensland State Cup. We're at the halftime here in our opening match of this year's tournament in the women's 20s division. UQ Rebels with the lead 4-1 over the Gold Coast. A little bit jittery from both teams, fair to say, but Rebels just started to work their way into the game quite nicely towards the back end of the first half.
Yeah, I mean, Rebels did have a number of repeat sets of 6 early in that game, which I'm sure the coaches of the Gold Coast side there in front of us will be addressing with their team. A little bit more pressure from the girls on their subset, needing to get down the other end of the field like we spoke about. They just sometimes just got to put your head down and go forward. Getting the ball down to the 7 is the number one priority. It's not about trying to score off the back of a subset. It's just get down to the 7 and then put pressure on UQ trying to get to their 7. As we've seen in the back end of that first half there, Gold Coast can put pressure on UQ just as well and then can score themselves a try too. So they'll get back into this game, I think, but definitely UQ were on the up towards the end of that end of that first half.
Match to follow the conclusion of this women's 20s opening fixture straight into men's premier action. Gold Coast taking on the UQ Rebels. Rebels coming off that devastating loss in the Metro Cup final last weekend it was on Saturday. They'll be looking to push all that aside. New job, new focus. It's a different format as well. Queensland State Cup, 15-minute halves, not the traditional 40-minute game that they would have had throughout the Metro Cup season. Completely different feel this weekend. Different job, different task. They'll be looking to move on and get themselves towards finals again here at the State Cup. Yeah,
it was a cracker of a final, and we loved watching it back home in Bundy. My kids, my wife, we all go and jump on the KO and watch the live stream. It was gut-wrenching to hear or watch UQ lose in that drop-off, but all credit to Redlands there. They dug really deep. I probably wrote them off midway through that game. I thought UQ were just going to get on a roll, and they managed to claw their way back into that game and score in the corner on the hooter to go to a drop-off, and obviously there's a bit of referee controversy, but the game was done and dusted, and yeah, like you said, State Cup is a different format. They've got other teams they haven't played for a while, Rockhampton, Townsville, etc. They've got 3 days of 3 games a day, back-to-backs, the heat. It's a lot different playing during the day than it is at night time at White Sills in the nice cool conditions. And I'm sure they'll learn from that Metro Cup final, and they'll be better for it. So.
In Gold Coast, they finished in third. They made their way through to the semi-final, but in their semi-final of the Metro Cup season, they had a number of their big players that couldn't compete with another competition happening overseas. They've got their full lineup back for this competition. They are one to watch as well. Don't write them off. It's going to be a perfect way to kickstart the men's Premier action. And if there's a game that you might want to keep an eye on, talking about men's Premier, this afternoon at 3:20 local time here in Queensland, the Rebels will be taking on Redlands in the Metro Cup Grand Final replay. Didn't have that long to wait to get at each other again, only just the 1 week, or less than 6 days until the Metro Cup final took place last week. They would have been looking at when they were going to come up against each other again. Doesn't take too long. We'll see them on screen this afternoon. Looking forward to seeing our men's Premier competition kickstart in the next time slot. Gold Coast taking on Rebels. What a game that's going to be as well. Let's get back into the women's 20s now with the Rebels in control here at the halftime break. They're up by 3 tries at the moment. Bit of a clunky start coming out of the halftime break though for them. Nothing too much doing there. Bit of miscommunication. Didn't really seem like there was much flow or really working towards any sort of set piece there from the restart.
They went a little bit too laterally in that tap move, and Gold Coast really defended it quite well, pressing up and across and not allowing UQ to really get to that 7 or dictate the line attack. As we see, Gold Coast put the ball further down the field off a subset than they probably did in that first half. So already changes have been made, a different intent, and now they're pressing here and trying to take the ball away from UQ.
A little bit of contact there. Rebels will pop back up to their feet. Here's Teakle, who really stood out in the first half, and so she should. Played a lot of women's Premier at the Metro Cup this year in the Rebels lineup. Drops back to 20s for the State Cup this weekend.
Yeah, they definitely got a great nursery UQ of players feeding through the Metro Cup system, obviously getting their chance to play Metro Prems. There's obviously Division 1, Division 2. They're moving players constantly up and down, giving them experience and exposure. And obviously Waimeri, local for myself, was in the Metro Cup final just last week in the Prem side, and then this week she's playing 20s. So it just shows us vying for spots. Not to say she wasn't good enough to be in the UQ Prems women's team this weekend, but obviously that side's got a stack of names in it.
So mistake here from the coast. Sees the Rebels start their set on the Gold Coast 10-metre line. Field possession. They'll be looking to be a little bit cleaner in this set of 6 than what they were to start the second half. And we'll switch in. Players looking to sweep again. Yeah, no contact made.
Defender did really well there. She knew that they were having that halo play, that switcher into a sweep, and she knew she wanted to dump the ball on the 7, and she just wasn't going to give it to her. So again, we see Gold Coast try and get to their sub-box, try and get the ball down the field as best they can.
Yeah, a little bit of a fight for the ball there.
Intercept, and there's numbers. Got to run.
Yeah, go for it straight away. Come back in field. You see teams do that often, don't you? Like, I know you got a full set of 6 to work with, but they're still making changes there. The Gold Coast, the acres of space out there on the left-hand side. They're just happy to hold on to the footy. You got a full set of 6, like we said, to work with. Probably no harm, no foul, but you'd love to see some of the players back themselves sometimes, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think it is a little bit of confidence sometimes. They probably don't realise, like, oh man, there's only 3 or 4 defenders. Let's just have a go. They just think, let's just get to the 7, like our coaches have told us, and set up for a lovely sweep play there, step back and score through the middle, which is what you want to see. But yeah, it would have been nice to just see someone tuck the ball under the arm and pin it for the corner.
They get the job done in the end. Anyway, here, the Rebels. Nice little step in off the right foot. The score. And looked like it was Isabella Narain going over for the 5th try here for UQ. Coast now from the restart. Nice little option. I'll continue to play the ball. Just getting contact on the footy there.
And number 46 for Gold Coast has definitely been their go-to from an attacking point of view. She's been in and around everything to do with on the 7. So I'd definitely be looking to see what she can set up here. Rooster play.
Gets it, cuts off. Oh, it was on, wasn't it? And then they had 2 Gold Coast players running through the same hole, but it's a short ball. And gets picked up there. They're going through for points. Now the Rebels throwing the footy around to get themselves out of trouble. Gets them on the front foot. And they shift over to the left-hand side of the field. Nice work in the middle there from the Gold Coast.
Yeah, that's 5th touch there, though. So they did pressure those last couple of touches quite well. After UQ got an extra 20 metres on touch 2, Gold Coast didn't just relax and roll back to the 7. They pressured on touch 4 and they pressured on touch 5 and gave themselves a much better starting point for this set. We've seen Natalie there driving that ball forward, which is what we want to see.
Still getting some players into position near the coast. Not a bad option, just going out to the right-hand side of the field. That's going to give a clear passage for the Rebels here just to go down their sideline, get some changes on.
It's much easier to defend, though, when you know exactly where they're going because you've given it to them on that side. So Gold Coast should be able to put a bit more pressure on here as we see. I think this is touch 4 with a little pop-out play. That's a great spot there for 5th touch. Well done, Gold Coast.
It's great awareness back on the inside. They're definitely shaping to come back in field. Middle defender there from the coast read it perfectly. Forced them to hold on to the footy. So nice work. Sees them start their set. Pretty good field position. Just working their way back into the game a little bit more clinically now, the Gold Coast. This is where you want to be on the field to get those replacement players on.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing Gold Coast get a fair more share of the 7-metre line now. As we see a 5th touch option there. Unfortunately, Kai Hillman was onside and able to make that touch. But it's good to see Gold Coast working hard now to put pressure in defence and give themselves some opportunities on the line. They are chasing a few touchdowns towards the end of this game. But pressure here again. Unfortunately, she was called offside, and the UQ girl's gone straight through. Great diving touch there, number 15.
Yeah, Tali Eriksson not giving up on the play. Now, looping ball over the top, Teakle. And smartly comes back infield and tracks that last defender. They get the 2-on-1 down the left-hand side of the field, and the Rebels get their 6th.
Yeah, unfortunately there, the Gold Coast link just got a little bit nervous. Thought better go and get the girl with the ball, and that creates the overlap, and UQ were good enough to use it. So
a strong start to kickstart their campaign. You're always looking for that W, aren't you? First game of the tournament. Just gets the engines going.
Definitely with these competitions, a little bit more competitiveness. Results driven, obviously. Us men's 30s guys, we're not too worried if it's a win or a loss, as long as the beers are cold afterwards. But yeah, women's 20s, there's plenty of coaches in that box that would love to see these girls do well in this first game to get a win on the board, but also work through some things that they're obviously been training. You see a lovely little run down the sideline there from the winger.
Well, I don't think they've given it just yet. Did they award the try?
Yep.
Has been given.
So your coaches will want to see them now probably just drop it back a gear and work on either some defensive shape or a certain or a particular line attack shape, or maybe a subset option that they may look at wanting to use in later games. Now that this game's probably in the bag just a little bit, you don't want to waste these opportunities now as a team still learning.
Yeah, a few more tactics that come into it when you're playing in a 3-day tournament like this, like you just touched on there, like how you manage each game, making sure that you've got a full team of healthy bodies towards Sunday when you get into finals, if you can progress through that far. Shorter format, like we said, 2 15-minute halves. It's amazing just by dropping 5 minutes off a half, it completely feels like a different game. You just haven't got the amount of time that you would usually have.
Try.
Yeah, nice work here from the coast. Nice response. So just little moments like this as well. A lot of the scoreline's going away from the Gold Coast. Just getting a bit of momentum back into games. Take some confidence going into their next round game. It's good signs there from the coast.
Yeah, that's it. It's great to see the coast still not dropping their heads and they're still having a crack. The Rebels coaches, I'm sure, won't be too worried about that being a try, but they may just look at that technically and go, okay, what could we do better next time? As we see a ball down in the roll ball. So, yeah, Gold Coast can get down to the other end now and score 2 tries in the matter of a minute. We've seen what it's like, how quick a game can change and how momentum can swing.
Some space to work with on the left. Touch in the middle from Narain. Another play that's been good for the Rebels. Yeah, what do the Gold Coast come up with here? A little mistake. Over the mark. So UQ tap and restart. Direct on the first touch. Now they shift. Bring it out to the left. Conlon plays it. Here's Narain that gets him over the halfway line.
Good meters there. There's that last touch and then the Waimeri touch 4 there, and then she's jagged a penalty for her side. So it was a little clunky to start with. The girls were moving the ball around a bit. But as you said there, Narain went forward for touch 3. Waimeri comes on for touch 4 and jags a penalty, and now the UQ girls can really roll into the 7 here for a brothers play. Halo. Sweeper coming around. Score. Well worked play there from UQ.
Probably their best set of the game, to be fair. One of those ones where it's obviously a nice play that comes together nicely at training, and they've put that out there quite nicely on the park to come up with points. Yeah,
well, those girls would have subbed on, probably communicating that. Otherwise, they've talked about it really early, and the girls were able to just run straight into it. They made that strike touch on the 7-2, which helps. So they're the little things you want to see from the coaches, from your players at the ends of these games, is just executing those plays. So moving forward, when the game might be a little bit more pressured, you can be confident that it's going to work.
And the Gold Coast from the restart. Loose ball through the fingertips there of Gemma Upfill. As mentioned, men's premier action coming up next. Gold Coast taking on the UQ Rebels. That match will be followed by some mixed 20s action. Looking forward to seeing the mixed 20s at the State Cup this year. Caboolture taking on the Gold Coast, the home team. We've got all 3 opening matches this morning, the Gold Coast.
Does anyone really get to call this their home ground?
I don't know
Surely
anymore.
We're like stuck in the middle of Redlands and Palm Beaches and Gold Coast and Labrador and...
Yeah, there's a few clubs.
The only club here that would be able to call it home is North Gold Coast Touch.
Yeah, that's right. That's
so
right.
They have a
they
team.
All claim
they
it's
normally
all part
have a
of the
team
Gold
in the
Coast.
older grades, don't they?
Few of the boys, I think so.
A few of the boys get together in the older grades.
They get the true home ground advantage.
That's right.
On that occasion.
The home change room and everything.
Pretty much anything south of Coomera here is classified as Gold Coast.
There's Y on the sweep. Getting low. Great touch there. Both middles were nice and tight there.
Takeaway will play it on the 7. Nice press again coming up out of the line. They've done that well throughout this opening match. Oh, just held off though on that one. Little show and go from Waimeri. It might have been Isabel Narain again.
Yeah, it was Narain, that one. But yeah, Natalie did really well. Number 46 for Gold Coast. She shot up out of the line. She put a lot of pressure on that touch before. And then just unfortunately fell for a nice slide little dummy pass. But the intent was there. You know, you can't fault the intent.
Got some international guests at the State Cup this year as well, which is awesome to see. We've had quite a few international guests come to the Queensland State Cup. We had England and Japan last year. This year we've got Japan. They've got a men's 20s team coming back. Samoa and the men's premier. I'm looking forward to seeing them. You're going to see them take on Rockhampton tomorrow afternoon on the live stream coverage. Make sure you tune in for that. Ballina have made their way up from northern New South Wales as well in the inclusive division. And the defence, they've got a couple of teams in the men's, women's and mixed open as well. So great to see some invitational teams make their way through to the Queensland State Cup again this year.
I think the international sides is the best opportunity for them to get some real game time experience against what is some of the fastest touch affiliates, in this country, maybe even in the world. So it's the best thing for them, and I think it's even great for...
There's a lot of calls here from the box.
There's 7 UQ girls on the field.
Yep. So although... very vocal here. Now, the try has been awarded. They can take this away. We'll just see what the call is here. It was quite clear. I started getting the pen out and pointing towards Rebels players here. And
got to be careful, though, here. Don't want to abuse our refs. They're doing a great job. They've missed that one, unfortunately. There are 3 refs, though, so that the far ref may have wanted to keep an eye on that. But a game's a game. Fortunately enough, that try won't affect the result at all. So the girls just got to keep putting their head down and driving forward and finish the game strong here.
And that message literally just came out of the Gold Coast box right then. Lauren Dayberg-Muir giving her expertise. She'll be with the Women's Premier team as well. Rebels too good in the end. It's a strong start for their competition. Like we said, that what you want to do in game 1 wasn't their best performance. That's for sure. They've got a lot of things that they can work on going into the next couple of rounds, but a win nonetheless. Yeah,
and that's a game for Gold Coast to build on too. Obviously, they're only way up from that one, and UQ have started very well, but now they've set that benchmark quite high now, and the coaches will be expecting them to improve further. So.
Big match coming up next in the Men's Premier. Opening Men's Premier match. Gold Coast taking on the UQ Rebels. We're going to head down to the side of the field with Jackie as well for the Budgie Smuggler post-match interview. Stay with us. More to come here from the Queensland State Cup.
Well, hello and welcome to the start of the Queensland State Cup. My name is Jackie Shivey and I'm going to be bringing you the post-game interviews brought to you by Budgie Smugglers for the next couple of days. Now, this is just the start of a massive festival of touch that is happening here on the Gold Coast. And to tell us more about that, I'm joined by Rachel Stacey. How are you this morning?
Yeah, I'm good, Jackie. We've got a beautiful day to kickstart off the carnival, so super excited.
So, tell us more. What have we got kicking off for it goes for a few, a whole week,
10 days. So, Festival of Touch, we're back here on the Gold Coast again, thanks to Major Events Gold Coast. Experience Gold Coast are major partners for the Festival of Touch. We start off with the Queensland State Cup and then we roll into another 4 events over the 10 days. So it's a really big week of touch football, celebrating all of our people and all the great things within the sport. We go from here, Queensland State Cup, we got 3 days down at Coomera Sports Park, and we move into the Queensland Touch Football Conferences, followed by our awards night, which is at Royal Pines, so that will be a great day. And then we've got a Schools Gala Day down at Kira Beach, so hopefully the weather can stay like this for that. And then we wrap it all up back here at Coomera Sports Park for the Queensland All Nations, where we get to celebrate the beautiful and wonderful diverse cultures that play touch football.
So how do you get through all of that touch footy? What's your secret? Baroccas, coffee?
It's a big week for us as the event team and the Queensland Touch Football staff. We know it's a massive week for the players as well. But we love being here, seeing every asset of our game on showcase. We've got some wonderful partners that help us do it. My Health for Life are principal partners of the Queensland State Cup and Queensland All Nations, and Experience Gold Coast. I mean, right now, we know that there could be a little bit of weather coming to impact
liquid
us.
Sunshine, right?
Couple of days, but what a place to be.
Now, you touched, there we go, there's a little pun for you already. We have conferences coming up. Can you tell us more about that event and what type of topics they cover?
Yeah, we've got some really good speakers this year, a lot of panels as well going into how coaching can be a real lifelong impact on athletes and participants. We've got some fantastic discussions occurring about marketing and sponsorship with a couple of our partners stepping in to help out there too. So a real range. It covers affiliate-based content and sports and coaching-based content as well.
Now, can you tell me a little bit about the awards night, the gala night? I'm going to be heading along to that. It's going to be my first one. What does the night have in store?
We've got a couple of little surprises up our sleeves. Numbers are huge this year. We've got about an extra 100 on last year, so we're really stoked. It's just a wonderful time to celebrate the fantastic people that make this sport great.
Amazing. And can you tell us more about the event that you have happening down at Kira?
Yeah, that's the Schools Gala Day. It's just a lot of fun getting schools that aren't necessarily playing touch currently, getting them down on the beach and enjoying touch. So it's a fantastic carnival, and we're really looking forward to seeing some more games here on the field.
Wonderful. Let's talk back about this event. There's a lot going on. And as I just said, that we've got another game coming to you. So I don't want to interrupt that for you because we got 3 days of chatting ahead of us. So I'm going to leave you in the hands of our trusty commentary team.
Welcome back to Live Action. Thanks, Jackie. Down on the sidelines there for the Budgie Smuggler post-match interview. Massive match, opening match here in the Men's Premier. We've got Gold Coast taking on the UQ Rebels. Blake Hornbrook with me in commentary again for this one. This is a massive match to start the Men's Premier competition. Every match is huge in the Men's Premier Comp at this Queensland State Cup. Doesn't get too much better. These two had some ding-dong battles throughout the Metro Cup season this year. Let's see how it starts off here. And here's Tom Eddy. As Bell now plays it. Pearce, nice work. Dayberg Muir coming up out of the line. Might have been a step short. You saw one of the danger men there in Jimmy Hegedus, and he popped up and made the contact, made the touch, gave the penalty away. So Rebels are going to have more time here with the footy. Sloppy played the ball there on that one. They continue to play on. Pearce picks up short side, takes them on. Nice work into the in-goal area. Players pushing off the ball. There's players down on the ground, and they sling it back in field. And can't find a target. Lockie Pearce, big inclusion for the Rebels here at this Queensland State Cup. Got a couple of games throughout the Metro Cup season. Didn't play towards the back end of the comp. He'll be one to watch again this weekend for the Rebels.
Wow, hasn't the speed of the game increased from that last one? The boys are red hot and raring to go. UQ started with a lot of intensity, but Gold Coast came with a lot of pressure in their defence as we got young Tika going through there, 6 again.
So we mentioned the Gold Coast, they got the repeat set here as well. Made it through to the semi-finals of the Metro Cup season. These were the players that weren't there on that occasion. Hennessy, the Tika brothers in particular as well. So a couple of big outs. Hayato, who would just throw that pass as well. One to watch. So they've got a really strong squad here for the Queensland State Cup this weekend. They would have sat back and watched the Metro Cup final last week. Just saw how these two teams in Rebels and Redlands went at each other. They'll be fresh coming into the comp this weekend. Short side here for Raiden. Puts the ball down in one hand. Almost got in underneath.
Yeah, there's a lot of big names out on that side there. There's going to be a lot of calling the shots here as we see young Tika around on a sweep. QTB finish it there in the corner. Great set of 6 there from Gold Coast. They weathered the storm early from UQ, obviously with Jimmy Hegedus leading the way. They got down the other end. They got a repeat set on the line, and they've now gone up 1-0 there. Cracking start to this game.
And Felicia Frost scoring the first try for the Gold Coast.
UQ will hit back here. They'll change their ways. They've got a lot of options, as we said, a lot of strike across the park. As you see Blaze there, number 1. Jackson Walker here at left flank. Blaze, Counties play, short hole. Not a bad option there, but again, defense from Gold Coast is what's really surprising me. They're really aggressive in the defense. There's a lot of chat in the box. They're getting to the box here cleanly, as we can see. Drummy coming on the latch touch. Getting the ball on the deck here for a 5th touch drive.
Charles looking outside, looking inside, and that just stemmed the flow there coming into the back end of the set.
Yeah, he almost had too many options. He wasn't sure which one to do. Just needed to get the ball on the deck there and finish that set as they've now handed the ball back over to UQ with basically a tap off from halfway.
Here's Bauer. Jackson Streeter, he was great in the grand final against Redlands last Saturday night. It's a shot there from Charlton. Bauer, left foot, gets past the first one. They've got phase play options. They'll play advantage here. Sharp, back on the inside. Great footy from the Rebels.
Ball down.
Sees them score their first try. Really cool, calm heads. There was a bit of collision in the midfield that could have probably come back from a penalty. Great officiating from the referees, letting them play on. And they finished it off nicely to get their first try on the board.
Yeah, he did really well there, Liam Bauer. He actually wanted to pick the ball up. Some players probably would just play for the penalty to get that repeat set of 6, but he could see the eyes up. They had the overlap on that second phase touch and probably could have hit Link first up the first time, but anyway, the wingers and the Link, they sorted it out and they got the UQ guys back up 1-1 as we see Gold Coast driving into the line here. Look for Dylan at right Link here. Lockie Pearce is not giving him his right to left. Got a lot more man on coverage there now.
Oh, Lennox Tika, beautiful ball. Diving in at the line. This is a skill that we're seeing some of the players really bring into some of these high-quality games. Looks like he's diving himself and throws a lovely ball out into the left-hand side for Mike Phillips.
Yeah, unfortunately there, James Sharp in that far wing just wasn't sure whether to come in on Lennox as he was diving or stay out on his winger. And it was a great end to a set there from Gold Coast, who again keep their noses in front by 1.
Here's Prendergast. Rolly Madden holding things up. Works with Jackson Walker. He'll get himself into half. Short ball. Prendergast loops it over the top. Nice work. He come up and make the touch on Bell. 1 to make. Nice work coming in there to the line from Walker. And there has been some claims here from the Rebels and confirmed now from Jordan Randall. A little touch of the footy. We'll see them get a repeat set. Prendergast takes on Norman. First touch. Nice recovery, though, from Norman. Forcing him to come back in field. Always busy. Prendergast. Ball in the left hand.
He really worked Carter Skinner over there, and Carter's done very well to make that touch and get onside. As we see Jackson Walker here drive for Riley Madden. Little delay. Oh, the two old boys locking it down there in the corner. Drummy and Pete Norman.
Here's Bell. Prendergast into half. Flat and hard of the line. What a ball that was. Jackson Walker. Great hands to hold on to it. You're not going to find too many better passes than that this weekend.
No, that was hard and flat. That was.
Oh.
Yeah, made good by the line running there from Jackson Walker too. The pass is only as good as the receiver, and it's a skill to punch those holes and take those catches. So it's an end-to-end game, this one. 2-2 now. Both sides still playing around with a few things.
Here's Charlton. Charlton plays it again. Getting plenty of touches in this set. Here he is in the 25 for the Coast. Nice little show and go, and they come back towards Charlton. Nice work there from a couple of the young studs in the middle here for the Gold Coast. This is starting to be a bit of a shootout, and as expected between these two teams.
He even sold me on the little show too. His eyes are looking one way, his hands are showing the ball a different way. Streeter didn't know whether to hit or stay out. It's great to see the young ones coming up here on this Gold Coast side, and you know, we're not relying on the same names we've been calling for many years now, who are still here and thereabouts, but these young guys are just taking that confidence in their own abilities now. They roll back to the line, they suck back to that line there. They don't want to give UQ that driving touch there, so now they've been told to move forward.
Here's Hegedus, shows it. Forced to come back out with Bell. He steps in. Bell now, he's got a great ball as well, and Courtney is one of the best finishers in the game. It looked like the Coast were coming across in cover to make that touch. Before you know it, Courtney's got it down on the deck.
Yeah, he's super quick at catching that ball and putting it straight on the ground. The winger just gave him that little bit too much time to try and come across and get him there. And a great long ball there from, was that Tom Eddy? Who was it that threw that long ball? Lovely ball.
Skinner trucking it up. Tika, nice bit of footwork. Dayberg Muir looking for a repeat and confirmed from Blaze. Good sportsmanship. Brookhouse now get a repeat set on the line. They've got some attacking weapons in this team. They love it in this area of the field as well. Tika It's the rip long, holds it himself. Still touches to work within this set of 6.
Come on, send Drummy on the sweep.
He's trying to come. They've held him up so far. Now he goes away from Drum through the split play. Last touch. They've done a pretty good job so far here, the Rebels. One to make. T-Car stutters in at the line. Courtney just sticks the Duke up.
Here we go.
Takes it. Looks to take off as well. He's gone here, James Courtney. No one at home.
Young legs, James Courtney. Young legs. All the way.
Wow.
Straight to the sub box.
What a turnaround there. James Courtney going back-to-back tries. He's not going to the sub box at all.
No.
He's going to be staying on as
No.
expected. He'll play the majority of the minutes throughout this game and throughout most games in the tournament. That's a big play. Rightfully, again, probably could have just let that one go. Might have come back as a forward pass. Didn't look like it came out of the hands all that cleanly. And he saw a clean grab at it. As soon as he had the ball in hands, he put the foot down and he was gone. Norman now skips on the outs. Oh, to Hennessy on the outside of Pearce.
Defended that slider QB play quite well there. Thought Norman probably could have gone himself there. As UQ work hard in the contact there. That's touch 3 there. 4, 5's coming. That's a forward pass, unfortunately. There's play on, though, and there's 5th now.
Up. Nicely picked up, sideline referee on our commentary box side. Saw that one nice and clearly. Sometimes it just takes that little bit of extra time to communicate that across. Referee looking at so many different things all at one time, particularly with a game that's as quick as it is here in the Men's Premier. They get the right call in the end. Here's Hennessy. Hasn't had too many opportunities in the early stage. Receives it back. Oh, ball just pinging around like a pinball there in the middle. And one of them's gone forward.
Yeah, they're probably going back a little bit to that Gold Coast style touch of the middle quickie stuff. I think early in this game they went a bit more to the running game. I'd like to see them go back to that running game. UQ obviously got a lot of run. They're driving the ball really hard there.
Riley Madden, this is a good set of 6. Good contact, though, from Dabo Muir on the last touch. They rip it out long. Foxcroft can't get a full clean pair of hands on it to bat it back.
Am I seeing 2 Maddens? Is that a double?
Double Maddens.
Oh, man.
The Madden brothers are out there.
Could they not have a different haircut?
Yeah, they've got to help. They've got to help out the commentators up here. Both defending in the middle at the moment. That's Riley coming up to make the touch.
Great run. That's much better running there. Josh Harden straight through. Easy.
Oh, gee. For a second there, I was a bit nervous. That painted logo threw me off where the in-goal line was.
Carter knew what he was doing, but that's the running game I'd love to see them doing. Straight up the guts, straight from half.
Back in front, the Coast. 4-3. Rebels now from the restart. Streeter working with Lockie Pearce. They come in field now to Priddle. Links back up with Jackson Streeter. Has a look at the defensive line.
Really static on the line, Gold Coast defensively. They're not pressing off the line. If anything, they're really trying to hold for as long as they can until the refs are telling them to move forward. They're not allowing UQ to just dictate who they want to drive in on. And it works for them so far. It's working really well for them.
He's Harding on the first. Norman, nice little show and go. Picks up an extra 5. As Hennessy rolls onto the field, Skinner comes on, as well as Lennox Tika. Skinner burrowing the head. Tika skipping. Flat ball across the line to Skinner. Nice touch there from Foxcroft. Read it nicely coming in from the left wing. Priddle must have just got that down on the mark. Has stopped the flow a little bit here, though, from the Rebels. Courtney from half again. Another loose ball. Walker having to reach for it. Eddie will bring it back in field. Hegedus steps off that left foot nicely. Walker now. Short ball. Eddie shows it himself and takes it straight under the post. Good recovery in the end for what was a bit of a clunky start there on the first couple of touches of the set, but nice punch really off the back of that. Jimmy Hegedus left foot just got some more metres coming in the back end. They roll through nicely to pick up another one.
Yeah, it just goes to show subsets don't have to be getting you down to the 7. If you get a nice, strong strike touch on 5th, even if it was 25 metres out, a good half run, it makes defences have to think about it, and you get someone like that shutting when they should have stayed. We've got the ref falling over. We've got the ref tripping Riley Madden over. It's all happening here on day one of Queensland State Cup as we see Jai Charlton on the short side, little delay.
Might have picked up a little bit of a niggle here, Jordan Randall. Looks a little bit proppy after that contact. Might see in the judiciary there, young Riley Madden, who makes a strong touch there. Can't be taking referees out like that. Disgraceful. Disgraceful behaviour.
Bad enough it was is that Randall took himself out, and then as he got to his feet, Riley's taking him out again. The poor bugger hit the deck twice.
What's going on out here at the moment? There's players down all over the place.
A little bit of ruck interference there. I think Madden thought he was hard done by, but the refs have called it as it is, and Gold Coast now back on the attack here. Slider.
Oh, jeez, they all held off him for quite a while there.
Yeah, it's the first time I think I've seen number 11 touch the ball.
Now, out the back they come. Howder does a great job. May does an even better one to finish it off. Wow. Great footwork there from Dylan May. He's a quality finisher as well. The Queensland schools this year. A young superstar on the way up. He's finishing him off. They give him clean ball. Quick tap here from the Rebels. And May, luckily he was there. Holy dooly. They're still making their way back on side after the restart. They were ready to go. They're asking some questions here at the Gold Coast. Exciting way to finish the first half.
Yeah, a little bit of interesting conversation around the hooter going and the players not being on, so the game shouldn't start. But I think I quite liked it. Gold Coast were trying to wind down that last 10 seconds, and UQ were ready. So I think that, from my understanding, the rule is once you've got 4 players on the field, the refs can start the game. So
game on, ready to go.
Dylan May shut it down anyway, so it didn't equate to anything. But yeah, cracking first half there from both sides. It started red hot. It probably dulled a little bit in the middle there, but then Gold Coast young guys just come out on top there in that first half. So UQ got a little bit to do.
Gold Coast in front at the halftime break, 5-4 in the opening men's premier match. We'll take a quick break for the halftime. We'll be back with all the second half action.
Hey, how would you like your own health coach? My Health for Life is a free health coaching initiative funded by the Queensland Government. Over 18 weeks, we'll have 6 sessions together where we'll talk about making healthier choices and creating healthier habits that you can live with. Together, we'll discover your motivation, set goals, and create your action plan. We'll also cover managing setbacks, changing your mindset, and celebrating your wins. I'm here to support you and help you navigate the ups and downs of making lifestyle changes. Do our online health check to see if My Health for Life is right for you. Visit myhealthforlife.com.au.
Back to live action here in the Queensland State Cup. We're at the halftime break here in the men's premier match. Gold Coast and Rebels, quality first 20 minutes, or 15 minutes I should say, from both these two teams. Came out all guns blazing. We saw in the women's 20s match before, it took the teams just a few extra sets of 6 to try and work their way into a game. These teams were on from the tap off.
Yeah, well, I mean, these teams have been playing all season with Metro Cup, so this is just another week of playing footy. But yeah, they definitely went the opposite way in starting a game. They thought, let's go 100 million miles an hour, and then we'll ease into the game after that. So it definitely started at a cracking rate, and we've got the score here at 5-4. The television screen's telling us 5-all. Either way, it's a very close game, and love to see UQ hit back here in the start of this first half.
Yeah, we'll try and get the score confirmed. We've got a scoreboard down here. Me trying to take the score. We'll check with the referees. All three of us probably got something different at the moment. We'll try and meet in the middle somewhere along the way. But, really good match to kick-start us here in the men's Premier Division. Mixed 20s coming up next. Looking forward to seeing a bit of mixed action. Caboolture taking on the Gold Coast in our mixed 20s competition. That's a good fun one, that one. Everyone will be out here to compete and try and win, but mixed is just a different style of footy as well. And the teams will be looking to have a bit of fun this weekend, but looking to get some good results as well, no doubt.
Yeah, mixed. Played a bit of mixed myself. It is a very different style of game. It suits some players, not others, and it is a lot more fun to be involved in. Just having both the men and the women in the team, it just changes the dynamic of it. Obviously, men's here in front of us, a lot of testosterone in the box. A lot of heat, a lot of aggression, which we love to see here on Field 1 at Queensland State Cup.
Yeah, talking about the heat, Matt, 27 degrees at the moment here at Coomera, 20 to 12 local time.
Surely it's warmer than that.
It definitely feels a bit warmer. We've got a nice little shady commentary box this year, but it's plenty warm up here, that's for sure. But like we may mention, you'll see the flags flying in the background. A little bit of breeze, which is definitely welcome from both our two teams out here and all the teams competing. You'll see all the shots in the background as well. Multiple fields all running at one time. And 130, 140 teams in total here at the Queensland State Cup. Just keeps growing year after year after year. Like we mentioned, got some international teams as well competing again this year. Got a lot of international guests as well that have come across. I was talking to someone that's come across from Scotland Touch here for a bit of a coach development weekend as well, trying to pick up some new ideas and stuff to take back to Scotland. So a lot of players, coaches from all around the world making their way to Australia in the back end of the year for some of our massive tournaments. Like we mentioned, New South Wales State Cup on next weekend as well, as we see May try to sling it back on the inside. You can catch the New South Wales State Cup action on KO Sports as well next weekend. Looking forward to watching that.
Yeah, an interesting little tap set there from Gold Coast. They obviously try to run a couple of trick plays using Dill as a decoy on a C1 there. Then they went to Dylan on the right to left. Dylan May unfortunately couldn't get the bat back in. Obviously UQ defended it quite well. A little bit of interference in the ruck there. That was a bit hard done by, I think, but UQ have got the tap there. 10 metres short of halfway as Jackson Walker takes it forward for touch one.
Here's Riley Madden. Prendergast switches in Walker. Rolling themselves downfield pretty comfortably at the moment here, the Rebels.
And there's that static defence again there where Gold Coast just got to roll into the 7. Don't give UQ that running touch.
Blaze has to put the brakes on. Comes back into Jacob Madden. Jinx. Prendergast holds up, rips early. Courtney, nice little bat back on the inside to Madden. Equally good defence there from Kaiatika. Good footy from both teams. And the Rebels are going to get marched for not returning the ball back to the Gold Coast. Jordan Randall holding things up. Prendergast down in back play. You can see him down behind the in-goal area at the moment. That's going to cause a bit of concern here for the UQ Rebels bench. One of their big players down at the moment. He does not look comfortable at all. We'll keep an eye on that. Now Charlton sees a bit of space. Jacob Madden having to get on the skates. Get across to make that touch.
Yeah, UQ will be all right with that. They'll reshuffle their middles. I'm sure they're running with an odd number of middles. If they are, they'll drag a link in. Trying to catch Riley Madden offside there. So just need to keep their head in the game here. Obviously had that bit of contact down on the try line that sees Blaze just slowly getting to his feet now. And now UQ have got to regather their thoughts and get to the box, get a clean set here. As we see Pearce come on. Drive for touch 4 there with 5th coming. Go Hegedus.
Nice clean up. Good footwork as well. Ooh, getting hands on it there, Casey Harding.
Yeah, he saw that Hegedus wanted to get into that link channel with a sinker ball there. He'd already been in nice tight positioning previously. Managed he's a nice big frame there, Casey Harding, so almost took that pick.
Now Hegedus dancing in the middle. Eddie plays it. Here's Tom. Nice ball back on the inside.
They're really working those middle defence over with the moving of the ball around. I think the refs are being a little bit nice at the moment, I should say, in not blowing a whistle, not blowing a penalty yet.
Pearce comes back out to the 7. Wind just starting to pick up a little bit in the background again. Hegedus popping out. Comfortable at the moment here, the coast. Charlton comes up to make the touch. Hegedus, slings it back on the inside. Nice work there from Skinner, though. Good read. Looks like they had Charlton done on the first instant, but Skinner was there to make the touch.
Yeah, ran a lovely ninja play there where Pearcey takes the touch, pretending like he's going to run a quickie, and then he steps straight back inside and follows Hegedus. They sold it well, but Carter did defend it quite well too. As that's 4 now with lots of roll from Gold Coast.
Tika slings it into Tom Eddy. It looked like he got hands on it. They're going to get a repeat set though.
It's a tough one. He's probably got the ball thrown at him more than him actually making contact with the ball.
Here's Dayberg Muir almost slipping and sliding underneath. Having a chat here to Jordan Randall. Back out to the 7, not too happy old Drum. Still competing for every single play, as expected. Hayata back in field. Tika receives it back. They go phase play. Hayata, lucky they got hands on the footy there. Kalen Bell coming up out of the right link position. Another set to work with here for the coast. Norman. Raiden now plays it on the 7. Drum gives it back to Norman. Nothing there. Pete has to put the brakes on. Back out. Dayberg Muir. Short ball. And again, Bell has to get his hands on the footy.
Subs, I think, Gold Coast. A couple fresh legs on. This is the 3rd repeat set here, so. And that was a penalty too, so that might be penalty 1, maybe penalty 2 on the line. So we've got 3 of the most experienced players out here at Queensland State Cup on the field there. We've got Dylan Hennessy, Jermaine Dayberg Muir there with the ball, and Pete Norman. We're surely going to see something creative here now as we see Dill link hole.
Forced to come back. Norman with Hennessy.
Slider. Get low.
Oh, I got him.
All day, old boy, all day. Good job, Drummy. That's too many sets on the line there from UQ. Unfortunately, Gold Coast were able to sub their players on and off with those repeat sets, but the UQ defence couldn't. And then eventually the Gold Coast cracked them. Ran that slider play a couple times, but we saw a few different variations of it, so that always keeps the defence guessing.
So confirmation on the score that puts the Gold Coast in front 6 tries to 5. Gold Coast back in front. First try of the second half as well.
Took a while.
Here's Walker out. Courtney. Slings it around the back, and Streeter's there. He can't do anything wrong at the moment, James Courtney. This looks all good to me. Jordan Randall's having a chat with the on-field referee.
Courtney's running back to halfway.
Oh, yeah, there it is. They're going to point to the spot.
Great flick ball behind the back after catching it up above his head. And Streeter to be inside and alive for it. I thought he was done, Courtney. I thought he was over into the corner. Always got to stay alive here at Queensland State Cup. You never know who might throw a flick ball to someone.
Have a look at this. Around the corner. Thanks very much. Nice work from Streeter as well.
So that locks us up again, does it?
Back locked up. 6 tries apiece.
We took half of that second half to score 1 try, and we've just had 2 tries now in 30 seconds. As we see Gold Coast back on the line again here in defence.
Hennessy, short ball. He's trying to work this Rebels defence over at the moment. Tika comes back out to the right-hand side of the field, gets away from Priddle, slings it back in, and May is there in support yet again. Gets his 2nd try of the game, the 7th try here for the Coast. Wow, anything you can do, we can put one straight back on you down the other end. Gold Coast not going anywhere in this one.
Had to work really hard there, Dylan May too. Obviously Lennox threw his half. Doesn't have an awful lot amount of time to find a receiver, and he did really well to get away from his wing defender trying to stick on him. So
now Pearce Plays it within that 7 metre zone. Nice ball, Madden. Even better one. Doesn't quite get out of the hands cleanly. Did it touch any Gold Coast defenders? Jordan Reynolds says ball down. If you could somehow sling that out, they would have rolled over there, the Rebels.
Would have been another impressive pass for a try for UQ there, as Pete Norman looks to do one of his way sets.
They come back infield now with Hayata. Dayberg Muir.
That'll be 5 coming.
Oh, just had a little snatch at it. Still getting players into position here, the Coast. They still had 3 on this left-hand side of the field, still working their way on to the park. A little bit sloppy there as they were trying to get some replacement players out onto the field. This gives a big opportunity here to UQ to try and lock it back up again. Walker, little stutter step, comes back to Hegedus. Referees give it the all clear. And we are locked back up now, 7 tries apiece.
Another flick ball for a try.
That was close there. Looked like it might have been Charlton.
I think Charlton.
Walker.
From here, from my very poor angle of it, compared to the referees, I thought Charlton might have got there in time for a touch pass, but refs were right on the spot. They all cleared it, so that puts UQ up by 1 now, does it?
Back locked up.
Back locked up again. Can't keep up with this game.
7 tries, 14 tries in the game. Hennessy, Tika. Beautiful ball out to Felice Frost.
Great line too, run there by Felice Frost. He let that ball stay out in front of him and he just hit it at pace. There's a sweep variation there where Dylan was actually the link sweeping and instead he gets to half to feed Lennox back the ball. So good variation there from Gold Coast. And the talk from the box there from old man Tika is energy in the defensive set here. He sent out his best defensive pod. He wants to stop. I don't want to let UQ get another one back here. And that's great pressure there. Got to be clean here in the subset. Good meters there from Casey.
It's Robson. It's Dayberg Muir. Strong and hard. Out of the box. Charlton. Looking to get it down cleanly. Strong contact from Madden. He wasn't too happy with that, Charlton.
Forward pass, that last one was.
Oh! The crowd. No, I was thinking drum slice through. They must have heard the call there. The Rebels, there was going to be a penalty coming their way. Come back in towards the middle of the field. Just correction on our next match as well. We're jumping a time slot ahead. We'll see mixed open action. Mackay taking on the Defence Force. That's our match to come up after the men's premiers. Then we go into the mixed 20s. Caboolture taking on the Gold Coast. So Mackay and the Defence coming up next in mixed open. Our first mixed match of the State Cup coverage. Now Bauer into the in-goal area. Support needed. Tries to thread it behind. And the contact comes across on Bauer.
That's an example there of a half running out of too much, not having enough time there, running out of time, and his opposition or his offensive players not getting away from their defender to give him someone to throw it to. So well defended there from Gold Coast as they look to get that run game again. They're trying to get down the park.
Nice ball movement.
This will be 5 coming now.
Hennessy plays it. Teagan just holds on to it. Goes short ball. Hennessy slings it across. Rebels, good meters here on the first. Pearce takes a shot. Probably not a bad penalty to give away.
I don't think there's too many middles on the minutes on the clock, sorry. We can't see it from where we are here, but the intensity from UQ tells me that they're really trying to hurry this up. They're asking for the marks.
And if you're UQ, you probably don't want Gold Coast being called out here.
Nope. It's
taking time off the clock. So we've got the captain, Pete Norman, there with Casey Harding, who has been given the 4 substitution. Kai Tika will come on. They're down by 1 at the moment, the Rebels. Can they level it back up? Bauer comes off the left foot. Nice touch there from Tika.
Try for Pearce.
They go away from him though, Priddle with no options left. Wanted to come back right, and by that time, Gold Coast were up to make the touch.
Just want to complete this set here, Gold Coast. Nothing silly. Pete Norman knows only one way, and that's forward hard. Drummy's the same there for touch 4. Just get a drive and get a half run.
Robson picks up. Oh, Chum just couldn't quite get it cleanly. And it was grunge from the crowd in front. Big numbers around the fields watching this big match in the opening round here of the men's premier. Rebels down by 1. Gold Coast, what a way this would be to start their campaign for the State Cup. They're going to get the footy back here. No touch made, no contact.
He jumped out of the way there. I think that was Drummy there. Avoided making the touch. Caught Liam Bauer there, rolling it involuntary. You send out there. Attackers. Tika brothers have been lighting it up here.
Now they're going to get the penalty. Walker, the contact there on Kaya Tika. Gets a 4 substitution as well. Got a long distance to go until they can get a replacement player on. So it's 6 on 5 momentarily here, but they can probably manage the clock. Not too worried about chanting their hand with that number advantage early on. Kaya infield. Hennessy sends it out the back to Norman. Nothing doing there so far for the Coast, but touches to come in this set of 6. As Dill plays it on the 7. Kaya, footwork. That was Lennox.
Ooh.
And Courtney had a grab at it.
And then Courtney's running for the ball. There's definitely some time management happening here from Gold Coast. They're not in a rush. There's obviously not long. They want to use this setup. Whether they score or not, they're still up by 1. They're dictating terms here. They just don't want to give UQ the ball back too quickly.
And no touch has been made. And the hooter sounds in the background. And you might have seen Pete Norman there really slapping their hands together. You just feel like they had some intent coming into this opening game. They knew it was an important one to try and kickstart their State Cup campaign and get over the Rebels. And they get the job done. Great way to start the tournament.
Yeah, awesome start from Gold Coast. UQ won't be too upset with that. They know they're going to have a lot of hard games here this weekend. They'll learn from that and they'll be better for it. It's a long weekend.
Yeah, so the final score 9-7. Gold Coast get the victory here in the opening round of the men's premier competition. We're going to head down to the sidelines with Jackie very shortly for the Budgie Smuggler post-match interview. Stay with us. More to come. Mixed Open Mackay taking on defence.
Hey, how would you like your own health coach? My Health for Life is a free health coaching initiative funded by the Queensland Government. Over 18 weeks, we'll have 6 sessions together where we'll talk about making healthier choices and creating healthier habits that you can live with. Together, we'll discover your motivation, set goals, and create your action plan. We'll also cover managing setbacks, changing your mindset, and celebrating your wins. I'm here to support you and help you navigate the ups and downs of making lifestyle changes. Do our online health check to see if My Health for Life is right for you. Visit myhealthforlife.com.au.
Well, hello and welcome back to another Queensland State Cup post-game interview brought to you by Budgie Smugglers. I hope you're enjoying watching all of the thrilling touch footy action from the comfort of your couch or wherever you're watching us from. I am joined now by Chase. He's just run off the field. Chase, you got the win. How are you feeling?
Oh, it's pretty good. Pretty good way to start off the day against against who was it? UQ. Yeah, and they're a very solid team, so very good way to start the day.
Absolutely. Now, you guys were going try for try for a little bit there. It was pretty intense. How did the team get the win in the end?
Oh, just field possession. We kept finishing it down there and just mistakes. We kept the mistakes down to a minimum, and they did more mistakes, so we just won field possession and won the game.
Amazing work. Now, I understand you made your Metro debut earlier this year. Is that right?
Yeah.
How exciting was that?
Oh, it's very exciting. Playing with a very high levels team, and just, it's very exciting to build my skills. Yeah.
Absolutely, because you're with a very strong team. What have you been learning with this Gold Coast team?
Oh, just like everything about the game, like defense and how to read the defenders while we're attacking, and just like new moves. Yeah.
Amazing. And so, what are your plans for touch footy? What does the future hold for you? Where do you want to go? Where do you want to play? What do you want to do?
I want to go overseas to go to that World Cup. Yeah, that'll be mad. I'll go to that.
So, to everyone listening at home, World Cup.
World Cup next 4 years, I'll be in it.
Amazing. Now, what does the weekend look like for the team? Feeling good?
Feeling good. It's just, we just need to keep winning our games, heads up. Even if we lose, just keep going at it and we'll be all right.
Amazing. Well, thanks for having a chat to us, Chase. Good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
We've got an exciting game coming up ahead for you at home, so get your drink of water, settle in, and I'm going to take you back to the commentary team.
Welcome back to the 2024 Queensland State Cup, coming to you live from Coomera on the Gold Coast. I'm joined by Katie Geiger in commentary for this match between Mackay and the ADF. How are you going?
I'm very well, Josh. Really excited to be back in the box for another instalment of Queensland State Cup. We've had some amazing games so far on live stream. So, yeah, we got Mackay, my hometown. So I'm really excited to actually call this game, Josh. And the ADF, the first time that they can actually play for competition points. These guys can go on and win the comp, not coming from Queensland. They got players from left, right and centre, right up the top of, Australia, down to South Australia. So really great to see them. And really excited to have them on live stream. So you guys at home really enjoyed this game. They're not two affiliates that are usually on our live stream. So really, really exciting.
Well, I know you've done your research, so I'm keen to get into that with you as the game progresses. But ADF make their way onto the field now. They are in the, light blue up against the maroon of Mackay, and the ADF get us underway as they're running from right to left on your screens. And this is their first set in possession as they look to set up around the 7-metre line, and Mackay just progressing forward nicely defensively. So they'll look to feel Mackay out here as it is their first chance with the ball.
Really good defensive press there from Mackay. That's impressive, given I've hung out with them at trainings and helped coach them a little bit. So that's nice and impressive, and a good touch there. Good touch. Righto, Mackay probably going to look to drive it out, get their subset rolling. Sort of again feel out the ADF in that midfield.
Yeah, and they just turned the ball over there, so that's not going to help things. But ADF with an opportunity here, they'll start their set in some great field position. How will they look to attack this one, Katie?
Well, at the moment, they've instantly got the mismatch. Guy versus girl on the far side there. I'll back Jade in. She's not a bad little defender, but getting that mismatch, staying on the outside.
Yes, and
there's the mismatch. Yeah.
Christopher Curtis going over. So ADF on the board early. They will lead 1-0. Here is on the replay.
Yeah, just getting caught in a bit tight there. Jade in the link defence, but that's what you want to do in mix. You want to get that mismatch as soon as you can, and there's a lot of pressure on the boy middle defenders to make sure they can get across and help that link out. But good start by the ADF. I mean, when you're not sure what you're going to come up with the ADF and where they all sort of come from, but they're going to be fast, they're going to be fit, and they're going to be strong. Yeah, so they've started exactly that way.
Well, it's a fantastic point you bring up. The first two games were solely women and solely men on the park, but having a mixed competition, there's a few different ways to approach the game plan, and now Mackay have an opportunity as they park it down on the 7 with a bit of footwork at the line, and jumping over there is Seamus Edwards.
Yeah, Seamus, nice. They got their strike weapons on the park. They needed to get one back. Seamus is, he's got all the credibility under his belt. He's Australia, he's Queensland, you name it. He's only so young. So the boys that they put out there, they wanted to get that try back, and big defensive effort from Mackay. They've sort of got, it's a bit of a, I guess there's a lot of all-round players that we've got here in the Mackay team. They're great on their feet. They're nice and fit. They've been working really hard on their fitness and trying to gel together. But, the mix at home is is not real competitive. You sort of just run around and have a bit of fun at home. So it's nice to see them in a real competitive environment and really start to understand the mixed game.
Yeah, so ADF on the attack once more. This time it's Liam Knights looking for support.
Yeah, great defence. That was a much better read from the boy. You know, the middle defenders, they worked a lot harder there, Mackay. So get this subset down, Pat. There we go. They're on the way and they'll get to halfway and hopefully again get some strike weapons on.
As they do. Oh, they were almost over halfway. And that's another error coming out of their own end. But so far they've stood up defensively, only letting the one try in. And so the ADF get things going through Austin Fredericks and Liam Knights as they'll come over for a breather. Here is Jessica Dargan. She evades some touches. Now Remy Wright picks up Christopher LaCurtis, the try scorer for ADF. Here is LaCurtis from half, just shipping it off to Dylan Bennett. Bennett once more at half. LaCurtis, short ball at the line, and over they go again. Jessica Dargan this time scoring.
Yeah, it looked a little bit easy there. They had, Mackay sort of had the mismatch. They come against that grain, which is not normal, but in the mix, nothing's really normal. anything can happen. And that's part of the coaching sort of thing that that we've sort of been saying is don't assume anything in the game of mixed touch. They can trick you with anything. Just always assume you're in the play. Always assume you're going to get the ball. And sometimes the girls in mix, if they're not used to that game in mix, they don't expect the ball like they can, like those boys can throw it. And in women's, they can't do that. So, the girls to be able to stay alive and hit those holes that the boys need them to hit is really important. So Seamus and Curtis here on the park again.
And so Mackay looking to hit back straight away. They did the first time round.
Curtis Cheatham, just a bit of footwork. Just a bit of footwork got him there. So again, same sort of set to come on. It's a bit of the go team, I suppose. A bit of a go team, stop team scenario. So you go to your strike weapons to get your try when you need it and, really sort of work on the defence and keep them out. But I think Mackay's really got to work. We've only got 5 here, so they're testing themselves in defence. Here she comes. Lucy around the back. Big sweep play in defence. It's unseen, but impressive.
So once again, the ADF on the attack. The ball going to ground. Katie, I've got to ask you, day one, this is the second round of the mixed competition, the mixed open competition. What are both sides looking to gain from this match? An early morning on day one too.
Yeah, it's the opens is always so hard, Josh. You never know when there's the Premier Division and then the 20s sitting either side of it. You actually don't know where players are sort of going to come from. Whether the opens division is just something that's left over from a Premier and a 20s, or in small affiliates like Mackay, they don't have a Premier and they don't have 20s. So they sort of stack, not so much stack, but they get their best players in open. So you really never know what you're going to come up against in an opens division. So, Mackay's never been here before. They've never seen, any of these teams. So there's no, pre-assumption of what it's going to look like. So every game on its merit, but literally that cliche of one game at a time. Yeah. But it's really it because, it's the first time for these guys and, we got Timaz there in the middle, number 2. He's actually from the Whitsundays. So, he's from Airlie Beach. Beautiful Airlie. So he's come down to join the Mackay team. And, so like I said, they haven't sort of played at standard and levels like this before.
And it looks like it'll be all clear here. So another try for the ADF, and they'll take the lead back.
Yeah, it was I suppose you would call it a bit of a short side. They didn't have much room to work with, but... again, probably the girls on the outside just having the understanding and the trust, of the boys in the middle. And, the middle boys, they work really hard in a mixed game of touch. So they're working hard for sure. It's sort of, end to end, which is lovely to watch for the viewers at home. So hello to everybody across Australia at the moment. We've got plenty of people up in Mackay watching, no doubt. And penalty here. So, again, Seamus is probably our go-to out there. But, plenty of people back home watching, given the 2 teams that are on screen at the moment. So, hello to everyone watching. I hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. We've got some amazing games coming up. I'm really excited about the level of talent that we've got at this year's State Cup. It's going to be a cracker couple of days.
And Mackay sneak over, so they reply instantly. We have a back and forth game on our hands. As you were mentioning, Katie, that's exactly what we want.
Yeah, 100%. This is what we want to see. I mean, no drop-offs on day one. We love these kind of things. You know, it's a great game to call when it's nice and even and every team sort of throwing everything at them. And we really can see everything at the moment. You know, we can see some great attack and equally some great defence and some work-ons and some fix-ups for both teams. But, you know, second game for these guys, so they'll be just sort of, you know, working themselves out, let alone the opposition at the moment.
As they look to attack down that left-hand edge, the ball does hit the deck, and Mackay will come back the other way as they come up with another error. So that's a few now. ADF looking to pounce straight away, and they were good enough to make the touch.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened right then. I mean, yeah, Curtis has got some lovely safe hands normally. But
those early competition jitters.
Spilt the lollies, yeah. So now, need to sort of get this defence.
Well, perhaps it's their first game on field one, so a penalty going the way of ADF, and they'll have a full set to attack with here. As it is Christian Hughes taking the tap.
They really want to get up here, yeah, nice and hard pressing defence.
And Hughes, he's threatened time and time again, and he'll get the rewards this time.
Yeah, just got him on the out. Nice and easy, safe play from the ADF. Yeah, just bringing the middle out nice and hard and just unfortunately not pulling back maybe short enough and opening that space up. Having a guy on girl again, that holds the girl link out, you know, so it is a real one-on-one contest. So well set up by the ADF.
And I know from a coach's perspective, it's, well, not that I'm a coach, but talking to coaches around the grounds, coaching mix is so tough. It's so hard. The thought process that goes into a game is very strenuous. Yeah,
100%. There's a lot of tactics in mixed. You know, we talk about this mismatch and things like that you can really try to take full advantage. You know, when there's someone in front of you that you can beat and you know you can beat, then you're just going to go hard at it. So Seamus again, straight through the middle. So he's definitely the go-to. I think that's a good note for Ash, our Mackay coach over the far side. He'll be, you know, he'll take a lot of note off that and get the strike weapons out, get the try. Just need to fix up this defence a little bit. You know, we spoke about in the first game. To just keep those spaces really tight, just force the pass all the way over the top.
Yep.
You know, a little bit of breeze, who knows what can happen. Can be a drop ball, can be sort of anything. So really force the pass, and if Mackay can just, keep their spaces a lot tighter, you know, and not let them sort of go through, then they'll go a long way.
So there's about 3 minutes and change remaining, and the scores are locked up at 4 apiece. So a fast finish to this first half is what both sides are looking for. ADF get the penalty. And they look good when they've had a full complement on Mackay's line, as they will here again. So Rose in at half, Casey Rose that is, and another penalty.
So there's two penalties for those at home when teams defending their line and give away 3 penalties. I'll sit somebody off the back and it'll be 6 on 5. That was a great touch. Exactly the same play as what they were sort of trying to do before ADF, and it worked for them. Pretty much the same defensive team as well. So that comes down to coaching. You know, same team out there. This is what I want you to do.
The touch is made
Mitchell
again.
Cheatham, who's off.
So, as you said, once they've conceded 3 penalties, someone has to take a seat.
Yep, so it'll be basically until the possession changes. Dylan Breckle's sitting off the back there. He'll get a nice little breather, though.
And
great touch by the winger. That's well defended. So you got Mitchell Cheatham in the middle there. He's probably one of the fastest blokes I've seen on his feet. I keep, giving it to him about his haircut, that he'd be faster if he was able to cut that mullet off. There's a touch and pass. Great call. Really well defended. Yeah, really well defended.
ADF would have been hoping to capitalise there and cash in to take the lead as halftime beckons, but Mackay, that's what wins your games there, Katie.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so, it's a coaching thing, whether ADF have sort of trained for things like that. I'm not really sure, but it's definitely something you want to take, full advantage of, especially, even game, and those little things, may matter at the end, and leading up to half-time, get ahead on the scoreboard. But if Mackay are clever enough here, they'll get one on the board themselves.
Yeah, so ball change, possession. So, as you mentioned, it's something that we don't see too often where teams are reduced to 5 defending their line after 3 penalties given away. But to happen on the third game of the live stream on field 1, it could be a sign for something to come.
I hope so.
Over the weekend.
I hope so. I love seeing, different things, different tactics. What do we do here? How do we defend this? What do we do? And it's you need that in your game plan. You need to know, right, if we're attacking against 5, what's our go-to? If we're defending with 5, what is our go-to? What's our policy? What does it look like? What are we trying to achieve? All those kind of things. So, any good coach has that in their, in their back pocket of what could potentially happen.
And definitely a lesson learned for the ADF moving forward.
Yeah, 100%.
Cross that bridge once more as they're inside the 7. That's a lovely pass, looking for the link hole. Waiting there was Tiffany Hodgson. But Mackay have it back as we count down towards half-time.
Yeah, Tiffany Hodgson from the ADF. She's actually probably one of their most experienced or a bit of history behind her when she was a bit younger before she joined the Air Force. She was sort of representing in the Queensland space and BMTA and Redlands when she was a bit younger. So, no short of talent and knowledge and experience in the ADF, just because they're not sort of from Queensland as a whole. Like we said, these guys are fit and they're fast and, they really have a good drive mentality being in the special forces like they are. So we really, appreciate everything they do. And the fact that they can get to Queensland State Cup is amazing. And like I said earlier, for the first time, they can actually go on and, win this. They're not an invitational this year. So really exciting for these guys. They're loving being on the live stream and showcasing what they've got. And, and like I said before, Mackay at the same space is not usually an affiliate that we get to show and talk about. So really exciting.
Yeah, no, the State Cup's certainly better off having these two teams a part of it. And here on field 1. So the ADF, they get on some fresh legs. And they'll just stay patient here as the scores are 4 apiece. And they come towards this right-hand side. A bit of footwork at the line. But Mackay do well to hold on.
Ooh. That was lucky there from Mackay. Just a little bit, just middle's got a little bit split apart there. Need to really work hard on not over anticipating what's about to happen, no assumptions, all that sort of stuff, and just staying nice and tight and sticking to your policy and not trying to overread the play defensively. You want to stick to what you know, and if you stick to what you know and your policy as a team, if they happen to score, you can be okay with it because your policy's been done, your defensive structures hasn't sort of been beat. Just tighten up that defence. I think I'm just speaking from a coach of the Mackay team. Really, fun to commentate and watch. So, that's a pretty even half.
Yeah, 4 apiece, and we'll take a quick break before returning back here on Field 1 of the 2024 Queensland State Cup. So we are here at the halftime junk shot between Mackay and the ADF. 4 apiece, the score at the moment. And just to run through some stats we do have here at the Queensland State Cup, some fast facts, if you will. In 2023, we had 29 affiliates, 123 teams. This year, we have the same number of affiliates, but 133 more teams. As a member of the QTF staff, Katie, I'm sure, no doubt, it's fantastic to have 10 more teams involved this year.
Yeah, I've just done my quick math there, Josh. I believe that puts us at roughly 2,400 participants here. So our biggest one, and when you look out and what you guys can see at home on screen is beautiful lush green grass. They've had plenty of rain down here, and touch wood today is absolutely perfect, and the conditions are perfect for touch. A little bit warm, without that breeze, but it's such a great event that it's no surprise that it's growing. We've got an amazing team at Queensland Touch that, really just genuinely love to put on a wonderful experience. It's all about the experience. So why would you not want to be here?
Well, I wanted you to touch on that if you could. The lead up and the preparation to getting something like this moving.
Huge. Absolutely massive. And I'm just speaking, from a development point of view, I'm just speaking of the last week.
Yeah.
This last week has been incredible. The place looks amazing, and the attention to detail that the Queensland staff put in, it's probably unnoticed, but everything's in a line. Flags are all in a line, the marquees are all in a line, so visual to the eye is what we sort of try to achieve, and it just makes for an all-around beautiful spectacle, I suppose. And the splashes of colour and the effort that the team has gone to do things like this, within the Queensland team, staff team, it definitely doesn't go unnoticed, and the pillars of the business are the best at what they do. And I obviously, you can hear it in my voice, I love the Queensland staff and what we can deliver. And year upon year, I just firmly believe that we deliver one of the wonderful experiences of the year. Our biggest sort of senior event, the Festival of Touch, 5 events in 10 days. I mean, who does that?
Yeah.
Who would do that to themselves besides us? I mean, every year we go, what are we doing? Everyone else winds down for the year, but no, Queensland Touch, let's put on 5 events in 10 days. But the experience for our members across Queensland and beyond is what we want to see and what we want to achieve, and the smiles, and every now and again you get thanks for putting on a great event, and it's just great. We absolutely love it.
No, massive shout out to Greg and the crew for all their hard work, not only now but throughout the year. And if you're not here and you think about coming tomorrow or this afternoon or Sunday, make sure you get down here. I heard there's going to be a DJ, is that right?
There is going tomorrow? To be a DJ, yeah. It's not me, unfortunately. I'm sure I could spin a bit of Roxette and, for all those oldies over 40. But no, not me.
Okay.
But yeah, the vibe here already is incredible. But as it goes on, we hit Saturday night. We got nighttime games
That's cool.
This year. So the vibe around the place is going to be incredible. And Sunday should be an amazing day. So even those teams that don't sort of progress into the grand final or the semi-finals, I really hope that they stick around.
They usually do. The atmosphere is palpable down here.
Yeah, well, when we start doing our post-game interviews in the bar area, they're the fun ones,
That
Josh.
makes for some good streaming.
It really does, yeah. The fizz bar, the hard fizz bar, that will be getting a bit of a touch-up later on, I believe.
And just for you all at home, the last game on Field 1 will be at 6 p.m. tonight. So hang around till then. But for now, it's Mackay, it's the ADF, and Mackay with the fastest of fast starts.
Pretty to watch. Well done, team. Curtis Cheatham again and Seamus Edwards, they don't, Seamus is actually a bit of a homegrown player. So they moved to Townsville a while back. He's come back working in and around the Mackay, so he's actually come back for the first time in a couple of years. Started playing in Mackay, but he's a Mackay boy through and through. He was keen to just come and have a run around with his old teammates. So Seamus and Curtis haven't played together for a long time, and you wouldn't know it out there. They're just reading each other like a book, and pretty to watch.
Well, they're definitely going to be better for the run as the ADF wanting to hit back immediately, and that's been a constant theme in this game. But the touch is secured. And it's a fantastic touch at that, and a nice dive. Yeah,
really great touch by Dale. A little bit tighter, and he won't have to dive for those.
And the ADF, they sneak by this time. Oof. Yes, they do. Great honesty there from Mitchell Cheatham, and it is 5 apiece.
Yeah, just end for end. Work hard to get one and then pull one back on. So it's really who's going to step up in that line defence. It's not so much the midfield for either team. It's that line defence, whether it's great attack or defence could be worked on. Don't really know. But really, really great to watch.
I'm not complaining, though.
No, absolutely not. It's what a game for the viewers at home to be sitting down with a coffee and a bicky, hopefully really enjoying the coverage and, cheering on whoever it is that you want to cheer on, or just literally just watch some great touch.
Yeah, so 10 tries already in this game. We're just starting the second half, and we're going to have our 11th. That looked quite easy there for Seamus Edwards, who's on the board again.
Yeah, that was a well set up try. They threw a sweeper around, basically, dummied that. Well, didn't really even need to dummy it, but threw the sweep around as though they were going to tack back towards, the far side, and just a little slide out from Seamus. But smart play. Made it look easy. Those players that make it look easy.
Yeah.
I got to play later this afternoon, and I feel like I do not do it like that at all.
I think you're selling yourself a bit short there. But anyway, we digress. ADF getting caught there. Some really strong touches from Mackay as they look to turn up the intensity defensively, hoping to keep their front door shut as the ADF work their way around. They find the numbers, they have the space, and Remy Wright is the try scorer for the ADF. It is a complete shootout here, 6 tries each.
Yeah, but it can often be the mixed game, I guess, just high try scoring and opportunities opening up with the women and the men up against each other. But I think if I was down there on either sub box, I would be saying just smash out that midfield defence because line attack is too good, too good. So both teams, our line defence is not working. Both teams. So I would be pumping out that defensive midfield and saying, hey, we don't want to get down there and line defend because they're scoring.
Yes.
And they're scoring pretty easy. So, my probably language, I suppose, would be, work a lot harder in that midfield and, don't let them get to our line.
So Mackay, they look to take the lead back if possible as the ADF will be defending their line. Seamus Edwards, who's been a star already, has the ball in hand. Oh, that was a good-looking pass. It just didn't hit the hands, did it?
Yeah, it was there. Yep. Seamus wanted to slow it down a little bit and bring the defenders out, I believe, and hit the right holes, and it happened there, but just Alicia just, spilt the lollies over the line, but it's there for Mackay. So here's where the momentum swing might be able to come for the ADF. Defending that line. We haven't really seen line defence work as yet. But now, this might be... there it is. There it is, first curse. So
yeah. Well, teams running from left to right, whatever it's been. Mackay in the first half came up with a few errors, and now the ADF.
So we couldn't get more even if we tried, Josh.
So Mackay come away from their sub-box as they look to go to work through Seamus Edwards and Ashley Vella. And they go back towards the midfield. As I'll stay patient. Here's Edwards. He's always dangerous in some space, isn't he?
Yeah, he doesn't even look like he's trying. He just makes things... There it is.
And the 6 touches will be waved on, but it won't matter because Mackay go again. So they're up 7-6, and we have 5 minutes gone in this second half.
This rate, the score is going to be 19-20.
We'll probably run out of numbers.
Well, I think we will run out of space on our paper, Josh, keeping track. But, hey, it's exciting. We want to see tries, right? Yeah, like 0-0 is great, but maybe in a grand final. But first day, we want to see some tries, and, that's nice and exciting for viewers at home. And
exactly.
Those of us lucky enough to be here and watching it all unfold live, and geez, it looks good. It looks good out here.
So the ADF in attack as they are down by 1, and it's a nice little play they put on, trying to catch some defenders. The touch is made. This will be the last.
Great touch.
And it's very hard to...
Okay. In a line, Mackay. In a line. Stay out. Whoa. Sorry, here comes my coaching thing. I'm not biased. Hey, I'm not biased. I'm really sorry.
I was about to say, though, it's hard to fabricate an opportunity from the last touch when you're static. They almost scored the ADF.
They did, yep. I mean, we talk about the black ball on the pool table, how that's often the hardest ball to get in. It's your last one.
Yep.
Fifth and last in touch is exactly the same. You can't die wondering on a fifth and last touch because you never know what the defender's going to do. It's like a slight little panic when you're defending, and it's like, oh my God, if they take off, I've got to chase hard and anything can happen.
Yes.
So it's often one of the hardest touches to defend, I think, that fifth and last, because there's no, they don't hold back. They just, they're going to lose the ball in one touch anyway. So.
And it's some more footwork. Seamus Edwards, I tell you what, he's really lit up this match, and he's one to watch moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, I should have been counting how many tries this kid has scored, but...
I think we're at 5.
5 for Seamus?
Yep.
Yeah, righto, there you go. You might be going for highest try scorer
it's either 6
in the competition.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's electric. Like I said at the start, he's played everything under the sun, and he's still so young, and such a great young fella, and just so much talent and the knowledge. He's only young, but he's really helping at trainings and whatnot, talking to the other Mackay teams that don't, the Mackay players, that don't necessarily do these, these competitions at real hard and fast. So he's definitely helped them out.
Yep.
And shared his knowledge, which has been wonderful.
So ADF, they're down by a couple of tries now, looking to get back on the board and get things ticking in their direction.
Touch.
And it is a brilliant touch made on the line there. That was Macy Sharam.
Yeah, that's much better defence. So nice and tight, forcing them to throw. Don't show them spaces on the inside. Force them to throw over the top. Force them, to do that pass. Could be touch and pass, could be forward. You never know. So much better defensive set. So I think both teams are sort of, they've adjusted quite well in their line defence. They might be sort of fixing things on the run, and things are starting to work. And second game, of the tournament.
Yep.
So those fix-up, that's exactly what you want. You want to be able to, experience it, fix it, and get better as the tournament goes.
Yeah, I just want to expand on the point you made about Seamus earlier, how he helps out with the whole crew up there in Mackay. And for those who don't have the experience he does, I think it's the same with Rockhampton. Those regional areas do it so well that the senior, older players and the talented ones really give back to the ones coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's vital, it's vital. They've got so much knowledge and understanding. Great shut touch again from the girls in Mackay. That's what they need. But yeah, to be able to give back, I mean, it's a warm and fuzzy moment when you can actually give back. And some senior players that never experienced that, when they sort of do for the first time, they know how it feels. And these kids, these younger ones, they really need the knowledge out of these experienced players. And I mean, someone like Seamus, I know they're really excited to play with him. And my daughter Jade's out there, so she's never played with Seamus, but we've known Seamus since he was born, and now she gets to sort of run around with someone like him, and she's really excited about it, as are most of the crew, just given his talent and his knowledge. They're really happy to learn from that. So we just saw the Gold Coast Prem men play before, and so many kids on their sideline. You're just idolising these guys.
You're right.
And, it's beautiful to see these kids really get involved, and those players being able to, really take them in and give them everything that they've sort of got in their heads. It's beautiful.
So ADF 8-6 the score. They're just behind at the moment, and they'll head back for their last touch. As you said, they can be very dangerous from this situation. Oh. Do they create the numbers? Perhaps they do in the corner, and it will be 8-7 ball game with 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, just overread that. JD girl on the link just, had the guy in front, and she got sucked in a little bit, and he was able to use that, his speed and the mismatch.
But that's the mixed game, isn't it?
That's the mixed game, 100%. Yeah. I know, local sort of mix. Some guys feel a bit bad, I suppose, about, beating a girl. But when you come here, that's literally the aim of the game. If there's someone in front of you that you can beat, you've got to go and beat them.
So the margin of one right now, Mackay hold the lead. As I mentioned, 5 minutes remaining here on field one, and it's a long left to right with a lot of power. Unfortunately, it just hits the deck. And a penalty coming, though, so they get out of jail there, Mackay.
Yeah, they want to get one on here. I think they've got a really experienced player out there, Doug Bettingham. He's got a wealth of knowledge, school teacher, so he is another one that gives back a lot. But Mitchie here coming around on a sweet play. I said earlier he's lightning on his feet. It's a great touch, really great touch.
Well, that's exactly what you spoke to there. Mitchell Cheatham almost getting on the outside there, but the touch is made.
And they have a nice interchange there. So Doug, who I said there, is, might have a little bit of age behind him, but definitely a wealth of knowledge. So he understood the mission, and he sprinted off, and he's got Seamus Edwards back out there to get a try. So that's how a team works. Understanding your strengths and understanding where your weapon is, and winning as a team. Not having to be that person to do everything. Understanding, hey, Seamus has got 1,000 tries in one game. Let's get him back out there and put him on. So they got their 3-strike weapons in the middle now here, the boys.
Yep.
And girls, be ready.
Mackay, the card's starting to fall their way. They did have the lead, and they had plenty of time there to work and attack. The ADF will come back the other way, as the margin is only one here, Katie. So it's going to be a tight finish here as the ADF come towards their sub-box. Nice bit of footwork to almost beat the rushing defence.
Yeah.
Look to gain some momentum here. Remy Wright picks it up for Fredericks, and...
Well, that was a good touch. That was needed to be made, that touch on the last. Stay out. Go T, Muzz.
And finding support.
Touch.
The referees will deliberate momentarily, but the try is counted. So 8-all, Katie, 8-all the score. The ADF back on the board, and the time continues to tick here towards the end of this match.
Yeah, just the speed, the speed of some of these guys. And, like we said, you never know what you're going to get with the ADF. They're not, familiar players to a lot of people, but fit, strong, fast,
Yep.
And that's exactly what we're seeing. So you can't, underestimate what they're going to bring. Just little mistakes like that, little things like that is sort of ends up getting you in the end. So hopefully for Mackay's sake, little mistakes like that won't happen. And they can lift their heads a little bit.
So our watch is telling us there's 2 minutes to go, and ADF back on the ball. 8-all the score. You'd be brave to tip who wins from here, that's for sure. It really is a toss of the coin at the moment. That was a bit of a lazy roll ball there, and Mackay get the call. So they'll look to immediately get going back the other way as they try and pick up some metres towards this sub-box edge of theirs. That's a nice run, punching over halfway, but unfortunately a bit of an error in the roll ball again.
Yeah, his nickname is Flash. You can see why. He's lightning fast and sometimes too fast for himself, I think. So a couple of little...
Obstruction.
Got him? Yeah, she got it. Young Izzy Watt out there refereeing, one of my favourite referees in the history of My Touch Live. She's a beautiful young girl and she does not miss things like that. So there's, no wonder she's on field one, refereeing a game like this. So well picked up, Izzy. This is Mackay's chance. They need to be a little bit more patient and really just fix up these little tiny errors that they're bringing into their game. And it's sort of uncharacteristic from what I've seen. But again, ADF, you've got to go, bullet a gate at everything when you've got a team like this in front of you. So they can get one here and then get a stop. They're on.
Well, 40 seconds to go.
That's a great touch.
And it will count.
Great shot touch.
Great touch.
Yeah.
So a bit of cat and mouse going on here. 30 seconds left. Mackay have a couple of touches to work with.
Ooh.
And they get the penalty. So ADF really need to hold on here if they want to keep this game level.
Just chill.
Mackay, touches
Just
made.
chill.
They'll head back to the 7.
Again, they've got Seamus on the park, wanting to produce something. There's only a couple of touches. But these are the two if you're going to get a try, these are the two.
Edwards.
There he is.
Seamus Edwards
Yep.
has
on
delivered
the
right
buzzer.
on the bell.
Woo.
And it's very fitting for Mackay to walk away winners through a Seamus Edwards try.
Wow. Well, yeah. I don't know if I've called anything else. Have we really called much else? But besides try Seamus Edwards, but why wouldn't you? Like I said, the Mackay boys have ran off and they've ran on. Really great coaching. Ash Knight on the far side. He's unfortunately a bit injured, so he can't play himself. He's just itching, absolutely loving it as a coach, and to have someone like Seamus come back with the Mackay crew, bit of homegrown.
Yep.
Come back and put on a performance like that, they'll be really happy. But for me, as a fellow coach of the Mackay team, I'll be relaying a little bit of my information to Ash and a couple of fix up from the crew. But mega proud to even just get the Mackay team down here. So I'm absolutely loving seeing what is happening in Mackay at the moment, and something like this is really going to just really push Mackay forward. So what a game.
Yeah, fantastic to have you up here for this match, and no doubt we look forward to you joining us throughout the remainder of the State Cup. Good luck playing.
Oh, thank you.
And we'll take a quick break before heading down to the Budgie Smuggler post-game interview.
Hey, out of the commentary box, down on the sideline with our post-game interview brought by Budgie Smugglers. Mackay boys, Curtis and Mitchie, what a game. I loved it. I was like this the whole time. I just wanted to go and help you guys. From Mackay, first time here, we've got Curtis and Mitch. Curtis, have you got your breath back, mate?
Not really, still trying to catch it.
What do you think? You've been down here a few times, you guys, played for different affiliates because Mackay hasn't actually, whether it's the ability, whether it's the drive, I don't know, bought a team before. But how does it feel to finally be down at Queensland State Cup and wear the Mackay jersey?
Oh, yeah, it definitely feels good, Playing for Mackay for, I don't know, a fair few years now and always played for another, club or whatever. And, yeah, good to play for Mackay.
Nice. I'll let you get your breath back. Mitchie, you a bit fitter.
Oh.
Bit fitter, mate. Hey, how does it feel?
Oh, it feels pretty good, actually. Bit of fitness for the team. Yeah, it was hard out there, but we get it done, I suppose.
That was an end-to-end game, wasn't it? How was Coach? How was Coach Ash?
Yeah, he was good. He's always helping us out and giving us the go we need, but we try and get it done for him.
Yeah, nice. No, I'm really proud to have Mackay here and the effort that you guys have gone to, back home training. It's just so nice to finally see a Mackay jersey out here and, hopefully from here on in we can just get more and more teams. But thank you for joining me. Go and catch your breath. We got another game, yeah?
Yeah, one more.
One more against?
Kawana. Yeah.
Kawana. Ooh, it's going to be tough. All right, enjoy the next game, guys. How awesome.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Thank you, Katie, for that interview with some of the Mackay folks from the previous match. And we're here for the Mixed 20s division, round one between Caboolture and the Gold Coast. Here on Field 1, I'm joined by Carly Banks in the commentary box. Carly, I think there's probably no better person to have up here considering you know this game inside out, especially the mixed divisions, but fantastic to have you alongside.
Yeah, great to be here, Josh, and so far the weather has held up quite nicely for us, and should be some very entertaining clashes today, including this one in the mixed 20s. The Gold Coast always have formidable combinations, and Danny O'Sullivan's done a really good job putting this young Caboolture group together, so it'll be a very interesting clash, I believe.
So is it expect the unexpected? Is that's how we look at this one?
Absolutely. I think it's always the way. Mixed is a little bit like that, quite unpredictable, but also with the 20s there's that little element of still playing eyes up footy, and unfortunately a mistake from the tap-off there from the Gold Coast.
Yeah, so not the ideal start from the GC, but no doubt they'll look forward to get on the defensive end, actually.
No, it's just a roll ball. The referees, take it back to where the infringement occurred. We're all a little flustered down here on Field 1, but we'll settle in.
Yeah, we're just working through the cobwebs at the moment, early-ish on day one. So, Caboolture, get moving from left to right on your screens. This will be their first attacking set as they hunt down towards the 7. That's a pretty heavy touch, but the call going the way of Gold Coast.
Yeah, definitely. That was sort of just one of those ones that's 50-50 and probably just be a little bit stronger in those roll ball clashes for both teams.
So the Coast venture over towards their sub-box side as they get on some attacking threats as they bounce over halfway. This is not a bad set.
Forward pass, unfortunately. Yeah, and that was looking so promising, Josh, wasn't it, for the Gold Coast? Their first 3 were nice and clean, so once they get that right, I'm sure they're going to create a lot of good back-end flow for their team as this contest unfolds.
Yeah, so either side really get to venture down to the red zone. Caboolture potentially might get there at the end of this set as they get on some fresh legs and they go hunting. Here's the run as they look to find some metres. And this is the last, and it's a small error at the roll ball too, so they can't quite make it work there, Caboolture.
Yeah, just couldn't handle that. But watch for the number 17, Max Stewart. He's got the Eminem blonde hair going for him out there today. He's a good young player. He's just come off Metro Cup in the Div 2 Caboolture side that made the grand final last week in the Metro Cup.
So here is Caboolture. This will be a good-looking set for them as Stewart has the ball in hand and they will go to work on Gold Coast 7. And Stewart coming towards the line, the penalty called, so they'll have a fresh set starting from the 7. This is the first real good look of either side at a potential opening try. And it will be Caboolture to try and throw the first punch. Another touch made.
Yeah, really nice strike there from the Gold Coast defender, Isabel Fish. Really, really well read there at link.
So it is Max Stewart. A little bit of footwork. They'll stay patient here, Caboolture, as they look to work on the coast. Max Stewart, the cutout pass. The Gold Coast do very well to hold their line.
Yeah, felt like he could have gone himself there and just had a bit of a squirt there himself, Max. So I think he might do this on this early count here. Look for a quickie play himself.
So Caboolture, once again, that's a touch on the hand.
Yeah, and the Gold Coast have been really good in terms of being able to defend. I think this will be their third successive set if they can survive.
So, ball down. So Gold Coast do very well, as you said, doing a tremendous job early on in this one to hold their fort and deny Caboolture of any points.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can get out set nice and smooth. Josh, they were threatening the first use of the ball and a nice little wrap and release there. Get some, well over halfway on this fourth touch.
So over they come. This is, as you said, a not bad looking set. This is the last as they look to go from half. They have space out wide. The pass hits the hands. Caboolture do well. That hurts a little bit.
Yeah, Riley O'Sullivan he looked at his hand straight away and thought, I wish I hadn't done that. He's given them the repeat set here, and let's see what the Coast can do with their first repeat set of the game.
So Tiamo will take the touch as he's back with it, standing in the middle there. And the Coast go to work towards this left-hand edge.
Oh, now this is unfortunate. This is a great pick-up from the referee. Smart play from the link defender, the female player from Caboolture, called the no touch, and the sideline referee was on the spot to adjudicate in the exact correct way.
So the Coast thought they were over there momentarily, but Caboolture hold on. And once again, they come running through a subset. As they yet to get over halfway, hopefully to find some metres on this carry. They do. And once again, they venture down this right-hand edge. Not much doing there. And the six touches run their course.
Yeah, I think Coach Danny O'Sullivan will be looking for those first two touches to be played with a little bit more punch. If they get that, then their back ends aren't so bad. It was just that they're playing catch-up on those first three touches, Josh. So I'm sure Danny will be addressing that down in the sub-box with the players.
And from a coach's perspective, only round one in this division. It can be hard to find your feet first up, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, every game, every team, you're a little bit clunky on that first game, and you only get better as the tournament progresses, for sure, Josh.
So what will both sides be looking, just to the fundamentals right here?
Yeah, definitely. Coast have been probing away, and they've also had the better of the game. There's a lot of razzle dazzle there. Nice little flick pass out the back. They nearly get away, and cops an ankle tap for a trouble. Yeah, definitely. But I've been impressed by the way that the Gold Coast have started this game. Josh, they've been really sort of good. They've been a little bit without luck there, and now they'll get another set on this line. So I don't think it's going to be long before they break through. There's a lot of attacking flair in this Gold Coast lineup.
Yeah, so Callum Clarkin standing there at half. And this time,
and there it is.
It's all good. Kalani Tiama going over, and the Coast lead 1-0.
Yeah, that was just unfortunate there for Caboolture to make an error like that, and it's costly when you turn over, in your own end, obviously, Josh. But that was fantastic. A nice little static quickie play, and he was just too good there, close to the line. They don't want to be giving Gold Coast too many opportunities like that, because they'll definitely punish them.
Well, as you said, Coast get rewarded for what would be the better start out of the two, but plenty of time remaining in this one as Caboolture get on the hunt, looking to reply. That was what we had in the previous game. It finished 8-7 in favour of Mackay, but it was back and forth. There's Caboolture will be denied. The touch is made on the line. They'll head back to the 7 on the last. So look to try and create from here. Looking to use as much width as possible. Gold Coast just hold their line. They do very well defensively and will come back the other way.
Yeah, and I think the call from the Caboolture box was to try to get the ball closer over here on the sideline. They're obviously recognising that the Gold Coast are really moving very quickly, over to their sub-box, and they're creating good flow. So a way of disrupting that is obviously to finish it as far over on their own box as possible.
So, fast ball at the line there, just going to ground. Unfortunately, they just couldn't hold on.
Yeah, and that's a better first touch there from Caboolture. Coast it's a pretty skinny sort of 7 metres at the moment, so the referees probably need to open it up a little bit and give both teams a chance to be able to unleash the great back end flow that some of these that both these teams possess.
Here's the man that could hold the key, Max Stewart, as it is the last, And they can't quite make all the
They
penalty,
get the penalty.
comes. Yep.
Yeah, and that was really well earned there. It was really well done. So let's see what they can do with this repeat set. I'd like to see Max Stewart in that position more than him getting the pass back on the inside.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So the ball goes to ground. Gold Coast hold on once again. Has it been great Gold Coast defence, or is Caboolture just not fired yet?
Yeah, I
think, of both.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. They just need to be a little bit more thoughtful with the football in the hand, but they're stepping up well, Caboolture, in terms of trying to stop this juggernaut that is Gold Coast once they get going, because I'm really impressed with that little third drive with the little wrap and the release, and Caboolture is sort of having a few problems trying to contain that.
So this is the last. The Coast, they can be very dangerous in the red zone. Breaking free, looking for support. Tiamo's there, and he'll put it down with absolute ease in the end. 2 tries to 0 the score.
Yeah, and that again is, full credit to the Gold Coast industry coming off their own line. They were at the box easily on 3 with that little wrap, got themselves into a really good position for a strike dump. Went through from acting half, and everybody ran their lines and a nice little cut line for them to score out the back. So it's important now for Caboolture to make sure that they hit back fairly soon here, Josh. And that doesn't necessarily mean on the scoreboard.
Yep.
Just finishing your set down on the line, asking a few good questions, and then backing up with a really good set of defence to try and put themselves back in the contest.
Yeah, so it's a fast start here from the restart as they get to go
That's better.
From halfway. And yet to find a try. So they'll manipulate the ball. Here's Croker as he looks to put on some footwork, just losing his footing at a vital time there was Josh Croker. So Caboolture favour this left-hand side momentarily, and the touches are up. So once again, Gold Coast repel everything that Caboolture throw at them.
Yeah, but at least they are 6 purposeful shots,
Yep.
and that's important, Josh. And now, if they can just work really hard, and this next play that tends to hurt them, and this is really good press defence. Oh, and she's earned the
And they
forward
get the
pass.
call, yeah.
That's a fantastic piece of defence there.
So how do they go about this set here? They've got a lot of touches up their sleeve in good field position.
Yeah, they've got to get down there quickly. You notice how most teams, they waste 1 or 2 touches. They should be at the 7 by now.
Right.
The more time you can get down on 7, see they're still wasting touches. They're not at the 7 yet, so they're sort of burning touches that they probably could be asking a few questions with.
Okay.
And they're still not on the 7. So they're a long way out.
Yeah.
And this is a lesson for every team. Like, you get to that 7 as fast as you can, because the more, the quicker you get down there on the 7, the more shots you get at them.
Yep. So I'll get another crack at it
Yeah,
here.
he'll probably just have a little quickie here, and then they'll look at a sweeper, I'm thinking.
So Caboolture.
It's very close. Nice question, though.
Head back to the 7, yes. I just said they're just looking for them to ask questions here, Caboolture. Yet to find a try on the scoreboard. Gold Coast will progress up.
And here's the sweep. Yep. Solid mixed play. Nothing wrong with that.
The touch is made once again.
Oh, he's put his hand in the air for 5. That's only...
Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah, you're right. I'm with you there.
Yeah, because there was a repeat set. And oh, goodness. Okay.
They might have got sold a little short there, Caboolture.
Oh, no, now they're getting punished. Late pass.
But in any event, Gold Coast come away with it once more, and that's some good meters coming up the middle third there.
Yep. And that's good variation from the Gold Coast in terms of their rucking. First couple of drives were through the middle.
Yep.
Then they took it wide and got their subs off, and now they haven't lost anything because the momentum and the flow continues.
So the Coast continue to go to work, and it looks like it'll be all clear here for another Gold Coast try. That's 3-0, and that, again, just seemed a little too easy as they just walked through the middle there.
Yeah, it did, and I think... if I'm down in the Caboolture sub-box, you're probably just wanting, some energy from the guys and the girls in terms of lifting themselves and to keep going. Because sometimes you can look a bit dispirited as the guys do coming off the field now, but it's about getting your heads up, and that's good that Danny O'Sullivan's getting around the troops and sort of saying, hey, keep your heads up. Game's got a long way to go. Just keep working for the next opportunity. Well,
there's, as you said, there's a long way to go, and he only has to wait a couple more minutes until he can have a word to him at half-time, as it is 3-0 the score. We do have 15-minute halves here at the Queensland State Cup, a shortened version to fit in the capacity of games. And now Caboolture.
Now, if that strike dump had been on the 7, that would have been a decent question to ask the female link, but, she handled that with aplomb there.
And the penalty comes. So they're getting chances here. That they're building a couple of touches under their belt to hopefully find their first try.
Yeah, it'd be nice if they could just get on the board before half-time, just to sort of, get a little bit of confidence. It's their first game, and they're on the big screen, so it's a bit of a tough ask straight up.
And to finish the first half with a bit of momentum will certainly help as well. So a bit of footwork, and they'll head back towards the 7.
Yeah. You can probably see that they're quite compressed here, Josh.
Yep.
I'd love to see them open it up a little bit and try and, isolate some of these some of these Gold Coast defenders. That's a nice piece of play, but unfortunately the option pass just wasn't there, and it was only the third touch. So a little bit of patience would have been required. It's quite easy from up here, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is.
It's just great that the Queensland State Cup we can have men's and women's 20s and a mixed 20s competition. It's just fantastic to see that we've got that level of participation being sort of offered to our sort of youth players. So it's a fantastic initiative from Queensland Touch to have the mixed involved.
Well, I think we're growing each year. I think it's 2,400 participants in season 2024 as again the Coast trying to find some support. They'll stay patient.
Oh, good touch.
The two referees will just deliberate. You're saying touch made there?
I thought the winger got there, but no.
I did
we
too.
We were a bit obscured, weren't we, from here? But, yeah.
Well, yes, the referees call it a fourth. And we're just having a chat now. I mean, it's very hard to see at times, and it moves very quickly.
Definitely, because I thought the winger did a really good job. Here we go. Ooh. Yeah, I think she was a bit hard done by there, but the referee's in a much better position than we are, so no trouble at all. And let's see if Caboolture can get one back here.
Yeah, so Gold Coast lead 4-0 as they flex their muscle here in the first half. That is the siren for half time. Max Stewart looking to create something out of nothing here if possible. It'll be hard to do. So your assessment on that match, Carly, and what would you be saying at either side at half-time?
Half-time, I think Caboolture have just got to settle into it. Danny's got to get them up and get them really keen about, trying to get a little less clunky in their first 3. The Gold Coast would be really happy with the way that, they've started the game. Their rucking's been really good. Their back ends have been solid. Their line attack's been thoughtful. Don't change anything if you're over there in the Gold Coast box, but Caboolture can do much better, and I'm sure they'll come back with a spirited display in the second half.
Without doubt, we look forward to the second half between Caboolture and the Coast. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back after these messages.
Hey, how would you like your own health coach? My Health for Life is a free health coaching initiative funded by the Queensland Government. Over 18 weeks, we'll have 6 sessions together where we'll talk about making healthier choices and creating healthier habits that you can live with. Together, we'll discover your motivation, set goals, and create your action plan. We'll also cover managing setbacks, changing your mindset, and celebrating your wins. I'm here to support you and help you navigate the ups and downs of making lifestyle changes. Do our online health check to see if My Health for Life is right for you. Visit myhealthforlife.com.au.
So back to live pitches here at the 2024 Queensland State Cup. Caboolture 0, Gold Coast 4 as we sit here at half time. And great to have Carly Banks alongside us for this one. Carly, your involvement across the weekend. I know you've got a few weekends lined up back to back of touch, but talk to us about the Queensland State Cup and what you're doing.
Yeah, in my role as the participation and high performance manager at Caboolture Touch, the head coach, so I'm sort of getting around in all the sub boxes and trying to help the coaches and players out with a bit of mentoring and doing all that sort of stuff. So we've worked hard this year with our rep program. Obviously we've had teams at Junior State Cup, and then we backed up and went in the Metro Cup for the first time. We had 3 of our 4 teams make finals, which was a fantastic first year for Caboolture Touch. So things are going ahead in leaps and bounds up in Caboolture.
Yeah, unreal. So fantastic to have you here. And Caboolture right now, just down on the scoreboard, Danny O'Sullivan having a chat to him as we speak. Where to from here in the second half? It's obviously only round one, so early on in a 3-day carnival.
Yeah, and this is the same for like every coach in every team. When you haven't had the best start to a game and you're down by a considerable margin, it's really important to look for the positives in terms of what you can get out of the next half. The game by no means is gone.
No.
Like, you can go from hero to zero and zero to hero in the sport in the space of 10 seconds, Josh. So there's no need to cry over spilt milk. It's about working on just getting the little things, addressing the things that have probably impeded you. And so far it's been the clunkiness. We mentioned it before the break, just in terms of their first three, being a bit more decisive, running a little bit harder, and just putting yourself in a position, to make the play. Be confident enough to back yourself and take your options and just sort of make it happen. Then they're not like doing too badly in the midfield. It's just a little bit about touch 3 and 4 is where, Gold Coast are getting away with that nice little drive on 3 and the wrap play. Probably commit another middle defender as well, and that would snuff it out. They sort of had that sorted by the back end of the first half, so let's see if they can do that for the Gold Coast. They're just killing it. They're just having a really good first game. They're going through their patterns. They're quite disciplined. I think the maturity, they look like a little bit older than this young Caboolture crew, but it'll be interesting to see how the second half unfolds.
And the other thing is it's the mixed 20s division. You can go from, as you said, hero to 0 and 0 to hero at any moment. So it's really a flip of the... Even at 4-0, that's not like the biggest margin, obviously touch, but in general. But even the mixed 20s competition, like that can be easily overcome.
Yep, absolutely. And it's just important to get, I'm sure once they get a try on the board, the confidence will lift. These guys will sort of, feel a bit more confident about what they're doing. I like that they're standing there with their coach trying to work out a few things that are going better or things that they can do a little bit better. And I think that's the biggest thing with young players, is just to be as patient as you can with them and give them as much encouragement and support, because it's very much a learning process at this stage. We expect a lot of our men's and women's open players, and we're patient with them when they make their errors. And so with the 20s, it's really important to just give them a really good first experience. For a lot of these guys, this is their very first senior state cup, so it'd be really nice to see them get out of this one in sort of good style at the end of it.
Yeah, no doubt. So Caboolture and Gold Coast swap ends as Caboolture start us off here in the second half. 15 minutes to turn things around for the Caboolture side. It is only round one, of course, in the mixed 20s division, as they park themselves on the 7. A bit of footwork and at the line, the last touch coming back towards the 7. And they'll go down the short side momentarily. Gold Coast do well to number up.
Yep, they do, but at least they finish the ball over on this box side, and that's a positive to start the second half for Caboolture.
And that's a great point you make. But also, Kai, I just want to ask you the complexities of coaching a mixed 20s team. Like, there's all the matchups and all the thinking that goes into it. As the Coast makes some room, and it looks like this one will be all clear. It was a fantastic chase in the end. A valiant effort, but the Coast have 5 now.
And Tiamo, he's done the damage. Like, he burst through there and he found support, with the link looming up, and it was just a really, really good piece of play. He's been really impressive in this game so far, and he's the architect for the Gold Coast, and he's a very impressive young man.
So as I was alluding to, the complexities of coaching, it's unlike most other divisions, right?
Absolutely. It's the only version of too many, there aren't too many sports where women and men can be on the field at the same time, 3 and 3, and, there's not much difference. Oh, he nearly got through there. Big effort.
Yes.
It's all a little bit of all of the sort of strategies that happen in mixed. What side of the field you play your girls on. Sort of the matchups that you're looking for. To sort of do it, and it's quite an art form. Like, you can be a great men's or women's player, but it doesn't necessarily make you a great mixed player, and vice versa. So it's very interesting, and it takes a while to learn your craft. And the really, really great mixed players, they make it look easy, but I can tell you it's incredibly fast. It's like a fast-paced game of chess.
Yes. Well, it's great to watch the tactics unfold here in front of us on field 1. The touches are up for the Coast.
Yeah, and the Gold Coast, I would have been a little bit worried about that 7 metres too. I think it's still fairly warm out here, Josh, even though we've got cloud cover. I was out there earlier with the Caboolture 20 women's, and it was very, very warm, even though there was such bad cover, and the refs were having a bit of a hard time trying to keep a big 7. So and they've got a lot more of these games over the next 3 days. So hats off to all the officials that we've got out here today, Josh. It's so good that we've got so many good sort of referees.
Well, they take off, but the penalty will come.
Let the boys and girls play, sir.
Yeah, advantage I thought was going to take place there. Unfortunately, it didn't.
Yeah, it would have been nice to see him play the advantage. Like, it did disrupt the roll ball, but yeah, he had a bit of momentum, and that's the second hard touch there. So I think the referees were keeping an eye on that one.
So here come Caboolture.
There he is. There we go.
So they're on the board, 5-1 now, but they're trending in the right direction.
Yeah, really, really nice try there. Great little sweeper there. Kieran Ma, he's a really hard worker. Always does a lot of extras and stuff with his fitness, and he's very young. So really nice. I think he's 16 now. So really nice to see Kieran come up with a try there. And you saw them all high-fiving in the box, and that's definitely something that lifts the spirits, Josh, and it gives you a bit of impetus to go on.
Yeah, without doubt. So plenty of time remaining here. 5-1 the score, and the Gold Coast will get us restarted. And they have been electric when they have got to the red zone as they look to find some metres down the middle here.
Yeah, and you notice with that set from Caboolture, they played up tempo. They didn't slow it down. The problem for them, and with like most mixed 20s teams, they slow it down, and all that does is allow the defence to get nice and composed and be able to cope. So you're better off playing a really up-tempo game, having a lot of people, bodies in sort of motion, trying to keep checking the ball and trying to, commit as many defenders as you can to try and create a little bit of confusion.
So the Coast will hand over possession back to Caboolture as they look to get moving and come to just a bit of miscommunication there.
Definitely, and we saw one earlier in the first half when Gold Coast got their first try was in similar fashion. So let's see if Caboolture can really muscle up here and try and not let that be costly this time around, and they've come away with a fortuitous drop ball there from the Gold Coast, and they'll be happy about that. Danny O'Sullivan will be breathing a big sigh of relief down there in the coaching box.
Without a doubt, as they look to try and punch forward here. That's some great defence shooting out of the line there from the Coast. Kalani Tiamo.
Yeah, they've been really good on those first 3. If they've had an advantage anywhere, it's been in that midfield defence, and the Gold Coast have been really committed. But this is a great strike dump there, and unfortunately, couldn't take advantage of it there, Shannon Campbell. But their girls are playing quite well for Caboolture. That was a great strike jump from Jasmine McDonald. She's a really talented player who really works hard, and I think has a lot of potential.
So the Coast get building here as a loose hand there bats it down. 6 more touches coming their way. And they'll be starting this from the 10. They've got some strike out there too, the Gold Coast.
There's a bit of rain coming over now, Josh.
Yes. So how does that change things, if anything?
Yeah, it's field 1. I think they're pretty sweet here.
Right.
This is a pretty good field, so they'll be right. But it'll be out the back that I'll be worried about a few of the teams, particularly our the Mitter. Yeah, that's a very famous play in any form of touch, named after Mitter Graham, the great New Zealand player, and the winger hits into that space, and that was really well worked there by the Gold Coast combination. And you can obviously see that their coaching staff have worked well with them in this preparation, because when you see set plays like that, you know that a team's been well drilled and that they've prepared well. So yes, this Gold Coast team started the tournament very impressively, and they'll be one to keep our eyes on for the duration.
Yes, they have the advantage at the moment. Caboolture looking to strike back as they have an attacking set here, putting it down on the 7, and they look to work back to the centre third of the field, just trying to manipulate this GC defence at the moment.
Yeah, they were trying to look for a splitter play there, and they just got their people mixed up there. They're going to try again.
And
no.
It is the last, just out in front. It just looks just a touch clunky. They know what you can see what they're trying to develop, but they're just a step behind at the moment.
Yeah, and that's what it is. And they'll be much better for this run for sure, Joshy, and they'll work hard. But I've been so impressed. Yeah, and this is a good call from the referee. Yep. They're just going to go back and play the ball. But I've been impressed with the intensity that Gold Coast have driven the ball down the park and put themselves in some decent field position, and they get themselves a penalty as we speak.
Yes, that certainly helps for the Gold Coast, as we've had 7 minutes and change gone in this second half. As you said, that rain is starting to pick up a little bit. We had a very nice morning, and we were trying to soak it up as much as possible. We knew this was a potential change in the weather coming today, but the GC trying to hunt their way forward. They'll walk back to the 7. Caboolture standing tall at the moment.
And he's a big, tall customer, isn't he, out there in that middle position.
Ball over the top, it will hit the deck, and Caboolture do well to shut out Gold Coast on that set, as their sub-box is ready to make their way onto the park and try and affect this game. And just an error, just killing the Caboolture at the moment. It's just those small things. They begin to find a little bit of momentum, shut out the Coast, but then unfortunately they find an error. Yeah,
and it's just at the wrong time, isn't it, for him and stuff. But let's see what Gold Coast can do with this repeat. And there's the architect. He's been outstanding all day. Tiamo. He's created another one, and his partner in crime, Campbell, has been there on the spot as well to finish off another try. So I think he'll be shouting him a soft drink or two after this game. I think that's two he's given him. Yeah, it was a nice clean put down too. So the Coast well and truly in front at the moment. A very fast start for them. Caboolture in what is the round 1 game of the State Cup for the Mixed 20s division. Caboolture just finding their feet in this one. Certainly they'll learn a lot from this outing, and blowing off a lot of cobwebs, no doubt. Yeah, and they get a penalty there. So Gabbo, with a fresh set, they'll look to go on the attack here and hopefully build as this tournament continues. Here's Max Stewart, a little bit of footwork, nothing doing there. Yeah, dive at the line, Maxie, back yourself. That's what he needed to do then. So Caboolture come back to the centre third. They look like they got something teed up here. Will this be the moment for them? Oh. The ball just flies through the hands. Yeah, nice option there from Josh. He was trying to sort of pick up his winger there, and but that's a better mixed play. Yep. A Rooster early release, rip and hit the winger. That's a smart, intelligent mixed play, and it's something that they can take some heart out of and just work on that execution the next time around. So the Coast get trending back in the opposite direction. We've got less than 5 minutes remaining here. That was a physical touch. Oh, I don't know about that. Gee. Yeah, that's one of those ones where, the attacking player came on with the ball with intensity. The defender really wasn't trying to jam him or anything. He's saying I've got my I've kept my elbows tucked in. Yep. I'm in front, so that's unfortunate. But the referee sort of obscured from that angle. Yep. So all he's seeing is the guy bounce off the touch. But the referees also take these games so that they can learn, which is fantastic. So they'll have made a lot of good calls, and a lot of calls they probably think, might have gone the other way, but that's what it's all about. It's about learning and getting better. No doubt, as the Coast are over once more. Yes, they are, and they're really getting into their work now. They have a handsome lead, and it's been some great work all across the board from the Gold Coast. Yeah, and another fantastic piece of play there. Anything on the 7, on the static stuff, they have been absolutely electric. So, any team that's playing the Gold Coast, keep them off the 7 metres, or it's going to be a very long day for you. So, Caboolture taking their time, and both sides taking their time to get restarted here, as we'll kick things off from halfway. And still plenty to play for here if you're Caboolture. You want to finish off this match as positively as possible, looking forward to round 2. Yeah, 100%. And this is what it is. Like, first game of the tournament, you can only get better. Yep. And, they've earned their fair share of repeat sets, as we've just seen here. Yeah. So it's just their execution hasn't been good. I'd like to see them play really up-tempo and keep running, because that's when they're asking questions and that's when they're dangerous. So I'll head back towards the 7. A couple of touches to play with. Yep, so once he plays, he needs to break away and run it out again and make it really, really hard for the Gold Coast to be able to get a gauge on what you're doing next. Oh, that's down. And, they have their second. There they go.
So that helps things. Caboolture are over, and they bring up 2 tries to their tally.
Yeah, they'll feel pretty good about that one. Again, there's a good use of the football on a repeat set. They've done really well there. And it's one of those things that, there's a lot of positives to take out of this game for them, as you were saying, Josh. So, they can just work on their rucking and be cleaner on their first 3. Keep working hard in that midfield and, get off the 7 metres. They're going to, trouble a lot of other teams in this comp as they go on.
So, the Co's back in possession.
There's a try.
On the hunt.
Here he is.
Yeah, you called it. You called it,
yeah.
and we've seen it time and time again this afternoon.
Kalani Tiamo, take a bow, young man. He's definitely been my player of the match, Josh. He's been fantastic. I've loved his quality involvement. Seems like a very humble young man. Just does his work, but really, really good footy IQ. So, definitely one to keep our eye on for the rest of the tournament.
Without a doubt. And as we forecast for what's to come, we do have the men's premier coming up next. It's the BMTA men's up against Rockhampton. The likes of Hayden Moffat, Alex Condon, Ryan Moffat, Sean Hooper out there for BMTA. Harrison Griffin playing for Rockhampton, back from his injury. I think he missed last year, unfortunately. But yeah, there's a star-studded lineup to take place here on Field 1 in the men's comp.
Yeah, that should be an absolute cracker. The Rockhampton boys coming back to defend their title. Let's see what they can do. Will be very good. And Harry Griffin was on fire for Australia at the World Cup.
Yep.
So really looking forward to watching Harry play, and I'm sure he'll lead the boys around the field with aplomb. So yeah, that's a really interesting start to the competition already.
Yeah. So. Don't go anywhere. Scotty McAllister will be taking you through that one. The voice of touch, as we have Coast and Caboolture running their course here. The mixed 20s division.
Oh, he'll get a big head, Josh. Come on.
Caboolture back in possession. And as we've touched on time and time again, Carly, there's a lot to work on for both sides, no doubt. But to get that first run out of the way, get it out of their system, flush it out, and then bounce from here on. Because there's a long way to go. Only day 1 here at the State Cup.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of touch to be played, and this exciting division, has a lot of good young players and a lot of good young teams. It's Caboolture were lucky enough to win this title last year, and a lot of those players have now gone on to the Open division. So that's what a great breeding ground this particular competition is, for our youth players.
So the siren sounding, the Coast will kill it in the corner. Who's your player of the match there, Carly?
Oh, it's got to be my mate, number 30. Kalani Tiamo, wasn't he just an absolute superstar? Everything he touched turned to gold, but he put himself in that position by, just being good both in attack and defence, at either end of the field. But Caboolture can take a bit of heart out of that one, Josh, and we look forward to improved performances from them and seeing the Gold Coast go from strength to strength.
Yes, rightly so. So plenty more to come your way here on KO Sports or Sky Sports Next New Zealand. If you're watching from anywhere across Australia, New Zealand, we have the men's prem taking place soon. We'll take a quick ad break before heading down to the Budgie Smuggler interview, post-game interview. We'll catch you soon.
Here at the Queensland State Cup, brought to you by Budgie Smugglers. Now, I have a special guest with me. I have Muns, and she is here from My Health for Life, and they are a principal partner of the Queensland State Cup this weekend. How's your weekend going so far?
So far, so good. It's lovely out here.
Now, can you tell us what is My Health for Life?
Yeah, so My Health for Life is a Queensland funded program. So we're here for all eligible Queenslanders who are looking to make a healthy change, whether that be eating healthier, moving more. We're all about supporting you to be the expert in your own health and build a healthier habit.
And who is eligible? Who can get this service?
Yeah, so you can find out if you're eligible, if you're over the age of 18, and you can complete a free health check on our website at myhealthforlife.com.au, where we'll let you know whether you'll be able to benefit from the program, and we'll get in contact with you.
So for our viewers at home who've got a phone in their hand and they're currently Googling in myhealthforlife.com.au, what can you do for them?
Yes, so once we get you started, you'll be with your own personal health coach, who's a qualified health coach and health professional, to support you each fortnight for about 6 sessions to make a health change that's important to you. And we work at your pace, and we really want to understand why that health change is important for you so that we can ensure that you maintain it for the long term.
Absolutely. And have there been any good news stories yet?
So many. You only have to go on our website to see. And my favourite story is when someone didn't think that they could make a health change, and all of a sudden they've made, a complete lifestyle change around their nutrition, sleeping habits, exercise and more.
Amazing. Now, for people who are here on the ground, you've got a big, bright purple tent. What can people come... they can wander over to your tent. Have you got a few goodies? Have you got people that they can chat to?
Absolutely, yes. So we're in the big purple tent and we're handing out some wonderful goodie bags so that you can be sun safe and stay hydrated. And then we'll also provide you with a little QR code. So if you're interested in signing up, you're welcome to do that quick health check as well.
Amazing. Thanks so much for having a chat to us. We've got more exciting action happening on Field 1 that we're going to cross over to. I don't know if you can tell, but there's been a bit of a cool change, so we'll see if that changes the playing. Back to our commentary team.
Thanks, Jackie. We're back to live action here at the Queensland State Cup into the Men's Premier Division. BMTA taking on Rockhampton. Mark Cecil's with me in commentary. Cess, round 2, Men's Premier action. Round 1 results, BMTA went down to Redlands. So BMTA playing under the Colts banner at a Metro Cup. Redlands got the wood on them a couple of weeks ago to get into the grand final. They got them again this morning. Rockhampton had a pretty comfortable win against Townsville, 7-3. But this is 2 quality teams in this match. Looking forward to this round 2 action.
This will be a cracking match. Obviously, Redlands using their Metro Cup form well. And, looking forward to this game. It'll be a very, very tightly contested game, no doubt.
Now, sweeping rain conditions, just a little bit of annoying sort of rain at the moment, a really light shower starting to come across the grounds here at Coomera. Winds up there as well, so just making those conditions a little bit tricky, a little bit challenging for the players. Rockhampton, 4-time State Cup champs. They come back in again this year looking for a 5-piece. Pretty amazing, but this, like we make mention of all the time, this Rocky juggernaut just keeps coming on.
Few changes to this side, but, as Rocky have always shown, the next ones will step up, I'm sure.
So BMTA, first possession. Here's Moffat. We've got plenty of players to watch out for in this BMTA lineup. Hayden Moffat's definitely one of them. The Australian men's player. Bartz tries to burrow in underneath. He'll get sent back out to the 7-metre line. Australian mixed open captain Tim Bartz. In the middle here, Hayden Moffat comes back in towards Bartz. Referees look at each other. Ball has gone backwards. Perfect start there for BMTA.
Great middle play there. Tim Bartz constructing that one. Set play, no doubt, off the tap.
So couldn't start it in any better fashion there. Brisbane, like we said, coming off that loss this morning against Redlands. They'll be looking for a victory here. Last year's State Cup for them, I think they went 0-3 on the first day. Their competition was pretty much done after that point. They'll be looking to try and get a couple of victories in round 2 and round 3. It starts here in this big match against the defending champs, Rockhampton. They'll be looking to impress here with their first set of 6. Now, a bit of contact and they force a mistake. Nice start there defensively from BMTA after scoring down the other end. Now Mustangs down their sideline with Ken Adams. Kalis Brown onto the field. Here's Hooper, plays it on the 10-metre line of Rockhampton. Brown holds it up. They try to flick it back on the inside. Pretty comfortable in defence, though, in that set of 6, Rockhampton. And they'll be looking to get some changes on the field now.
BMTA will be happy with that exit set. They got to probably where they wanted to be for a strike play, and no doubt looks like Rockhampton will look to do the same. Setting up here now.
And coming into the last touch of the set, as Damon Moore picks up, pumps, threads it behind the defensive line. Not a bad set of 6 there for Rocky.
Play short. We're just waiting for one of the players to pull the long ball trigger, Scotty, to test out this wind.
And the short ball might be the option again with the wind and the rain at the moment, but A lot of these teams just don't care about playing dry footy, and whether they just play dry weather footy, and it could be torrential rain out there. They're still going to throw the footy around. As we see Bart's now link up with Moffat. He's lightning quick and gets on the outside of the Rockhampton defence. Oh, for a big man, he really gets across the ground with ease there. Scores the second try. Brisbane up by 2.
Just got on the outside of the diving effort from Curtis there. So really good play. Good run on into the line again from BMTA. Looking like they are running along smoothly at the moment. So let's see if Rockhampton can hit back.
Wind starting to pick up again. Rain continuing. Zanetti plays it. Benbow has to put the brakes on. Forces Rockhampton to come back out. And a lot of finger pointing from both ends, but it does go in favour here of the Rocky boys. Repeat set on the line. Harry Griffin, great to see him back out on the park. Of course, made it back into the Australian team for the World Cup. Coming back from a knee, Rico. Suffered at the 2023 Trans-Tasman Series in Brisbane. Here he is from half. Shows it to Benbow. Flat at the line. Tough one to pick up on the bootlaces there for Zanetti.
Puts his hand up there. No, he probably should have hit Zanetti on the chest there. They won't want to give BMTA another opportunity here with his shorter game, Scotty. Might just be a little bit of a far gap if they let them get away 3-0 up.
Yeah, shorter format with the 15-minute halves just makes it a little bit more challenging when you're chasing points and you're coming from behind, that's for sure. Flat set of 6 there for Brisbane. Hooper handing the footy over on the last touch. Griffin takes a shot from Moffat off the ball. A couple of teammates in the Aussie team. Here's Crow having to work hard to pick up metres for Rocky. It's Cox. Screams for 7 on here from Brisbane for Rockhampton. And Jordan Dart, he certainly knew that they had too many players on. He was screaming the whole way down the field. One of the experienced players here in Jordan Dart.
They got there in the end. They'll be happy with that call, BMTA, as they start on the halfway line.
Gives you a big leg up, doesn't it? Bringing it all the way back. You know, they were potentially going to have to start their set deep down their end of the footy. Second touch coming up here and there. They're on the attack straight away with Bartz, who sweeps, comes back in field. They've got numbers in space just off the fingertips. Tough one to take there. Came Franks out on the right-hand side of the field. Nice intent, though. They were in the attacking part of the field straight away, and they went for it. Touch 3, they saw the space on the right. Almost comes off for them.
Yeah, that 7 players on really gives teams the opportunity to run their tap-off plays. So BMTA did that well there and just couldn't ice it at the end.
Rocky with work to do. As Cox switches in Zanetti. Over the halfway line they go. Hasse from half. And Zanetti tuck it under the wing. And still got one more touch to come. I think both teams thought it was the last touch of the set there. Rocky happy to give the footy back.
Challenge BMTA to work it out of their own half, and hopefully Rocky will be hoping that they can get a stop and not let them get to the 7 and have an attacking end to their set.
They pick up some metres down their sideline. As Brown plays it. How Matters comes onto the football nicely out the back. Just couldn't reel it in there. Hayden Moffat. Rocky now started on their 7-metre line on their side of the field. Damon Moore plays it. Paliasse sends it off through the hands. Benbow can't get away from Matters. And a little mistake here. Around the halfway line. Forward pass is the call. So a couple of little mistakes in the Rocky game early on. Brisbane happy to burn a touch there with Davidson, who goes across the field.
Get a fresh pair of legs on as they roll into the line here.
To straighten up now. Back out to Brown. Still dances away. Plays it on the 7-metre line. Great read and defence there from Harry Griffin. Might have been a fraction too early coming up out of the line.
Still a good strike there, Scotty. The call from the box here, we can hear in front of us from Rocky, is to get into the grind here. So they're really hoping for a stop so they can work their way up and get on the scoreboard.
Brown plays it, gets good contact. No, Moffat comes straight back to him. Good recovery from Cox. was phenomenal at last year's State Cup. If I remember correctly, I think he might have got player of the final in that game. Some performance it was for him. Getting the victory over the UQ Rebels at last year's State Cup. And they forced a mistake. Nice contact there in defence from Crow. Roll and restart. Here's Cox, slap back down. It'll be 0 touch for Rocky. Bembo coming up out of the line and trying to put some pressure on, but they're recovered quite nicely here, Rockhampton. Earnshaw plays it. Barnes now just to skip across, straightens them up in the middle. Last touch, Moore takes a deflection, falls backwards into the hands. Did it go forward off the hands? It's going to come back towards Rockhampton here.
Good chance for Rocky here to get on the scoreboard, stay within touch.
Here's Liam Barnes. Receives it, comes off that left foot. All trying to slide in underneath. Cales Brown makes the touch. Now they played on the 7 metre line. Damon Moore takes another deflection. They're going to get a repeat set again. Back-to-back sets here for Rockhampton. Now Barnes back in. Moore. Kalis Brown's there to make the touch, but offside is the call.
Play through.
And Rocky get the first try on the board for them. And the margin now back down to 1. 2-1 still in favour of BMTA.
Shake of the head from Kalis Brown there, but the referee had the early call and played the Rocky play through. Took advantage.
It took them a while to get their first points on the board. Rocky really having to work for their first try. Repeat set, so helping them there. Tim Bart's officiating things out there. Just letting the referees know there was a penalty. Referees do agree, though. Give Brisbane the footy back. Now, did a good job just to get the footy away in time there. Tim Bart's, they play it. They look to go down that short side, diving in at the line. And this time, Rocky, the ones that get their hands on the footy. Braden Hegarty out there on the left-hand side of the field. Repeat set with Bart's. Glacken, it's good contact. Hooper sends early release. And it's a forward pass. So Rocky restart their set here from the tap. Working hard now with Bailey Assay, who holds on to the footy. Referees say play it. Looking for a penalty there, doesn't come their way. Benbow now, again, solid contact. They're winning the play the ball at the moment. And BMTA being nice and physical in the roll ball.
Both teams testing out the refs early with their physical contact. Within the rules to date.
To date. Someone's going to go over the line at some stage, you'd think.
I'll keep testing, Scotty, until it pushes the refs over the line, I'm sure.
Here's Moffat now. Great ball out of the hands. And you can probably see the sideline referee give it the all clear straight away. Lovely ball in the middle of the field from Hayden Moffat yet again. He's got his hands in everything at the moment, Moffat.
Maybe utilising the wind there. The wind coming across from the left to right to left, I should say, passing lane. So help probably push that one not forward and backwards into the hands of the winger.
So Brisbane up by 2 again, 3-1 on the scoreboard. Just under 4 minutes left to go here in the first half. Rocky now looked to sweep and forced to put the brakes on Sen. Very good defender on the line. He comes up to make the touch. Damon now comes off the right foot, can't connect back up. And that left-hand channel of the field. So job well done there in defence from Brisbane. Adams links up with Jordan Dart. Kalis Brown comes out of that interchange box with plenty of energy. Hooper plays it. As Brown flies out the back. Took a little deflection along the way. Rocky now with Zanetti. He'll steer the ship out there for them while he's on the park. Bailey Assay gets himself into half and tries to get through as well, but Brisbane and players caught onside. Nothing there for him. Playing in the middle here at the State Cup, Bailey Assay is a Queensland men's open winger. Looks like he's out in the left link position at the moment. Fine players are quite versatile when they come back and play at the State Cup. Need to play multiple positions, particularly if injuries start to become a bit of a factor. It's a long 3-day competition. Rocky, though, looking like they might be getting a little frustrated. Starting to pull out of touches, looking to regain possession back. Bartz plays it now. There's contact on the ball. Coming into the ruck. They have been a little bit ill-disciplined in defence here, Rockhampton.
I was about to say, just a couple of disciplinary errors from Rocky. Won't be happy with that.
And Moffat has to come back and play it. Glacken switches in Bartz. Bartz now. Moffat slices through, comes back to Tim Bartz. Well, we've seen them link up already once. They link up nicely again for another try. And the fourth for Brisbane here in this game. They're up by 3.
The middle throwback inside just wasn't on when Moffat went through. So he actually went through the line and then hit Bartz after they got through the line. So it was really well constructed play. Similar to their first try, but just had to go a couple of steps further.
It's good work from Bartz as well, just to stay alive, wasn't it? When he got showed the ball the first time, you could just naturally think, well, right, he's not going to take that option. He's going to go down, short side or down that left-hand channel. He gets himself into position to get the footy back now as we see Crow get into the in-goal area. Looking, does find support. There's a touch being claimed. The referee's just coming together. And they're going to say ball down. Well, looked pretty close.
Rocky were claiming it. I'd love to see that on a replay. I think they were pretty close to getting that one simultaneous.
It was Bailey Wren in the corner, popping up in support. Rain just starting to get a little bit heavier now. Here's Kalis Brown. Last touch. Now, nice running coming into the last touch. I think the final pass might have just been a fraction late. And signalled, could have been forward as well, out of the hands. Rocky with work to do. Clock winding down here in the first half. So they come out right-hand side with Wren. Hooter sounds. The referees will pull it up here for the first half. It's been all Brisbane in the first 15 minutes. 3-try margin over the defending champs, Rockhampton. They'll be pretty happy with that first half performance, Sess.
I think they will be. BMTA have built themselves a nice little lead. Rocky will be keen to get back into that arm wrestle they were talking about here on the sideline and really get one back early and bring them back into the game.
Yeah, we'll take a quick break here. It's all Brisbane in round 2 of the men's Premier Division. They're up in front 4-1 over Rockhampton.
Hey, how would you like your own health coach? My Health for Life is a free health coaching initiative funded by the Queensland Government. Over 18 weeks, we'll have 6 sessions together where we'll talk about making healthier choices and creating healthier habits that you can live with. Together, we'll discover your motivation, set goals, and create your action plan. We'll also cover managing setbacks, changing your mindset, and celebrating your wins. I'm here to support you and help you navigate the ups and downs of making lifestyle changes. Do our online health check to see if My Health for Life is right for you. visit myhealthforlife.com.au.
Welcome back to the Queensland State Cup. We're at half-time here in the round 2 fixture between Brisbane and Rocky. 4-1 is the score in favour of Brisbane. Coming into the second half, really good opening performance. They'll just want more of the same here in the second, won't they, Seth?
Yeah, they will, Scotty. It'll be interesting what happens with the drizzle that came just before half-time, how that'll affect the boys' play. Rocky is probably playing to BMTA's hands if I had to pick, because Rocky will be chasing some points here to bring it closer, make up that deficit early on. So we'll see if they're willing to chance a hand with a long ball.
Just a couple of little errors from them, wasn't it? Probably uncharacteristic errors from a Rockhampton team, coming out of their end of the field and around the midfield as well. So just tightening those things up, complete sets, get the territory battle back in. They're definitely going to be back in this game. We always see 3 tries is not enough in a game of footy, particularly when you got strike in the Rockhampton team that they do.
Yeah.
They'll get the first tap here for the second half. They'll have a little sneaky tap-off play. Every team's got one, don't they, these days? They'll be running towards something here to start the second half, that's for sure.
Yeah, after the coaching staff would have passed down those exact messages that you just mentioned, Scotty. Surprised you weren't had your ear to the ground there in the huddle, because it sounds like you said everything that the coaches would have passed on. The next end of that would have been the starting team getting together their tap play to know who was going to do what and make sure they were going to play their roles and hopefully get one back on BMTA here.
Yeah, I mean, Rockhampton are right in front of us, but I don't think they would have been listening to me at halftime, that's for sure. I think they've got some very experienced people in their box. They'll get this sorted here in the second half. It'll feel like it's going to be a better second half performance from them, that's for sure. Nice early release. Barnes running. I like this option here. Did they make contact there? Send points. I think he says he got him. It was pretty close.
He would have done well.
It was very close indeed.
Feige is known to be very, very quick on his feet and a very good defender. So a great diving effort there just at the end to get it.
Now Griffin, nice little short ball. Dart doesn't make it this time. So perfect start here in the second half. Like we said, they would have been keen to be the first team to score. They ticked that little box, marching back down to 2.
The set play, Scotty, that's the one they wanted.
We're going to take a look at the replay here. It's a lovely little short ball. Nice angle as well, coming from outside in there from Liam Barnes. Get away from that defender.
Good honesty from Jordan Dart there. Just the start that Rocky would have wanted. BMTA will be wanting to hit back here straight away to extend that lead again.
Rain has slightened up momentarily here, so making conditions a little bit easier for the players as Moffat slices through again. Well, they can't handle him at the moment, and Alex Kellum is there in support. And just as Rocky score, kickstart the second half, BMTA hit him straight back.
Just got his defender to turn his shoulders there, and the other middle wasn't quite as connected, allowing Hayden Moffat to slice through and then find his link player.
Back in front by 3, Brisbane 5-2. Crow plays it. Damon Moore holds it up, rips it out to Hegarty, who'll finish it off all day long, but they'll come back for the forward pass.
Sideline ref right in line there. Perfect spot to see that one and make the call.
Now Brisbane going direct. On the first 2 touches. They kick out now. There's Brown. And punches out of the box again. Now Matters links up with Sen. Dart picks up, takes it right to the defensive line, just gets the pass away. They'll finish it on their side of the field. They're going to come back for the penalty. So they'll tap on the 10-metre line here, Rockhampton. Pretty good place to start your set of 6.
First one just shy of halfway here, giving them a good opportunity to roll into the line, get a set attacking play going.
Here's Patrick Crowe. Griffin from half. Benbow links up with Harry again. He brings it back out to Crowe. Benbow looking on the sweep. Oh, they've cut them through again. And Harry Griffin starting to inject himself into the game. He links up with Zane Cox. They score their 3rd.
Great use of Jaden Benbow around on the sweeper there, allowing the pick up and then hitting a great link hole. Good strike back from Rocky.
Showing that they're still in this game. Down by 2 at the moment. And Brisbane in front. 5 tries to 3. Here's Moffat. They've got to find a way of stopping this man. They can't do it again. He's into the in-goal area. And finds support in Adams, but I think he's lost it over the line. Yes. And they're going to get marched upfield. Might not have been too happy with the call there, Ken Adams. He does look a little bit frustrated. And gets a forced substitution as well. Wow. That'll be a big moment in the game. The referees are right in front of it to make the call. Now Rocky can smell a little bit of blood in the water. Could this be the turning point in the game? He gets them back in. Moore feeds it to Barnes. Has a look up. Oh, it's been picked off from Moffat. Who else? There's no one in front of him. Oh, they're going to bring it back. He was off to the races there, Hayden Moffat.
He's certainly in the game, Scotty, both at attacking the line and even on the defensive end. Getting in the passing lane there and hoping he could pin the ears, but pulled back by the refs.
Nothing worse, is there? Not that that ever happened to me all that often, taking an intercept and thinking you're going the distance to hear that whistle go in the background.
I'm looking left and right for sporting players,
yeah,
Scotty.
Absolutely. You do the work. You do the running. So, big opportunity this set of 6 here for Rocky. They play good contact, slows them down. This is Syrup with the ball. Now Moore goes link option. Jeez, it's coming up. Trumps for them here in the second half. They go back to the well again. And they get another try. Back to back. And all of a sudden, margin is now down to 1.
It's working for them. Liam Barnes there hitting the link hole again for Rocky. As he said, Scotty, if it's working for him, go back to it again and again.
So 5-4. The second half performance here from Rockhampton. Could that be the turning point? That Ken Adams no try down the other end of the field. Brisbane turn the footy back over here to Rocky.
Ball down there. They're certainly back into the arm wrestle, which is the call they would have wanted. They were talking about it late into that first half, and I'm sure at halftime they would have been as well, and they certainly are back into the arm wrestle here, working their way back into their BMTA's defensive end. Hoping to get a good strike dump here late in their set.
Oh, it looked like, Crowe definitely got the ball down before there was contact made. Correctly called from our on-field referee. Here's Caleb Matters from the tap restart.
Normally not good for the players, and we can see it from here, Scotty.
Yeah, that's right. Clear as day. Referees aren't going to miss that. Here's Adams. Gets solid contact. Moffat, loose ball back into Hooper. He just gets it away. Play on's the call. Here's Moffat coming into the last. Hooper threads it. They've got numbers and almost skipping away there, Kellum.
They'll be happy with that stop, Rocky. Good energy there to stop BMTA getting to their line.
Now a little bit flat.
Solid contact. Picked up by the refs. Just a little bit too much there from Hayden Moffat.
So repeat set. Second touch here for Earnshaw. Gets them on the 10-metre line. Earnshaw takes them forward again. Working with Liam Barnes in the middle. Damon Moore now from half. Another penalty. Moving forward off their line. The Brisbane team.
Tipping link ball to Dave Zanetti here.
And it's been that left to right option that's been working for them as well. Barnes this time holds it. Adams comes up out of that left link position to make the touch. Here's Barnes. Earnshaw comes across into half. Moore holds him up, pumps. Ooh, they must have just made contact as Damon threw it. And the short ball option this time around. Now Brisbane trying to get themselves out of trouble. Adams down the sideline. As Dart links up nicely. Good footwork, gets him on the front foot, coming in towards the back end of the set. Glacken plays it. Bartz picks up with the right hand. Bit of space that had to come out of the hands forward. Referees will agree. Had some space to work with down the right-hand side of the field. This is the final pass there from Bartz. Going forward out of the hands.
Just in a period of a really tight arm wrestle here. Both teams fighting for that BMTA to get ahead by one. And Rocky trying to level the scores up here.
Now Assay just didn't get a clean passage coming into half. And stifled the back end of the set for Rocky. And down by one. It's been a bit of back and forth between both two teams over the last few sets. No one really able to grab a stranglehold in this one. Glacken loops it. Wow, contact there as Jordan Dart grabs a shoulder straight away. They're just going to hold things up. You could hear the contact from here. We're about, 30, 40 metres away from that. A couple of big boys coming together there. Jordan Dart grabbing at the shoulder at the moment. We'll keep an eye on him. He's head off to the interchange area. Looks like he might be in a bit of pain at the moment. Big set here for Rockhampton. Looking to level up the scores. Benbow comes out to Assay, goes short, and almost looked like they almost lost possession there, which the referees agree with.
Frank striking that link there, looking for that link ball, and he was all over it. Well defended.
Cox claiming the no touch. Referees need to see those ones clearly and get them the next time around. The old Rocky boys pulling out every trick in the book there. They didn't get it the first time. They got it on the second one.
It's a big set for the game.
Touches to work with here in attacking position. Do they go early? Griffin punches through the middle, takes him on himself. They're going to say touch. He'll get a penalty. Call from the sideline, not moving forward off the line. Patrick Crowe makes his way onto the field. Here's Griffin. Has a look at the defensive line. Steps in, early release. Barnes, right foot. They're going to come back.
Both teams just unable to break the stranglehold in this game at the moment. A few unforced errors. A few forced errors.
Seen a little bit of everything over the last few sets. Jordan Dart back out on the field, which is good to see. Now get himself into half now as Bartz plays it.
Test that shoulder out.
Ooh, takes a little deflection there off Cox. Last play of the set. Felt like he needed to make a play out of it.
We've had some disturbing information that people have been smuggling budgies into the complex.
Now Brisbane, Glacken, Bartz on the sweep. Goes across. Brown feeds it out early and into the corner they go. Well, they needed that, Brisbane, just to get back in charge of this game. Verenkamp finishes it off. It's a nice play started by Tim Bartz in the middle of the field. Nice finish as well from Verenkamp in the corner.
Great finish. There's the breathing space of BMJ we're chasing. Rocky will be keen to nail one back here and have a real late charge of this game.
Brisbane in front by 2. Now Moore has a look up, switches in. Assay can't pick it up cleanly. But there was blue and red jerseys in front to make the touch if he did grab it.
The switch just a little bit too hot there for him and slipped through the hands. Maybe a bit of juice still on the ball.
Now loose pass here from Brisbane. A rare mistake. They've been pretty good on the first couple of touches getting out of their end of the field. Seen them turn the footy around on too many occasions here in this game. Nobody at home here for Rocky. They're still making changes. Harry Griffin and Liam Barnes making their way onto the field. Benbow holds it up as they get their players into position now. Benbow goes away from the sweep, and Griffin is filthy. He wanted the ball. They've still got touches to come.
Felt he had his player beat there, and he probably did.
Here he is. Comes back to Benbow. All's forgotten. Now they go that link ball. Great hands to hold on to it there from Zanetti, who plays it quickly. They fire it out to Hegarty, who can't bring it in. Might be Malkenny on the right-hand side. Apologies. Mel.
Just couldn't hit that link ball cleanly like they have the previous tries. Be disappointed with that one, Rocky. Tough ball, though, in saying that, Scotty. Not saying it's an easy one to rip.
Flowing in nicely. Callum coming into the last. Switching in there. Benbow, as casual as you like, comes up and makes the touch. Now, nice start, Hegarty. He is lightning quick. Down the sideline he goes. Hooper's not going to have the wheels to get near him. Braden Hegarty, give him half an inch. He'll take it every single time. Lightning quick. Queensland men's open winger. They needed that. They're still in this match. Down by one.
If that's a player you don't want to see in space, if you're a BMTA guy, that's the one. Braden Hegarty. Avoiding the touch down the sideline and showing a clean set of wheels to bring Rocky right back into it.
Important defensive set here for Rocky. This might be where Brisbane can close it out.
Hayden Moffat with the hot hand. Well, previously it's cooled off a little bit, but they'll be looking to him here to construct something and put this game away.
He holds them back. Sends it out. All compressed in the middle at the moment. Yeah, there was just nothing doing on the back end of it. A bit of confusion on that play from Brisbane. A bit of fatigue might be starting to set in. And Rocky, they've got their tails up now. Got the momentum behind them. They're still down on the scoreboard, though. Hasse has to hold it and bring it back to the mark. Down the sideline they go. Liam Barnes comes back into Harry Griffin. Goes a big swan dive to score and level us up at 6 tries apiece. Wow, we've seen him come down the sideline twice. This was better than the first one. Sneaky play. Barnes comes in. Hooter sounds in the background. Griffin with the finish. Wow. Brisbane, they'll be disappointed with that, won't they, Seth? They were in control for pretty much, you'd feel like 80% of that game. Rocky scoring 2 late tries to get away with the draw. And at a tournament like this, 3 days, every result matters. Hopefully that doesn't rue. That's the one that rues them for Brisbane.
Rocky clearly had a plan, got in at half time and came out and executed and came away with the draw.
Yeah, good result in the end for Rocky, where it looked like it was going to get away from them. For Brisbane, after going down by 1 to Redlands in round 1, draw in round 2, they're going to have to get their competition kick-started with a win next round, you'd think. We're going to get into the men's 20s next. Gold Coast taking on Kawana. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to head down the sideline as well with Jackie for the Budgie Smuggler post-match interview. Stay with us, more to come here from the Queensland State Cup.
Hello and welcome back for another Queensland State Cup post-game interview brought to you by Budgie Smugglers. Now, what a great game was that. I've got Slade with me. You guys, you fought hard in the end. Can you talk us through that?
Yeah, it came right down to the wire. I think the first half we weren't completing very well, but in the second half we just found a second gear and, at the end, I don't know, it just came down to a few of our plays that we don't practice much, but you practice enough to get them when that time's right, and got through and scored both right at the end to tie the game.
I mean, talk about second gear. Can you talk us through that thrilling try right on the line that we saw?
I don't even know. I was in shock. I thought he might have got a touch down there at the end, but no, we were lucky that he was really honest. Congrats to him for being honest, and then got the pass back inside, and just went up.
Well, it paid off in the end. Now, your team has been quite strong here at the Queensland State Cup for the last couple of years, but I understand that the team's looking a little bit different this year. How did you guys prepare coming into this weekend?
Yeah, so we've got 5 debutants this year, myself included as one of them. That was a real focus, was making sure that the ones that have been here teaching the boys real well. And we even had a jersey presentation this morning with the boys that look up to each other. They were giving each other the jerseys. And it's all just about the culture and making sure that we continue on the success that we've had.
Absolutely. So what have you been learning from some of the older players in the team then?
Just to, especially to keep my head, because sometimes I've got a bit lost, and not focus on the 1 or 2 mistakes I make, but just get back out there, because it's a long game. You can come back at any time, as we just saw on that field.
Absolutely. Now, does that score put a bit of wind in your team's sails? Are you feeling confident going into the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, I think so. I think that win was... that draw was needed. I think a loss would have got us down, but coming back at the end really shows that we can fight with any team here.
Absolutely. Well, it must feel as good as a win, so we'll let you have that one. Thanks so much for chatting to us, Slade. We've got some more exciting games coming up on the main field. We have Gold Coast versus Kawana, so I'm going to leave you in the trusty hands of our commentators.
Welcome back to live action here at the Queensland State Cup. We're into men's 20s action. The first round of the men's 20s as well. We got the Gold Coast taking on Kawana. 2 pools in total in the men's 20s competition this year. We got the 5 teams in Pool A. These 2 teams are in Pool B. Townsville and BMTA are the other 2 teams. Got Japan playing in the men's 20s as well in Pool A. I'm looking forward to seeing Japan as well. Scotty and Sess here with you for this game. Kawana, one of the great strips in touch football, Kawana. I love the blue and the purple. And Gold Coast in that traditional yellow and blue.
It's a big exciting game, Scotty, to see what the 20s have to throw at us. And these guys obviously pushing for their open spots and making their way in the 20s division.
Yeah, I love watching 20s footy for stuff like that. There's just absolutely no fear. They don't care. They'll throw the footy around. They like to be a little bit physical as well, but seeing tries like that, and that's what makes 20s footy pretty entertaining to watch.
Might have been watching the previous game because Rocky threw a few of those balls to the link, hitting the link. Good start there from Kawana. Important in these games too, Scotty, to start early with the shorter halves. So Gold Coast will be looking to hit back straight away.
Let's see how they go on their first possession of the footy. They link up now on Patrick Lamb in the number 5 here for the Coast on the sweep. Nice footwork, getting down nice and early, just making the touch in time. Well, the ball actually just kind of dug into the grass a little bit, which is surprising given we've just had a bit of a shower not too long ago before this game. Weather holding out at the moment. Kawana hold out in defence as well. And I'm sure there's plenty of people that might be thinking, geez, that voice sounds very familiar with Scotty in the commentary box. Of course, Sess from the Touch and Rice podcast, going gangbusters in the touch football podcast world. It's been great to see some more content out there in the podcast game, mate, and the first few episodes have been pretty good.
Thanks, Scotty. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun as Kawana just interrupt us there for a moment to score their second try in that link hole. Great little sinker ball over, and the link made his way through to score in the corner.
Yeah, looked like Harry Mason would finish as well with the big dives. Seeing quite a few of the players putting on some big tries, big diving efforts as well.
got a special guest just talking about the podcast, Scotty, for next week, so tune into that one.
Anybody,
yours truly.
Anybody decent?
Yours truly. You'll recognise the voice if you're listening, if you're tuning in now.
Yeah, no, we caught up a couple of weeks ago. It was good to talk all things footy and everything else in between. Bit of fun as well. So
yeah, and that's the theme of the podcast, Scotty. A bit of fun, a bit of touch footy chat, and a bit of controversy too, with yourself joining us.
There was a few controversial statements made. That might just be the little hook and tease we might get to get a few downloads coming up next. So check it out, Touch and Rice, on all the socials as well. And if you haven't given them a listen, there's been some great guests already come onto the podcast as well. So yeah, make sure you give it a listen. Touch and Rice podcast. We've got the host with me here in the commentary box this afternoon. Gold Coast now, after Kiwana coming up with the mistake, to get themselves back into the game. Coast now sweeping around nicely. They have to come back. Now played on the 7-metre line. Jack Heppy-Simon is the man who plays the footy, and Tyler Erickson gets caught in possession. So recovered in the end there, Kiwana. And good to see Kiwana out here at the State Cup as we see a little mistake. Looks like Gold Coast are going to get possession back.
Is that physicality you were talking about, Scott? It's gone the other way?
Yeah, it's actually going to Kiwana. Looked like the Coast were going to get the penalty at one stage. There's a couple of big boys out there. And they're running 100 miles an hour. There's going to be some decent contact from time to time. And to the left-hand side they come. Jonah Verrills plays it now. They come back to Verrills. And back in field on the 7-metre line. Verrills rips early. Oh, wow, got over the top. And they recover in the end. Looked like it was a ball that was intended to hit the link, but all of a sudden just had a little bit extra mustard behind it. The winger almost got on the outside to get points as the Coast now turn the footy away, coming off their 7-metre line.
Defensive winger for Gold Coast actually did really well there. It looked like it could have gone to either the link or the winger. It looked like it dropped right in between them.
A good opportunity for more points here. Fingertips there of McManus. Good job to hold on to the footy. Get himself into half now. Now off the grain, looking to slice her in between. It's Jesse Byrne.
Good footwork, another feature of the men's 20s comp, Scotty, that will sure be on show here today.
Here's Verrills again, out the back. As McManus holds on to it. Now taken. And a good recovery to make the touch. 0 touch here for the Coast. Looking to get themselves out of trouble. Erickson, though, has to come back to the mark. And working hard for their metres in this set of 6.
Just a bit clunky coming off their line, Gold Coast. They'll be disappointed with that. I'm sure the coach will be talking to them about cleaning that up at half-time.
Now better running coming into the last. It's taken a deflection, comes back into the hands there of Needham Brown. Kiwana will restart their set.
For the back of the head there of Jonah Verrills. Would have been very disappointed if it was called played at.
And Kiwana. They're looking a little clunky to start their set here. Not too many metres on touch 3. Samuelson gets him going forward. Last touch, forcing Kiwana to go across field. A step or two short there, the Coast. Last touch. Ooh.
It's coach killer.
Because they were in control of that set defensively, weren't they? Kiwana had not too much going on. Last touch. Now they've got to defend their line. Oh, they're going to get the footy back here, the Coast. They will.
A little bit messy from both sides after the hot start from Kiwana. Gold Coast will be looking to get a clean set of 6 here. Work their way down to Kiwana's defensive line and have an attacking touch right at the end there. Here they come.
Nice clean pick up, shooting up out of the line. Refs say they're onside. And putting some pressure on in defence, both teams here in this game. It was nice work from Jared Jackson. He plays the ball for Kiwana.
Shot up very quickly there. Might have just been behind the ref.
Here's Jackson coming into the last touch now. Looking for some footwork. Nice touch made on Samuelson in the end. Pretty comfortable from the coast. They get the footy back. They need to be cleaner. Kawana again being physical. Now the Gold Coast having to throw the footy around with Robinson. Try and get out of trouble. They play it. Last touch of the set. Nice clean pick up from half. And Samuelson makes the touch.
Still feeling each other out here, even though Kawana are up by a couple. But just both teams still working their way into this competition, in this clash.
Oh, short ball taken from Keelan Needham-Brown. No, they'll come back. Oh, we saw that in the game before as well. Intercept taken. One step or two short.
Very wisely, as most players that take the intercept get off the sub box and get some fresh pair of legs on for the defensive set.
Yeah, definitely. Here's Verrills. Eriksson makes the touch. It seems like Kawana have had the better of the field possession here in the first half. They play it. Ooh, on the sweep. Couldn't pick it up cleanly. Pull a set. Mid tall frame, the number 35. Here he comes. They get away from him though. Nice work.
Did well to get away from his tall frame, that diving frame as well. Would have been looking to get low at the line, I'm sure, if he got his hands on that ball on the sweep.
Here's Lamb, who switches in. Hussey plays it. Nice footwork. Got away from one, got away from two.
Nice through, untouched, finding his winger.
Yeah, they're going to give it. That's nice work from Jesse Byrne. And he was aware that they were still retrieving back as well. Ran towards the offside players. Yeah, no contact made.
One of the easy ones Logan Kennedy will probably put down this weekend, I'd tip.
So Kawana up by 3. A strong start it's been. Yeah, I was about to mention before, the Kawana local competition really starting to come up in leaps and bounds. A lot of people doing some really good stuff there at local clubland. And there's some... Oh, did he hold on to it? Just. Gold Coast score there first. They needed that. If I could tell you with a try there for the Coast.
Not too dissimilar to the last game, Scotty. If you feel like Kawana were coasting there, like BMTA were, and Gold Coast have brought themselves back into it with that try, like Rocky did. So we could be in for a really tight battle as well.
You know, they got enough strike in their team to come up with points. Can Kawana continue to make a game of this? Here's Noble. Mason from half. Feeds it back to Noble. Dives in at the line himself. Little one-on-one.
Just questioning if the middle was onside there. Referee says yes.
And it's the last touch of the set.
Oh, Noble's through here.
And loops it over the top. No, I think he's dropped it. No, on-field's going to say try. Well, just fell into his lap in the end. Again, last touch, Noble from half, nothing doing.
Just some really good footwork to beat his middle there, one-on-one. Players staying out on their man, allowing him to cut through, and the winger must have just held on to that.
He was looking a bit shaky there for a second.
The rest are closer than us.
So back up by 3. 4-1. It's been a great first half performance. Here from Kawana, they're in trouble there. It was touch coming in. I'm going to say touch first before the ball was lost.
It's a good strike by Logan Kennedy there, just blindsiding the link.
Now they give it back to Ericsson. Oh,
Good
beautiful ball. Lovely little set piece play there from the coast. Watts goes over for their second try. Keeps him well and truly in the game, but that was a lovely little setup there from the coast.
Yeah, great set piece from the coast. They would have been that's the set play they would have been working on leading up to this tournament, no doubt. And it's worked a treat for them there to bring them back into this game. They'll be keen to shut Kiwana out here to keep them right in it.
It's an important set for both teams coming towards the back end of the first half. Yeah, 2-try margin going into the halftime break definitely feels a bit more comfortable than 3. His Verrills sends a lovely ball and a great line run as well. All clear from our 3 referees. Great hit back after having a try scored on them down the other end. Jeez, that's a good ball.
Good finish from the winger too. He still had to catch it. A little bit of work to do to beat his winger on the outside. Great setup again from Kiwana. Ripping left to right ball.
Ooh. Just getting in the play the ball there, giving the penalty away. I like the intent though, being physical in the play the ball. And the Gold Coast looking to sweep. Heavy Simon gets it, comes off that left foot. They've opened them up again. Short phase play and a penalty.
Looked like he had him beat on the outside there, just decided to come back in.
Repeat set here for the Coast.
Tack
Nice play.
Ball down.
Starting to open up now. It's becoming a bit of a shootout between these two teams. Gold Coast definitely finding their groove a little bit more. They get their 3rd try of the game. As you can see, the inside ball to finish it off. They've got to work on trying to stop this Kiwana attack, though. Defence is going to be important for them. They can't go try for try with Kiwana.
Now, Kiwana have shown if they can get down to the try line, they'll put tries on pretty comfortably. So Gold Coast will have to work hard here.
They're looking to hit straight back. Kiwana, nothing there for them. As Byrne receives it back from Reed. And they come back out this left-hand side of the field. Nice take, great recovery in defence. On the last one there, Van Teki. Nice touch in the corner. They see some space down the right-hand side of the field.
Look for a bit of sneak down the sideline, but a few players coming on just in his way there for the winger.
So the Hooters Sounds, quality first half from both these two teams. 8 tries in total in the first 15 minutes. It is Kiwana going into the break up by 2, 5-3. A little bit of everything there in the first half here in the 20s. Probably as expected.
As expected, entertainment deluxe, and I'm sure we'll see more in the second half.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back with the second half action. It's the Kiwana team leading going into the halftime break. They're in front, 5-3 over the Gold Coast.
Hey, how would you like your own health coach? My Health for Life is a free health coaching initiative funded by the Queensland Government. Over 18 weeks, we'll have 6 sessions together where we'll talk about making healthier choices and creating healthier habits that you can live with. Together, we'll discover your motivation, set goals, and create your action plan. We'll also cover managing setbacks, changing your mindset, and celebrating your wins. I'm here to support you and help you navigate the ups and downs of making lifestyle changes. Do our online health check to see if My Health for Life is right for you. Visit myhealthforlife.com.au.
Welcome back to live action here at the Queensland State Cup with the halftime break of the men's 20s match. Opening round of the competition for these teams. Kuana in front, 5-3. Quite the impressive start to the game it was for them. Gold Coast are always usually thereabouts in the men's 20s, but this is a really handy Kuana team. And they rightfully lead going into the halftime break, Sess.
Yeah, they came out of the blocks hot, Scotty, and put a few tries on very, very early for the Gold Coast. And to their credit, came back into it and have made this a competitive match. And as we said just before halftime, entertainment all around. And I'm sure we're in for much more of the same as the boys start to work their way into it, throw the ball around a little bit more.
Yeah, we're going to see some women's premier action coming up at the conclusion of this game. First round as well, and quite a game to start with. The UQ Rebels taking on BMTA. Now, BMTA in a different jersey this weekend. They were in the Storm jersey last weekend. These two teams played against each other in the Metro Cup final. Rebels again getting the job done. Their fourth Metro Cup title in a row. They're the defending champs here at the State Cup as well. Storm will be looking for a little bit of redemption coming up next.
Fair to say they know each other's games inside and out and who's gonna do what. So that'll be another entertaining game straight after this one. So stick around for that, and if you're not, head over to the men's 30s. I hear that's going to be an entertaining game.
Oh,
Scotty.
The crowds are starting to move their way. What field is that, 16, 17?
Somewhere out of the back, somewhere where I can hide, hopefully.
Yeah. No, we need to get some more seniors on the coverage. The fans, they want to see it at home.
The fan, did you say?
I love watching men's 30s. You know, only quite a few players still just a step out of men's open or play some, opens level stuff during the week, and still got it up top, but he stuck it to that point where the body and the legs just don't quite get you there as what they used to back in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. There's probably a couple of steps for me. But, yeah, certainly a couple of boys in our team, and I'm sure the players that we'll be coming up against are probably only that 1 or 2 steps behind that top level now. So it is entertaining. It's a good challenge. But here we are with the young legs, the guys that are pushing their way to the Prems.
No excuses from these young bucks.
Absolutely. And only 15-minute half, so let's see what they can provide us in this 15. Short and sharp, suiting the 20s to a T.
Yeah, perfect. And this suiting the Gold Coast here is in terms of the start. They see some space down the left. Nice, smart head there to hold on to the footy. Now continue to work through. Left-hand side of the field at the moment, the Gold Coast. Now stepping out. Oh, almost got there. They held off him. In the end, Kuana do manage to hold out in defence. Start the set. Great start here. No touch made on the first effort.
He's pushed that pass. Probably didn't need to. They'd be happy with that defensive set, but not that set coming out, unfortunately, giving Gold Coast another crack early to work their way back into it.
Yeah, definitely showing their intent from the tap off here. The Gold Coast. Oof. Which way is this going to go?
We got away with that one, I think.
Yeah, it almost looked like they overran it, which almost gave away potentially an over the mark. Watson now taking it right through into the line. Penalty here to Kuana. I'll come back to the mark. Tap and restart. Yeah, look a little bit flat here, Kuana. First 2 touches, a bit lethargic. Again, struggling on the third touch to get any sort of punch going forward.
Looking to the refs there to get a call, but they're not going to help him on this occasion. Kuana's going to have to do it themselves.
And coming into the last, players down on the deck.
Pretty comfortable there for the Gold Coast. They'll be happy with that. Kuana, not so much.
I'm probably fortunate to finish as far downfield as what they did in the end, but now they force a mistake. Big play on the first touch.
Kuana will be liking this. Starting deep in the Gold Coast territory.
Here's Noble working with Byrne in the middle. They come to the sweeper now in Jackson. Touch made, forces him to come back to the 7-metre line. Here's Jackson again. Oh, anchoring over the top. The referees like it. Kuana, they're the first team to score here in the second half.
Great little sinker ball there. They had middle pickup and the 4-on-3 and just looked long and then just threw that sinker ball just over the top and found his other middle.
So back in front by 3. Kawana had a lead of 3 tries in the first half as well. Gold Coast came back at them. Oh, and they had a big chance to do it there as well. Devan Takai down the left-hand side of the field. Last pass just had a bit extra sauce on it.
We've certainly got the ability, Gold Coast, just the last couple of passes not going to hand. They'll be keen to get a turnover here. Getting up and making some strong touches.
Coming down the Gold Coast side of the field as well to start their set. 6 players remaining on the field.
They're fit, Scotty, these 20-year-olds. They can stay on for a full set.
Yeah, absolutely. Wonder what that's like.
I can't remember.
Now the Coast, though, on the flip side, they start their set on their sideline of the field as well. So they get some changes on pretty comfortably. Now they see a little bit of space. Effie Simon has to come back to play it. Coming in towards the back end of the set now. Coast.
A little tap on there.
Yeah,
and again, just not going to hand, Scotty. They've created chances, the Gold Coast, but just can't get that final pass to stick. And as we discussed before, the humidity has certainly found its way to us here on ground, and the players will be happy with that little short breather, I'm sure.
Yeah, still 28 degrees, overcast conditions. Like I said, yeah, plenty humid at the moment. The breeze looks like it's just dropped off a little bit. Tricky conditions, slippery as well. A little bit of rain earlier on this afternoon. Now Kawana, it's happened here. It's going to be a penalty. Still getting back on side there, Kawana.
Played that one well, Gold Coast. He was there, so threw it into him and drew the penalty. Great starting position for their attacking set.
Here's McNamara. The fluoro pink socks on this afternoon.
A couple of fluoro colours out there. The fluoro blue
yeah.
with young Jorgen McNamara.
Now Eriksson throws a lovely ball.
That player goes over, but he's
just
touched.
It's the last touch of the set as well. Here's Eriksson now. They've created numbers. Beautiful hands there from the Gold Coast. Good finish on the last touch of the set. We've seen both teams score on a 5th touch play. And just good awareness there just to throw the footy around. Might as well chance your hand.
Absolutely. The boys in fluoro had their hands all over that one, Scotty, to set up a nice try to Gold Coast to bring them just back into it. If they can get a stop here from Kawana, they'll be pushing to work their way back into it with another quick try.
Yeah, so 6-4. They've been chasing all game, Kawana. Chasing all game, Gold Coast, I should be saying. Kawana, they've been out in front from the opening tap-off, and they come straight back. Referees haven't signalled it yet. They're going to give it the all-clear now. So they continue to put pressure on Gold Coast. As soon as Gold Coast score, they just go down the other end from the tap restart and put another one on them.
Just evaded the diving touch there from the link, and then the winger was in two minds whether to hit or stay out, and in the end found himself wanting. Kawana just tip ahead again, like they have most of this game, unfortunately for the Gold Coast. They'll be looking to try and strike back here. Have a late surge if they can put on a couple of quick ones.
And they played on the 7-metre line. Sweepers around the back. Back in field they come. And they're going to get a penalty.
Let's see what Gold Coast can put on here. Good opportunity for a static set. Looks like they're setting up for a sweeper. There he is at the line.
That's it. Keelan Eden-Brown scores. 5th try. It was lovely work from the sweep, wasn't it? Nice and tight.
Yeah, not giving the other covering middle a chance there. Got around early and nice and low.
And still plenty of time on the clock. Around 7 minutes to go in this one. They've got to come up with some defensive stops, though, the Coast, don't they? They can't go try for try.
Yeah, they've certainly allowed Kawana to get easy ones back, I feel. So if they can get a good defensive stop here, just will give them a sniff towards the end of this game. In the last half of this half.
Beryl's on the sweep, gets it, has a little snatch at it. Almost slicing in between the defence there, Harry Mason. Scored a try in the first half. Loose ball there, so job done for the Coast. They didn't leak points that time around. Can they get down the other end and put more on the board? Now they're under a bit of pressure. Touch made there on Happy Simon. Kawana looking to respond on this next play. Getting on the outside. Almost had a chance to hold on to it and get through that defence. Coming into the last touch now. Nice clean pick up from the half. Play on's the call. They'll get a penalty here, the Coast.
That's what they wanted. Good result to the end of the set if you're a Gold Coast player or supporter. Great opportunity to get right within striking distance.
And the Coast looking to get Kawana to come out inside to Watson.
It's well read. Very well read there.
Harry Mason, the defensive read in the middle of the field. Now looking to sweep. Happy Simon receives it. Trying to burrow in underneath. There's players offside here for Kawana. And referees point to the spot. Gold Coast score another one. And they're well and truly into this game now, down by 1.
Can't remember what the score was, Scotty, but this is certainly very much scripted like the last game we just called for the Opens.
Yeah, 100% right, where we just had one team pretty much feel like they're in control for the majority of the game, and all of a sudden the opposition just keep chipping away, little things like this, and they still got the advantage on the scoreboard, but when you can feel a team coming and momentum and pressure, all of a sudden mistakes can start to creep in. They're getting a little bit frustrated here. There's a little bit more niggle in touches as well from Kawana. Cool heads need to prevail. They've got the talent in their lineup to close this game out. They're going to have to try and stop this. Great play the ball there from Lamb off the fingertips. Xavier Arce couldn't hold on to the footy there. They need to complete a set of 6. Good start for them. They get a little clip around the head. Knock the hat off.
A little bit of ill discipline there from the Gold Coast number 9. Techie.
They just need to continue doing what they're doing. They don't want to give away penalties as well, silly penalties like that. And that's going to give an opportunity for Kawana to regain a little bit of control in the game. And they definitely don't want to leak any more points. Under 4 to go. Now Kawana just outside the 7. Take on. Nice touch and defence there from Xavier Arce. Maybe penalty here to the Coast as well.
Good opportunity for the Coast to really run hard and get themselves in a good position to have a good strike at the end of this set. Kawana pushing up hard to get a stop.
Now loose ball. Good job to hold on to that from Robinson. Get himself into half and link up with Watson.
Here come the troops.
Rolling downfield nicely. I can see he plays it. Now they get away from 1. They get away from 2. Great ball work from the Coast. They score another one. And we are locked up at 7 tries apiece.
Still time for both sides. Just under 3 minutes. Probably still another couple of tries in this.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if we saw some more points. All the momentum with the Gold Coast at the moment. It's been quite the hit back for them. As we mentioned, they've been down by as big a margin as 3 in the game.
Kawana just seemed not to be sticking to their process and what worked for them early on. Look to go back to it here with the sweeper play. Gold Coast look to be there comfortably, and the refs agree. One more touch to produce something, otherwise Gold Coast will fancy themselves working their way off the try line and putting something on.
Now coming into the last. Players just holding off. There wasn't really anybody there in support. Coming into the last touch. Now the Gold Coast.
Got away with that one. Kwan will be keen not to give a repeated set away here. Make Gold Coast strike from as far out as possible.
Get solid contact. Just took one of the players out. Coming into the last touch. Still dancing around. They don't want to hold off too much here, Kawana. And they do make the touch as the pass is thrown. Good job in defence for Kawana. Now can they get down the other end? Not much time left on the clock.
Boys starting to feel the humidity, Scotty. I think it's just gone down a notch.
Definitely a bit of sting out of this Kawana team, that's for sure.
Got to go as a call from the sideline, Kawana coaches.
Looking for a penalty and they don't get it. They're frustrated with the call there. Gold Coast, last chance of the game for them. Can they snatch it?
Urging their players to run. The sidelines screaming their boys to keep running.
Here's Eriksson, plays it. It's a diving touch from Samuelson. They need to play the ball here. And coming into the last. It's going to be a penalty.
Yeah, it's a big call. It was in the ruck though. Good call from the referees there.
Clock's winding down. They got to go early. Here the Gold Coast. Short ball and a big touch made. Huge touch. Hamish coming in to make the touch. Hooter sounds. They got to throw it. They switch. Players down on the deck. Ball out in front. They slap it away. Kawana. And we're going to be locked up at 7 tries apiece at the end of this one. Good fight back from the Gold Coast. Like we said, after being down by 3, you just feel like, even though all the momentum was with the Coast, Kawana deserved to go away from a draw. Really good performance from them in the first half, but Gold Coast almost got him in the end.
Yeah, I think they'll be disappointed with that one, Kawana. They had all the running. They looked like they were in full control of that game. And again, Gold Coast, to their credit, came back at them and didn't let it slip away and have come away with the draw. I think they'll be happy with that.
Yeah, Women's Premier action coming up next. Round 1 action as well. It's a Metro Cup Grand Final replay. Brisbane Metro taking on UQ. We'll take a quick break here. We're going to be heading down to the Budgie Smuggler tent as well for our post-match interview. Stay with us, more to come here from the Queensland State Cup.
Well, hello and welcome back for another Queensland State Cup post-game interview brought to you by Budgie Smugglers. And what better place to do such an interview than at the Budgie Smuggler tent itself. I'm joined by James from Budgie Smuggler. How are you going, James?
Yeah, really good. The whole event's been great so far, so happy to be here.
Yeah, and you've got prime viewing.
Yeah, we've not got a bad spot. The office view isn't bad, right?
It is right behind the touchline here. Now, James, what is so great about the State Cup that Budgie Smuggler keeps wanting to come back? You've been a supporter for a couple of years now. What do you guys love about it?
Sure. So we've been coming back for a few years now, and everything about touch and footy over here is something that we as Budgie, like, we try and align our values to. You have the mixed game, you have the men's, the women's. So it's something that we as a brand really like to be here. We get treated well, and to be honest, being in front of the main stage, you can't get a better spot, right?
Absolutely. Now, we were chatting off camera before, and you were telling me that Budgie Smuggler is in quite a few countries. Can you tell us where they are and how popular it is over there?
Yeah. So we started, maybe 20 years ago or now. It was literally just a silly brand, and we had a Speedo style pair of swimwear, and it was just Linny and a few friends just wrote Budgie Smugglers on the back of them and thought it was a funny joke. And who would have known that 20 years later we've made like a huge worldwide brand. We've now opened up an office in the UK, an office in France as well, and we're just expanding and expanding. So we've got a store in Bondi, we've got a store in Manly, we've just opened up one in Qatar and Newcastle, and the plan is just to keep going. Who knows how it's going to go or what direction, but it's going all right so far.
Absolutely, because it's pretty Aussie and it's a little bit cheeky.
Yeah.
How does it go down in the UK, where it's a bit colder?
Yeah, it is a little bit colder, but it's kind of like a swimwear brand that isn't for swimmers, right? So like you see the rugby players all wearing it, and it's very big across other events. So like in the UK, we have big sevens events, and again, all the players love wearing them. It's just it's comfortable. A lot of you hear some of them saying, "I like to have my security downstairs so I can have my keep world class upstairs."
Well, let's talk about the products then. What's been popular? What are some good stocking fillers? What have you got on offer here?
Sure. So some of our classics have always been the chilies, the rubber ducks, the flamingos. They've always sold well. We've expanded from the men's range all the way through to women's and the kids. So when we're talking about stocking fillers, the can coolers have gone down well. Even stuff for the dogs now are going pretty good. Water bottles for Christmas, and then even underwear now. So we're trying our best to expand as best as possible. We're even going down the pyjama range. So, there's always a product for someone.
What's been popular this weekend? Or is it a little bit too early?
It's a little bit early. We're still in day one. It's only Friday. Not everyone's turned up. People are still finishing work and stuff. But we're always going to sell well with the ones we brought down. So the chilies will be a popular one. The Aussie flag you can't go too far wrong with. And one of our new ones, this is a new design, the brown and pink hibiscus, always sells out. We never have it in store because it sells so well.
Such a classic design. So if you want to get your Christmas shopping early, come on over to the Budgie Smuggler tent, guys. Now, thanks for having a chat. You are here all weekend. We're going to be having Budgie Smuggler post-game interviews all weekend, but we've got some more footy to get back to, so I'm going to hand you back to our commentary team.
So UQ running from right to left up against BMTA in this Women's Premier fixture. And it is the first round for both sides for the Women's Premier Division at the 2024 Queensland State Cup. So this is the first showing for either side. I'm joined by Scott McAllister in the commentary box. Scotty, great to have you alongside.
Looking forward to it, mate. Like we mentioned just at the conclusion of the last game, bit of a Metro Cup final replay as well. Brisbane, as we see Nicola.
Yes, Nicola getting onto her sister, and the touch is made, so that runs the course of BMTA's set as the Rebels will start things from the 7 and touch past the call in the end.
Yeah, Rebels getting the job done last weekend. BMTA under the Storm banner on that occasion. But it was quite the performance from the Rebels. Again, taking another Metro Cup final. And maybe looking to get them back here in Brisbane. They're doing a good job defensively in this set.
Yeah, so here come the Rebels. This is Thomas getting it onto Fields. And she's caught with it on the last, so they'll change possession. And for the Women's Prem, it's there's 6 teams, one pool of 6. They'll all play 5-round games. And the top 4 will make it into the semi-finals, of course, as that's set for Sunday. As Nicola trying to find some... Oh, no, that's not Nicola. Oh, it was Nicola. Right,
you got it. You're all over it.
Trying to find some metres, and BMTA working nicely down the centre third of the field, as this is the last. It's a one-handed scoop, and the ball going to the deck there. That was Kano Kyriachi, who had a fantastic Metro Cup season.
Yeah, it was great to see you play the whole Metro Cup season. Of course, representative in the Japan Women's Open team, played at the World Cup this year as well. Full season over here in Australia, and she'll definitely get a lot out of playing at this State Cup tournament. It's a different style than week-to-week footy that they get on a Friday night in Whites Hill. So a big 3 days coming up for Kana. She'll be frothing all this.
So there's Kana once more as they let the ball sing. BMTA, a fantastic touch there, putting as much pressure on this attack as possible. And Kate Hammond with another touch as BMTA eventually get moving over halfway. Here's some metres on offer as they let the ball fly. And this is the last. Scooping from half, wrapping around and the ball going to the deck. It was a nice looking play. Either side yet to get on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it was a nice play, like you said, Josh. Looked like Murphy was coming in for the read, though, out here on the left wing, if they end up holding the footy. But I like the way that they moved the football around in that set of 6. That's their style of footy, the Storm. They're a good running game. They like to throw the football around. Yeah, they'll chance their hand in this. Don't worry about that.
So UQ back in possession. Here's Semi-Jo Curtis. And it's picked up. Oh, and then again, the ball going to deck. So both sides just clunky to start as this is their first hit out of the State Cup. We've had a swap in commentary. Katie, you're alongside now.
Oh, if I start puffing, Josh, and can't talk, I just ran from field 12 coaching. And anyway, here I am. Thanks, Scotty, for filling in. I can't miss this game. I could not be up in this box for this game.
As I was mentioning, the round one for these two sides. So plenty to play for, especially getting your tournament off to a great start. An early win here would really set both sides up momentum-wise, as there's an error from the UQ Rebels. BMTA back with it.
Yeah, really good, solid contact. Great work. I'm pretty sure that was Charlie Nicola that made that touch. Game changer when you can interrupt the roll ball and disrupt someone like UQ. Coming into line attack, that's exactly what you want. Now they're back on the attack, BMTA.
Yeah, so here's Anika Tiamu dropping it down for Nicola, and an error spotted once more. So, again, this clunky rhythm continues. Both sides yet to really find their groove.
Which is surprising. They played plenty of touch. Majority of them no doubt playing in Metro Grand Finals last weekend. Plenty of touch under their belt. So there's a lot of history between a lot of teams. It's only a week between our Metro Grand Finals and our State Cup. So, that's a pill.
That is an absolutely brilliant ball, and away they go. The UQ Rebels, it's Olivia Goodsell to score in the corner, and they are up 1-0.
It was a great little floater ball over the top, and in the most perfect position as a winger, exactly where you want them, and screaming down the sideline. There wouldn't be many that would catch Olivia in the clear. So
UQ up on the board, and we were just touching on the clunky nature to begin with. I guess it just shows that no matter what level you play at, that first game of a carnival is always going to be a bit of a teetering one.
Yeah, absolutely. Be better at the basics, and you'll go a long way to winning the game. And these roll balls are probably the biggest basic that you can bugger up or nail and, go a long way to winning.
So BMTA go hunting. They're inside the 7, and Kana Greishi trying to reach forward for that one. As I was talking about with Scotty, she had a fantastic Metro Cup, and great to see her out here repping the BMTA colours at the State Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. There would be a very big range of our Premier players, men and women, that played last weekend, whether they're playing for the same team or a different team this time around in State Cup as it is in Metro. But, a lot of feeling in a lot of these games due to that competition only just finishing. So UQ got up in that Metro Grand Final, so they'll be looking to go back-to-back only a week apart.
So here they go once more. Charlotte Vandermeer at half, and she let the play get started as BMTA didn't like what they saw, decided to pull out, and they'll stay patient here as Jenna Rousel picks it up from half, finds Carney, and the ball out wide. It was a lovely right to left, and BMTA are good for their first.
Geez, they're really showing their passes. What a ball. Ash Carney. There was probably two big names that I sort of was, watching Metro Grand Final from my couch last weekend. And Ash Carney and Meg Muir were probably two of the ones that I, over in my head, I'm going, I'm going to mention these names next weekend because I think they're having a cracker game for a losing side at Metro. I think the girl's done amazing. So, Ash, she's pretty to watch and got a pill on her. That was against the wind, too.
Yeah. So UQ looking to return service. Tiani Bryce almost found her way through. The penalty comes. Don't be deceived. BMTA played under the Southern Storm banner at the Metro Cup final. So it is a Metro Cup final rematch right here, right now. And the intercept comes That was Charlotte Vandermeer plucking it from thin air.
That was a try save as she was in, but, you know, these wingers, they specialise for that exact reason. Getting in the right position, you know, watching that ball, not over-reading anything, just being there for that exact reason and preventing a try. And most of the times you want your wingers to stop more tries than they score.
So Nicola taking off from half, and the touch is made in the end. Evie Clarkson with the left hand.
A bit of a foot race, but Evie got that one there. And, yeah, she's got some wheels, so she wouldn't have wanted to let her get in some space.
So here is Tiani Bryce as they run a subset, the UQ Rebels, trying to gather some momentum out of the box. They do pounce over halfway. That's Sammy Jo Curtis. And now they look for another long left to right. And Anika Tiamu just not copping one in the back of the head. She seems to be okay.
Well, our coaches do tell us to get our heads in the game, so I think she nailed that one.
Yes, and Kano Kirieshi just swapping out for Tanamu.
Yeah, just unfortunately, for BMTA, that gives them UQ another set of six more to go. But yeah, it did collect her in the head there. I hope she's okay.
And that sequence from UQ was very similar to how they scored their opening try, Katie.
Yeah, 100%. Stick with what works, Josh.
So Sammy Jo Curtis has players on either side.
Against
Sammy
the grain.
Once again.
Well defended.
Fantastic defence, of course. Pia Murphy caught with it. Here's Andreasen as well as Sammy Jo Curtis finds her teammates and then ball down. So BMTA do well to deny UQ Rebels of a second.
Yeah, really great defence. Really tight, real understanding of where each other are, and they know each other so well, these two teams. So I wonder if in the week just gone, if there's anything that they come up with a little bit new, something a bit different that the opposition hasn't seen in the last, competition of Metro.
Yes.
We will probably won't see that until finals day or touch and pass.
And that Metro Cup final, the first half was very tight. In the end, UQ did gather a few tries in the second half to put the dagger in Southern Storm. But that first half was a real tight, intense battle, and that's what we're seeing right here.
Yeah, absolutely. UQ, there's no, it's undeniable the coaches that they have and the ability that the UQ girls have got to, follow those coaching structures and changes, and very smart team, very well-structured team, but really well-coached team UQ. So it doesn't really surprise me that they hit back in that second half. As a spectator, I would have loved to have seen it, go to a drop-off as we do. But, really close, tight tussle. And
Tiani Bryce lets it fly, and it looks as though Olivia Goodsell has two.
She got there. A little bit of a stutter and show on the inside, and had enough wheels to get there. Like we said, if she's in some space, she's very hard to stop, and she's proven it twice now.
Well, one try on the left wing, one try on the right. So Olivia Goodsell off to a fantastic start here. And that Tiani Bryce ball as well. That looked very nice out of the hands.
Yeah.
So Kana Kirieshi gets us moving once again as Meg Muir will drop it down for a BMTA. And they look to hit back immediately. Hopefully we get a similar story to the Mackay and ADF match earlier on today, Katie, where it was try for try the whole way through as BMTA have numbers loaded up to the left. Penalty coming.
So Muir on a sweep. She's hard to contain on those sweep plays, and diving it in. That was a 50-50 call in my eyes, but a bit of offside. So she may have got the ball down, but offside, and she'll set herself up again.
So here is Jenna Rousel and Kana Kirieshi along with Meg Muir, the trio at the moment, working with it. Felicity Archer gets involved. There's a turnover on show, and UQ will have the ball back. And you can just see them lining up as they look to gather as much momentum here. The UQ Rebels, unfortunately, that touch didn't provide the goods they were hoping for. They do find some more space as they eventually get the ball away, and they pick up very handy meters here. That was a fantastic run by Bella Fields.
Yeah, and Meg Muir, really great comms there as a link running out, telling her wing to stay out. It's okay, I got this.
And this time it's Lucia Fields.
No.
And Lucia stepping her way through, and UQ have 3.
Bit of a little wry smile on her face. She's probably thinking the same thing. How did I get through that? How did I manage to get through that space? But, hey, you run with intent, looking like you're going to score every single time, and, things pay off for you.
And it wasn't doing it for them over on the sub-box side, so they decided to get a bit adventurous and eventually found some metres here to eat into the BMTA half.
Yeah, and that's just, the maturity, I suppose, and like we were saying, the coaching of what the UQ girls have. BMTA kept them at halfway. They put great pressure on. They went nowhere. They stopped their momentum, all that, and then all of a sudden UQ have the ability to look up, eyes up, and tip around the outside.
So here's Ash Carney once more. Very dangerous. Vandermeer waiting on the sideline. And Ash Carney, every time she's touching the ball at the moment, it looks like something's about to happen, as they almost had an opening there. This will be the last touch, so it'll go through the hands of Gleeson. Here's Nicola, and Gleeson wasn't going to receive it on the wraparound, unfortunately.
Yeah, just a bit of miscommunication there in a couple of plays from BMTA, maybe just trying something a little bit different. Some really nice plays, and then, just a bit of miscommunication from the outside. But they'll look to get a stop here again. BMTA, I'm assuming they'll want to press really hard and stop that momentum, and then just fix up that back end when UQ will get their subs on and get around to the middle, and they'll want to position themselves a lot better to not be tipped around the outside.
So not long left here in this first half at all. 3-1 the scoreline. Semi-Jo Curtis leaves it for Tiani Bryce, and once again Tiani Bryce pulling the trigger on the pass, and it is all clear. They just are struggling to defend that at the moment. UQ kick ahead.
Yeah, she's just one of those players that makes it look so easy. There's not many players that can do stuff like Tiani Bryce can do. And again, into the wind, really ripper of a pass, and just well set up, nice and easy running, nice and patient, and, middle's doing their job, link's doing their job, and, everyone sort of joining in from there. BMTA off the tap.
So Vandermeer did well to get a hold of that ball. Wasn't quite behaving as she would have hoped. Now Nicola has Meg Muir with her. And Chloe Nicola will take. She didn't quite make the touch.
There was a penalty.
And they'll just get away with it here on half. Oh, hang on a second.
Yeah. One chance, one opportunity.
One touch, and Meg Muir will go down with it. So half-time here, 4-1 the score in favour of the UQ Rebels. Your take on the first 15?
Oh, look, that's as even as it is. That it actually makes sense, I guess, the scoreline at the moment. BMTA they can be much better than what this first half produced, or the scoreline, I should say. They've got their opportunities, and I think they'll come back out hard in the second half.
So we'll take a break here as we step aside the 2024 State Cup and return for the second half action in round 1 of the Women's Prem.
Hey, how would you like your own health coach? My Health for Life is a free health coaching initiative funded by the Queensland Government. Over 18 weeks, we'll have 6 sessions together where we'll talk about making healthier choices and creating healthier habits that you can live with. Together, we'll discover your motivation, set goals, and create your action plan. We'll also cover managing setbacks, changing your mindset, and celebrating your wins. I'm here to support you and help you navigate the ups and downs of making lifestyle changes. Do our online health check to see if My Health for Life is right for you. Visit myhealthforlife.com.au.
Welcome back to the 2024 Queensland State Cup, and both coaches, David Crace and Renee Murphy, having a chat to either side, Katie, as we sit here at halftime, 4-1 the score. And you mentioned the two coaches in either box, very experienced and have a lot to show for these sides.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's only been a week since they've, come up against each other, and it's always a battle of the coaches. And as a coach myself, I love that space. I love watching the tactics and how they, what they're looking at and how they change the game. And, when you've got amazing coaches like these guys do in a lot of the Premier teams, if you've got the players that can go out and execute those coach instructions, it's so nice to watch. And it just really shows how a team can work right from the coaches down to, every single player when you've got those leadership girls. So, both teams have, that sort of a leadership group. UQ in particular, Sammy Jo, Tiani, Beck. You could just keep rattling off for UQ, and same for BMTA. They may be younger. Jenna Rousel's probably, she's got that experience and that real game knowledge, and she's got a lot of touch footy under her belt. But then you bring these young ones, that are coming through. Again, only young, but just experience is.
Well, it was only last year the
roof.
Nicolas were at the Junior State Cup in Rockhampton.
Yeah, yep. And now, some of our dominant players, Tanamu, Nicolas, there's just the names just keep coming. Ash is amazing. She is just such a pretty to watch touch footballer that. It excites me as a Queenslander to know that these girls are only young and dominating already. Where that's going to see our state of origin next year and then into the future. It's really exciting. And the guys at home, you guys are getting a really good insight to potentially some Queensland teams, next year when we come up against New South Wales in the state of origin down in Coffs Harbour. So, you're witnessing some really great talent out here, and these are names that we're going to keep calling Josh for many, many years in this Prem's division.
Without a doubt. And the other matches taking place in round one in the women's Prem, is Caboolture up against Kawana, and the Coast are facing Redlands. So they're all taking place as we speak.
Some big affiliate names you just mentioned there, so they're all representing and they're all battling for the same thing, that Queensland State Cup. Everyone wants it, and it's a lot of people's last event of the year.
Yep.
There's not much that sort of comes after this. Obviously, we've got our Queensland All Nations next weekend back at this venue at Coomera. But that's an unaffiliated competition. It's a competition where we see so many different nations and just so many people coming and really celebrating culture within Australia. So this is the pinnacle. It's at the end of the year. After this, our players get to wind down just for a little bit.
Yep.
Until obviously State of Origin starts ramping back up.
Yes.
Not too far away, but what a spectacle that we've got, 4-1. And hopefully BMTA can come out and put a couple of early ones on and get it back to an even game.
Yeah, so you do have some of the best out here at the moment. And that's Demi Ashurst dropping it down as they look to go out wide. And Andreessen lets the ball go. Ashurst trying to sneak through, but it will be a penalty. Touch past the call. BMTA gets the first job done of this second half, denying UQ off the restart. And they'll look to come towards this sub-box side as they try and pick up as many metres as possible. They let the ball sink, and it works out for him in the end.
Yeah, they got a little bit stuck there, BMTA, but they stayed and they supported each other and dropped back on the inside, still made the metres and given themselves a chance to attack 15 metres out.
Here's Nicola getting the pass away. Just didn't have the power in the end. Jenna Rousel waiting for it.
So this is where BMTA can really sort of get to UQ, and UQ have that really good running. Once they have that running go, style of game, and they get the spaces and, the metres that they need in this rucking, that's where they've been scoring their tries. So line defence, BMTA been pretty great. Here's a great opportunity for them to change over prior to halfway. I think that's exactly what they needed. They needed to fix up that midfield defence and not allow UQ to get that roll on that they, that they get. They look so wonderful at it. Very, very good at it. So if BMTA can get one on the board, they can get it back within a couple.
So it's Tanamu along with Nicola. And Nicola, easy as you like. No, the touch is called. It looked for a moment there. They were over BMTA. A couple of touches to work with. As Nicola picks it up. Hands it off, and it's a bit of footwork at the line, but UQ close that door and deny BMTA.
Yeah, touch on the hair, so only just. Sammy Jo, great defender. Just made the touch on the hair. So they got close. BMTA again is Charlie. Nicola, she's an amazing player, very, very skillful and knowledgeable, very powerful. For such a young girl, she's so powerful and elusive on her feet. So she would definitely be the go-to for BMTA to get themselves back on the board.
And another uncharacteristic error from the UQ Rebels just opens the door here for BMTA. Is Nicola off the right, touches claimed, back to the 7. UQ doing well defensively at the moment.
They're throwing everything at them.
Yeah.
But it's, really great line defence.
Can they crack them open here? As they look to find some space down the left-hand side, Lily Neal had the ball there, but the penalty comes. That helps. So they've had a really good look at UQ now. And they'll bring on some strike in Kana Kirieshi, along with Millie Neville.
So let's see how patient they are here and really bringing UQ off their line.
Kirieshi. Dazzling footwork. UQ aware of it. And now here's Neville. Back to Kirieshi. And as you said, Katie, patience is the key here.
Yeah, definitely. Patience is the key. They've got a lot of time left in the second half, BMTA, to put one on the board, so they don't need to feel the pressure just yet. But defence, UQ's defence is on song. They're in sync. They know where each other is going. They've played together for a really long time and really knowledgeable, experienced players out there. But it's just the way they work as a unit is such, really pretty to watch.
So here's Carney wrapping around, and they get it. They find the space, and in the corner, it is Lily Neal going over for her second.
Bit of a slip by Folds there in the link, which opened it up for Carney, but she's so elusive. She is really threatening every time she runs that ball. She runs with intent, and just on that sweep there, really threatening. So they saw her coming, and that, sometimes that adjusts the defensive policy, and someone strays away from it, or, something can happen, but backing yourself in and running really hard at the line, it's hard to defend.
So UQ conceding the try there, and they look to reply as it's Kate Hammond leaving it there. Here's Mama Thomas, and they'll take the patient route too as Donovan takes a touch. Here's Thomas, thought about ripping it, held onto it in the end, and the attack runs its course.
Again, defence is the winner.
And as we mentioned, but it can't be understated, these two sides have played each other so many times, so they just know each other inside and out. So defensively, it makes it a little bit easier, where you can somewhat predict what's potentially coming from the opposition.
Yes, you can. Doesn't mean to say that you'll stop it.
No, that's
you can
right.
predict it, but sometimes the opposition is faster or stronger. But the defence is amazing by both teams, and that probably put down to the coaches, I would suggest.
Yeah.
Now they know their stuff, and if you can defend a team out of it and frustrate them enough, you can drive down the other end and hopefully get one on the board and really change the momentum to your favour. So both teams are doing that at the moment.
So that was a healthy run by Evie Clarkson, and then Ashurst just had the ball fly out in front as the wind slowly picks up here in Coomera.
We'll blame the wind for that one. A straight pass from Tiani. Doesn't often happen.
Well, she set up a couple of tries with that.
Yeah, we'll give her that one.
Yes.
Yeah, that's okay.
So Carney over halfway. That's a positive run. Now Millie Neville on the back of it. Carney back to Neville. It's nice interplay, and then just a lack of communication there.
Yeah, they were making some good meters and looking to set themselves up for that strike dump. Unfortunately, ball goes to ground.
And it was looking like a very promising end to that set too.
Yeah, 100%. You could see them ticking over, going, okay, we know where we want to be and how we got to get there. Unfortunately, the execution, not between the legs. Good pick up.
This certainly helps. So UQ definitely haven't been at their best in this one, despite them holding on to a 2-try lead. Penalty coming. Kana Qureshi relieved at the call as they come towards a sub box. Here's Carney. Has Vandermeer behind her. And now they look to get things moving, BMTA. That's a nice run. Nicola on the back of it. Hands it off to Tanamu.
Here we go.
And they're inside the 7 now as Tanamu, along with Nicola, look to get to work. Tanamu.
Oh.
Pia Murphy was very honest, and it is a 4-3 scoreline.
Yeah, two little strike weapons coming on there in Tanamu and Nicola. More than likely played a lot of games that you wouldn't even be able to count together over the years. So, again, patience was there.
Yes.
It doesn't take much touch. You can score a couple of tries very, very quickly. So, the game's back. They're still down by 1 BMTA, but they'll really back themselves after that. Strong defensive effort here and a good ruck set, and they're right back in the game. So they'll be really confident that they can get through this.
Yeah, it's been a great feature of their attack, BMTA, is their patience when they get to the red zone. As UQ now through Bryce, Mama Thomas, Kate Hammond, all out there. So too Britt Donovan. They look to hand it off to Tiani Bryce, and a great defensive read. So UQ will take their time in retrieving this ball. And they've been put under a little bit of pressure here. So far in the second half, they're yet to find the line. BMTA have found it twice. As Tiani Bryce looking for that dive.
Touch made by the middle. Link was offside, but middle pushing in nice and tight.
So they'll reload here, the UQ Rebels. And again, it's in the hands of Thomas. As she plays through. And the try is awarded, so 5-3 in favour of UQ.
Yeah, just an offside penalty there. Would have been close. Would have been very, very close, but referee had the spot. He was right on the mark. So just a play through, reasonably easy try. So they'll be a little bit disappointed with that. They defended so well, and then to allow something like that sort of go through. But I love the height that they got up, the intent that BMTA got up, to make that touch well and truly outside the 7 to give them that time. Unfortunately, just a little bit offside, Nicola, but UQ ahead by 2.
Yeah, it just lets the air out of the balloon a little bit in terms of the momentum BMTA was building, but you feel like UQ really needed that to get on the board in this second half.
Yeah, 100%. Even a 2-try buffer.
Yeah.
It's not the best.
So Nicola concedes there, and UQ have possession once more. So we have just close to 10 minutes ticked off in this second half. So only 5 remaining. A bit of conjecture as to which way the call will go. In the end, it will go the way of the UQ Rebels.
So if anyone thinks that Nicole is staying out there the whole game and not subbing, no, there are sisters. And Chloe, number 5, and she's out there at the moment, and Charlie, number 3. So both, beautiful girls, wonderful players, and, real sort of stars of the future. So it's nice seeing them play together.
So UQ through Semi-Jo Curtis finds Drayson and
touch Meg Muir.
Yeah, BMTA do a sound job there. They needed to make that stop if they want to gain a result from this match. Only 2 tries a deficit, but tries have been few and far between. That's a fantastic run from Vandermeer, and they look to get on the back of it.
Great drive set.
Yeah, Laura Gleason picking up plenty of metres, just fell over the mark. And now Neville stepping back in field. Thought better of the pass. As you said, a fantastic drive set. Can they capitalise at the end here, BMTA?
For Ash pointing. I want you here. Let's go here. Let's go.
And Neville, a touch made by Kate Hammond.
Yeah, touch had to be made, but bringing it back for an offside penalty. So BMTA, they show that patience again, and I'm backing them over. So Ash Carney, should be direct and play here. Should be the go-to. What do we need? Who do we need?
Yeah, so a try here will turn 5-3 into 4-3 and give us a grandstand finish as Carney Kriyashi saw the space. Oh, you're kidding, right? The touch is made eventually.
Looked like she might have got touched 5 times, but no, too elusive. So very fast on her feet.
Carney, Gleason, Millie Neville takes a touch. Here's Laura Gleason. Finds Carney. Again, patience is the virtue right now as Carney just directing traffic, and then that brings everything unstuck, unfortunately.
Well, when we talk patience, UQ had it in that set of 6. They had the patience to stick to what they know and what works for them. Defended really, really well, and 3 touches are at halfway. So this is what UQ can do, to teams. They just can grind it out. They're mature, they're experienced enough to just know how to, grind these games out and, do what they need to do and keep running hard and keep running with intent and trust the process. And, it's really evident in the way that UQ play.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on, what have we got here? 6 more?
Well, either way, it's killing a lot of time. I didn't see the signal.
No.
So we'll head back to the red zone with UQ. And there's 2 minutes remaining in this second half. So a try here would just about seal the deal for the UQ Rebels in round 1 of the Women's Premier Division. Thomas had Bryce steaming around as they work in tandem once more. It's Tiani Bryce, a short ball to Donovan, and BMTA do exceptionally well there defensively.
I think Tiani could have backed herself in there for a little dive over. She was just too nice and going through the motions, which is also something, for a first game of a tournament. Sometimes you're better off getting through processes than winning by a lot of tries.
So BMTA need a try on this set. You're thinking if Nicola gets it onto her sister, touch past the call. And so UQ will take possession as they do have that 2-try lead. And it's been a very, very calming performance from them. They got off to a very good start. And then after the break, were a bit clunky, but managed to find their way out of it. As they'll just chew the seconds off the clock now.
Yeah, she was in the right place, and Chloe Nicola, as the defending league, making a touch there. She was in the right spot. Unfortunately, just couldn't grab it in and giving away another set. They'll back their defenders who they've got out there at the moment now, really experienced girls. They'll back it in and they'll want to sort of drive it out.
So they head down the left-hand side and a penalty blown. UQ won't mind as they look to manage the rest of this match out. Andreasen lets it fly as the siren signals the end of round 1 for the Women's Prem. In the end, it is UQ Rebels 5 defeating the BMTA 3.
Yeah, what a game. What a game to start the Women's Premier Division here at Queensland State Cup.
Have you learned much moving forward from either side, or too early to tell?
Too early to tell. Yeah, 100% too early to tell. We know that BMTA can be, can sort of come back and be better at a few of those areas. UQ will only get better as the tournament goes on. So everyone on notice, I think, regardless of who you are in the Premier Women and Men Division, they're electric to watch, and it's anyone's game.
Thank you for your company, Katie. We'll take a quick break before heading down to the Budgie Smuggler post-game interview.
Hey, how would you like your own health coach? My Health for Life is a free health coaching initiative funded by the Queensland Government. Over 18 weeks, we'll have 6 sessions together where we'll talk about making healthier choices and creating healthier habits that you can live with. Together, we'll discover your motivation, set goals, and create your action plan. We'll also cover managing setbacks, changing your mindset, and celebrating your wins. I'm here to support you and help you navigate the ups and downs of making lifestyle changes. Do our online health check to see if My Health for Life is right for you. Visit myhealthforlife.com.au.
It was really good, our Metro Grand Final rematch, so we knew that it would be a tough one, but being game 1, I don't think either team was showing all their cards, so yeah, I think it was a good game.
So obviously there was a bit of wind in the sails from last week. Did that help with the game plan at all? Did you change some things up, or did you just play the play the same?
I think with Renee Murphy as your coach, the game plan's changing every 5 minutes. So, a couple of things different, a lot the same. We'll just keep building and probably change 10 more times throughout the carnival.
So how do you manage that then, if it's changing all the time? How do you stay focused and just stay calm and just roll with it?
We just show up every game ready to do what we've got amazing coaching staff, so we just show up ready to do whatever they ask of us, and it's been a group that's been together for a while, so I think everyone's just pretty flexible and easygoing, so
Amazing. Now, how do you back up after a big weekend previously coming into this weekend? Mentally, physically?
Mentally is very tough, I think, for everyone, and obviously being a Friday, we've still got a few girls at work and things like that'll be coming tomorrow, so I think our coaching staff just keep it really chilled, and we didn't had the week off training, and just relax, and we'll try and build through the tournament. I think more mentally than physically.
Well, let's talk about the rest of the tournament. How are you feeling? How's the team feeling? I think the team, everyone's feeling good. Everyone's really excited, obviously coming off a good win last week, so everyone's pumped and feeling fresh, ready to go. And let's talk about this weather, because it has just started bucketing down, but this morning it was very hot. How do you guys manage your hydration and your bodies? How are you managing in these crazy conditions?
I think we have a lot of girls in the team in the health and medical industry, so all the girls just help each other out, and obviously lots of water and electrolytes, and it was really hot this morning. I'm glad it's cooled off a little bit, but I think it'll be steamy the rest of the weekend, so just look after ourselves.
Amazing. Now, are you coming on Monday night to our gala?
I am, yes. I am.
What are you looking forward to the most?
I think just having a night out with all of we'll have a big UQ table and just hanging out with everyone and debriefing from a really good year.
Amazing. Well, we love that. I won't keep you from celebrating for the rest of the team and rehydrating. Thanks so much for coming in, having a chat. I know everyone at home appreciates that little insight from the players on the field. Speaking of players on the field, we've got some more ready to start playing. I'll hand it back to our trusty commentary team.
Thank you for that, Jackie. Very lucky to have the access to Sammy Jo Curtis on the sideline as we are gearing up for this men's premier fixture, round 3 between the UQ Rebels and Redlands. I'm joined along by Scotty McAllister. Scotty, what can we expect?
Well, these two teams only played each other last week, Josh, in the Metro Cup final. One of the greatest games of footy that I've had the privilege of being able to call or see. Redlands getting it at the death, and a week's a long time in footy, but the Rebels wouldn't have forgotten about that. They'll be looking to get a victory back. Redlands have been in great form, though, to start the competition, going 2-0.
So UQ get us going, and they're looking for first points in this one. There's a short ball at the line, it'll hit the deck, and Redlands tick off the first box.
Yeah, completely different setup than what it was last week. Half an hour game, 2 15-minute halves. Tough conditions, as we can see right there. Marcus home from half. They've got nobody at home here, Redlands. Good recovery in the end, beating making the touch.
Yeah, it was Sharp and Kaylin Bell out here on the right-hand wing. As they'll stay patient here. The pick up to Hegedus. Just hits the deck, and a bit clunky so far. Maybe weather having something to do with that.
Yeah, we've just had a shower come across Coomera again. We saw some rain a little earlier on in the day, so it was slippery conditions already, but pretty much right as this game was starting, it was at its heaviest, so something the players will have to adjust to, and you've seen just a couple of little errors from both two teans. They'll get a handle of that pretty quickly.
Yeah, so Redlands looking to strike from half. The touch is made in the end. That was an electric run from Corey Russell, which is what we've come to expect from Corey Russell. He had a mega final, didn't he?
Well, player of the final last week. He just had his hands in absolutely everything. Set up, 3 tries thereabouts. Scored a couple himself. Set up that final one to get the victory for Redlands. So, expect him to be heavily involved again here.
So, Prendergast and Madden working together. Unfortunately, that play runs its course. And Redlands hold on once more. So no tries so far. Just to note, Blaze Prendergast in round 1, I believe, against the Gold Coast, went off with seemed to be a right knee injury, and he has it strapped at the moment, but good to see him back up and moving.
Yeah, definitely took a pretty decent knock in that first game. Had to go off into the in-goal area. So we'll see how he goes in this one. Does look a little proppy on that knee, but he's out there at the moment.
So a bit of footwork there as the ball goes to ground, and UQ win the battle there. So defence really standing tall at the moment as Kelso charges onto the pass, and there's plenty of physicality here as Sharp does well to keep that one from hitting the deck. Now it's Bell, followed by Sharp. And they hunt down the centre third of the field to the UQ Rebels.
Off the melon.
Off the melon, and a drop ball there from Ben Thompson.
Yeah, that was a little everything happening there at the moment. Took a falcon. Thompson saw it. If he takes it, to be fair, cleanly, he could go down the other end. Getting that slippery ball is causing trouble for both teams at the moment.
So Bell once more handing it off, and call his touch.
So there's a couple of inclusions from both teams as well, different than what we saw in the Metro Cup final. Lockie Pearce coming into the Rebels is a massive in. Drew Price playing for Redlands this weekend as well. He had a couple of games. Now Redlands turning it away again. Captain Dave Richards. And Price played a few games during the Metro Cup season. Wasn't there for the finals, but he's a big inclusion defending in the middle at the moment for Redlands.
So here is Jacob Madden this time. Getting the ball back on the inside. And the penalty's blown. So Priddle will get out there for an attacking set. He'll join Hegedus along with Flynn Kelso. As Jacob Madden gets it onto Kelso.
Another penalty.
Yeah, so they're racking up the penalties at the moment. Still no score between these two.
Yeah, just players offside. Caught a little bit short there for Redlands. So another set of 6. They've had the better of the field position in the early stages of this game. Rebels just haven't come up with the points yet.
Priddle gets it onto Hegedus. 2 left foot steps before he unloads the pass. Fantastic defence from Redlands. Priddle does well to keep it above board. And then the touch is made. Fantastic work there from Brad Russell.
Yeah, it was good hands from Jesse Priddle there. And dipping away on him again. These slippery conditions. Maintains possession. Still touches to come here for UQ.
So they work through Kelso. Madden along to Hegedus. The pass over the top. And Priddle is over. UQ think they've scored, and they have. That's the first of the match.
Yeah, nice set-up play there for the Rebels. They get the first win on the board. First try, I should say. And Thompson was almost there to come in, but he didn't really look all that confident in terms of claiming the touch. So UQ strike first. They know leading the game's not going to be all that much after what Redlands did to them in the final. So they know that they'll keep coming at them, but good to get the first points on the board.
Yeah, so that's beaten. Letting it down for Kingston Lamberg as they have options towards the right. Step back on the inside, and James Price is over. It's all clear, and Redlands draw level.
Yeah, nice hit back from Redlands. That's what you want after getting points on you down the other end. And Price off that right foot. The man who scored the winner for them last week gets the first try here in this grand final replay from the Metro Cup.
So away we go once more, and in the first half of this men's premier match, round 3 this is. Redlands are perfect so far as they have 2 wins, and as for UQ, 1 win and 1 loss so far. Their win came against Samoa in round 2. Their loss against the Gold Coast in round 1 here on field 1 earlier today. And now it's Bauer with a bit of footwork, and the touch is claimed.
Yeah, Corey Russell stood nice and strong in defence in the middle there. Bauer almost stepping back into him in the end. Here's Russell now taking up metres, getting them over the halfway line.
They're finding plenty of momentum from this subset as they pick up and go. A bit of footwork from Russell before firing it away, and Charlie Griffiths did well to try and manage that ball.
Saw a little couple of words exchanged there between James Courtney and Corey Russell as he came off. They had a little bit of a run-in last weekend as well. Courtney firing one back at Corey there, coming in pretty strong with the touches.
So Foxcroft trying to buy as many metres as possible. So to Flynn Kelso. Priddle met hard. Hegedus, footwork at the line. It's a nice pass. But Redlands' defence stands tall once more.
Yeah, great read there from Charlie Griffiths out there on the right. He saw that one coming, came in, made the touch, gets Redlands the footy back.
And they again venture over towards their sub-box before transversing across field. Lamberg hands it off once more to Hall. They drop it down on the 10. That was a heavy touch there. Play allowed to continue, and eventually the whistle comes.
Yeah, he got away with the first one, and they weren't going to get away with the second. A little bit of heavy contact there. UQ in defence.
So Lamberg touching it down the centre third of the field. They venture over towards the right-hand edge. UQ encouraged by the defence so far. And another great touch. This time it was Priddle. So Redlands throwing as much as they have at UQ at the moment, but they have all the answers, do the Rebels, as they reload once more. Hall has ball in hand. Hall it is once more, firing it across the face, and Price thought he was over, but the touch is made, and UQ will gain a lot of confidence from that defensive set.
It was a great defensive set, like you said there, Josh. Courtney coming to make the final touch to close it out and get them the footy back. Great start to the set there. Good meters from Hegedus.
So they're over halfway now as Kaylin Bell finds some room. Here's Madden. Takes the touch. Bell, one-handed scoop, and looking for that link hole. Redlands do well to shut the door on it.
Yeah, Ben Thompson there. Great set, though, after that big defensive set from the Rebels to get the footy and pretty much go the distance down the other end. They did come up with the points at the end, but that was a good set of 6 in terms of territory there for UQ.
Yeah, very well orchestrated. As Redlands look to reply, they won't get the opportunity.
So look where they start their set now, Josh, and that comes down to the last 2 sets that they had. You know, one with the ball, one without it. Now they're getting the advantage now coming off the back of this set of 6.
So a bit of a juggle there. Foxcroft at half. Hands it off to...
They got away with that. That was ball down.
And now Bauer lets it go. And then Sharp with a bit of work. Marcus Home covering across.
Almost thought their Sharp might have had a chance to just grab that and just dig in for the corner. But he obviously felt that Home was within distance to come across and make the touch and bat it back on the inside. So
they scored a try very similar to that against Gold Coast, I believe, with a little bat back on the inside from James Sharp. As they go to work again, Redlands. This is looking good. And the touch is made in the end. That was fantastic work.
Yeah, Drew not too happy. Thought that Streeter might have been a step or two short there. Threw the head back once the call came through. Here he is popping up to make the touch.
And Sharp hands it off to Madden. Some nice meters there. Hegedus following it up once more. This is the last. And they get the balls out to Priddle. He lets it fly. Courtney doing well to keep that alive. And again, Redlands have all the answers. So 1 apiece. Not much to split these two so far.
As expected.
Yeah.
Yeah, as expected. We knew this was going to be a tight contest. We saw how tight it was last weekend. But, really back and forth. Both teams starting to grasp the footy a little bit more in this slippery conditions. The completing sets just going end to end at the moment as Kingy almost gets in between. Sharp very politely screaming, ball please. Just because you say please doesn't mean it's not aggressive.
And here they go once more, the UQ Rebels finding some nice meters. Foxcroft to replace Sharp as Prendergast holds on to it. Now Prendergast from half. And just didn't like what he saw initially. Had to hold back the pass.
Yeah, well, there wasn't really anyone sort of punching up with him on that occasion, Blaze. So, yeah, it's a bit of a flat end to the set there for UQ. Redlands get the penalty. Pretty vocal over in their box on that side, looking for one.
So 3 minutes and change to go in this first period, and both sides will be looking to finish with as much momentum as possible, as nothing splits them on the scoreboard. And then a little error here opens the door for the UQ Rebels. That'll hurt Redland's spirit a little bit. They were building to something there.
Now we see Corey looking for the no touch to try and get the footy back for his team. Got a bit clunky, but Rebels now kick their way out of it. Kalen Bell having to come back to the mark.
Yeah, and this game's just fallen, as you mentioned earlier, just into a bit of a pattern here as they let fly. Courtney doesn't have many options to work with. And the ball eventually hits the deck. Yeah, at the moment it's just end-to-end, set for set. UQ probably winning the territorial battle at the moment.
Yeah, only just. But yeah, it seems it feels like it's been a while since Redlands have been down towards the 7-metre attacking zone. This is the last touch now. They're only just getting over the Rebels' 10-metre line. So I think you're right. Rebels definitely now in this set swinging that momentum in terms of field position, but yeah, it's been a while between drinks between any one of these two teams getting points on the board.
Yeah, and you can see the physicality. Just stepping up a touch here as Walker goes to ground. Now Pearce takes a touch. Hegedus along to Priddle. This is the last, and the call going the way of Redlands.
Good call.
Yep.
Yeah, there's been a couple where the referees, and they're 50-50 ones, and you can kind of, wet conditions like where there's contact on the arm and that forces the footy to come out. But it didn't look like Jesse had control of the footy coming into the ruck. He was caught upright as well. Now Lockie Pearce tries to get a bit physical. Madden's
it's picked off. Madden's away. It's Jacob. Chasing him down is Russell, and he'll just concede the touch.
He didn't want it there, Jacob. Young fella, come on, mate, have a dig towards the corner.
And now Kelso comes on to join Hegedus along with Priddle. As Hegedus sees the space. And the touch is made.
That looked really close. I like that from Jimmy, though. They just held off, retrieving on the back of the line. You just get half a chance, and you can't give him half a chance. They're lucky they recovered there, Redlands. That was really close.
And now they roll out Prendergast to join the attack as Prendergast with a bit of footwork. Lamberg coming across to shut down the space. Touch made. So look to recalibrate here. The UQ Rebels through Madden. It's Jacob and Riley. And now the long ball, a bat on there from Jacob Hall trying to defuse the situation.
Bit of volleyball out there.
Yeah.
Referee's just confirming whose hand it came. It looked like it came off both sets of teams. I think Redlands are already defending their line. They know that they were the last ones to touch that.
So this could be the final, just about the final meaningful set in this match here for the UQ Rebels. 1-1 the score. And the advantage into halftime could really help. As Pearce hands it off to Madden. The penalty comes. They take it quickly. Madden.
Yeah, so Redlands are just trying to manage the clock here.
The siren sounding. Foxcroft won't get by Marcus Home. And after an enthralling 15 minutes, the scores are locked up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, well, that back end of the first half, like we said, really nothing separating the teams. It's reflected on the scoreboard as well. There's a bit of chat going on there between these two teams. No one's really forgotten what happened last week. There's a bit of feeling out there as well. Expect some fireworks here in the second 20.
Well, we'll step aside for a quick break, but don't go anywhere. The second half of the Men's Premier Division, round 3 between the UQ Rebels and Redlands coming up. So we're locked up here at half-time between Redlands and the UQ Rebels in what was a fantastic opening 15 minutes. Fast, frenetic. It was rapid, wasn't it, Scotty?
Oh, yeah, as expected. Really fast-paced between the two teams. Took them a couple of sets to get used to the conditions out here. Really slippery. Wind starting to pick up again. We're getting everything at this afternoon. There was rain, there's wind. When it dies off a little bit, it's hot, it's humid. So, really tricky conditions for both teams. But the middle to back end of that first half, both of them really started to work into their game and just set for set. Really tough. This is what you expect the bench premier level footy. And coming into the halftime break, like we said, there's some chat out there. There was some decent chat thrown as both teams were making their way off the field. There's still a lot of feeling, a lot of tension between these two teams.
Well, as you mentioned, I think we had about 4 seasons just then in the last 15 minutes. So, and the wind's picking up now. So,
it'll snow in 5 or 6 minutes. Who knows?
So 1-1 the score, and both sides really going hammer and tong here as they line up for the second half. And you're a game man to bet either way here as we have 15 minutes remaining.
Yeah, it's a flip of a coin. Yeah. Flip of a coin, like it was last Saturday night as well. Either one of those two teams could have won. At one stage you thought Rebels were going to win. They were up by 3 tries in the grand final. It was just some sort of comeback from Redlands to be able to take the victory. Not much separating them. There's nothing separating them here at the halftime break. Might be the same at the full-time whistle. Yeah. We'll wait and see.
Well, we'll be deprived of a drop-off if scores are locked up at the end, unfortunately, in the round games. But come Sunday, we get to do some extra time, hopefully, in a few matches. But right now, we're just waiting for the start of the second half for the hooter to sound. A few skills from Campbell Rolfe out there, just juggling the footy.
Well, this kid does have skills. We can see it with his feet, but one of the tries that he set up last week, flick ball back on the inside, that was probably one of the moments that really started to turn some momentum for Redlands. So, yeah, he's got it all.
So, Redlands running from left to right now as the siren sounds and away we go. Beaton to take the first touch as Redlands look to build into an attack here. Their first of the second half. And Beaton hands it off. It's a long left to right. Space out here. Sharp does very well.
Yeah, they'll come back for the forward pass. So he saw a bit of space. Sharp's in a bit of trouble here. He's off camera at the moment. He's literally crawling off to the sideline.
Yeah, Nick Foxcroft to replace him as Walker finds some handy meters. And now they look to work through the centre third through Bauer. Space opening up and a fantastic touch by Campbell Rolfe. Not only can do it with his feet, he can do it in attack and defence, Scotty.
He's ticking all the boxes, that's for sure. Young Campbell, very good player. And cementing his place in this men's premier team for Redlands.
And this is looking good from Redlands as they charge their way down. Russell handing the ball off, touches made. Plenty of experience there with Pearson, James Courtney on that right-hand edge.
We've only had a couple of sets of 6 for both two teams to start with. Oh, now Brad Russell's just got his hands on the footy there.
And so UQ will build once more. Here's Madden, followed by Foxcroft and Priddle. Makes his way out there. This is the last. Hegedus. That ball doing all sorts in the air.
Well, that's just showing the conditions there. That was just swirling around. And it's hard to say. You can see the flags flying in the background. Some are flying from the south. Some are coming across the park from the east. So, yeah, it's just a cyclone out there at the moment.
Will both sides look to mitigate those long balls as much as possible? Or how do they approach that? Will they still throw them?
They'll still throw them.
Yeah.
They'll absolutely still throw them. You'll see one here for
Paul. Here we go.
So, no, it would literally have to take a cyclone, I would think, to stop them from throwing those long balls. But, when you see...
I'm not complaining, though, I've got to say.
No.
Keep them coming.
They just got to adjust. So it's getting it out of the hands a little bit backwards. Maybe your outside edge players need to take one step behind as well.
So this is the last. The set there counted down very quickly, and there's a problem for Jacob Hall.
Yeah, take it, and for Kalen Bell as well. Both players come together. They're just giving a little high five. So Kalen's hobbling. And Jacob's grabbing at a shoulder, I think.
And just an update on Sharp. He's back out there.
Yeah, he grabbed the shoulder as well when he went down in the corner. So a couple of busted players here in this one. Kalen's hobbled off.
And to be fair, you can be, as a outsider looking into a touch game, you wouldn't think it's that physical. But I tell you what, it is a fast, frenetic sport. And both sides put their bodies on the line time and time again. As Rolf takes the touch from Prendergast. Now Russell. Slowly building here, Redlands. And the touch is made by Pearce. It was a diving effort to his left. And that denies Redlands.
Put his hand up straight away there, Lockie Pearce. Big touch, had to make it as well. Richards almost getting on the outside.
Once again, UQ picking up plenty of metres out of the box. They have to shift the ball on, and there was a forced pass, which brings the error. Some nice defence there from Redlands to really get up in their face.
You just got to stick to their guns, UQ, and that's, again, just they feel like when you're in such a tight contest like this, then you start to chance your hand and try to get yourself out of it, take any advantage you can. And it's James Price has a look back. Kelso makes a touch pretty similar to what we just saw before with Pearce and Richards. He didn't feel it there, Pricey. Going back towards home now. He'll feed it from half.
So a few more touches left in this set for Redlands. As it is the last. Price, long right to left, and James Courtney plucks it from thin air. We saw he scored a try, very similar, except he ran, the length of the field in the first match of the day.
Yeah, against the Gold Coast, and it was a similar-ish one where they threw it long and probably didn't need to have it played it, but on that occasion he grabbed it and went the full distance as well. We know how quick he is, and he went for it again there on that occasion, held on to it.
So Priddle hands it back off and look to get to work here. Hegedus, it all comes unstuck, that set.
He just didn't get the ball through the legs cleanly there, I think was the call from Curtis Sankey on field. Back and forth again, Josh. It's just, this is where it left off in the first half. It's just going up and down the paddock at the moment. This is real tough footy out here from both teams.
So this is the last. And away they go to Redlands. The touch is made in the end. Adam Russell almost poking his head through. And I've got to say, you can fall in love with the 10-11 scorelines, but these matches where defence is king are so enthralling to watch.
Oh, this is real footy.
Yeah.
Someone's got to crack. That's the biggest thing. Someone's going to have to crack at some stage. They can't continue to keep doing this for the remainder of the game.
This is the last. Prendergast gets it away. Walker. 6 more touches waved on, and Foxcroft in the corner. Well, UQ throw another punch. It is 2-1.
Well, we said someone was going to crack. Redlands there. Just folding in defence. It's nice work. Walker just had that split second just to have a little bit of a look up. Foxcroft, he's a good finisher. He took it right down into the edge home. Couldn't get it across in time, so the Rebels score first here in the second half. They're back up by 1.
So Redlands now chasing the game, and penalty blown. So the Rebels, the card's starting to fall their way here as we're close to the final quarter of this match. On comes Bell. Sharp gets it off to Priddle. Now Hegedus, Pearce. Drops it down for Hegedus. And Priddle going to work as they venture inside the 7. This is the last. Pearce does well to pick it up from his boots. And Sharp in the corner.
Big touch.
Touch made. Yeah. Ben Thompson.
Huge touch. Great footy from both two teams. I like that from Pearce as well. Just ripped long, gave it to Sharp with some space to work with. But, Thompson coming across made a huge touch. So they go up by 2 there, Rebels. That would have been a big task here for Redlands.
Well, points are at a premium at the moment. As Russell hands it off, they have some space here to work with. The pass just a little wayward.
I think James was just a step behind where he wanted to be there as well. He was punching up with his younger brother. There might have been down the races on the right-hand side of the field.
So they hand the ball back, Redlands, and Pearce gets to work with Hegedus. So round 3 for these two. Round 4 will take place tomorrow at 12 p.m. Rebels take on Rockhampton, and Redlands will face Samoa in round 4. So
grand final replay from last year's State Cup with Rebels taking on Rocky.
Yep. And we took a look at Rocky earlier on today. You called that game. Any thoughts on where they stand at the moment?
They were lucky to get a draw, to be honest. They were up against it against Brisbane Metro. They were down by at least 2 or 3 throughout that game.
I think it was 4-1 for a long period.
Yeah, and they scored the last couple right at the death. So a few new players in their team this year, but they've still got bulk experience with Harry Griffin. Cox is there, Zanetti, Benbow. So yeah, they've still definitely got the troops to potentially go 5 State Cups in a row. We've got another player down on the deck here. It's a Rebels player. Jacob Hall's over there again. He's just taking players out left, right and centre. He got taken out himself. Who's down there at the moment? Jackson Walker.
Yeah.
Clutching at his melon, I think. Been a little bit of an incidental head clash. Hall coming off the better of the two this time around.
Yeah, just receiving some assistance from the QTF medic team. And so, penalty coming for the Rebels. They do hold the advantage on the scoreboard. And this certainly helps as we have 5 minutes and roughly 40 seconds to play here. Plenty of encouragement coming from both sub-boxes as Bell. Here he is again, Jackson Bell finding Kelso. The long right to left, and Nick Foxcroft is over once more. And they're starting to walk away with things here, the Rebels.
Yeah, back-to-back tries here for Foxcroft out on the left-hand side. Worked for him last time. They came back to the well. You can see the look on Foxcroft there looking at the sideline. I think at one stage he might have thought they were going to call it forward. He looked like he was in shock. He knew he scored that one. And, this is a handy margin. Under 5 to go. It's not enough, though. It's not enough. Well, Redlands are going to feel like they can overrun them if they can just get some good opportunities down the right end of the field. Bradley Russell tries to get in underneath. So penalty here.
Well, Redlands would have to be one of the most stubborn teams in touch football, wouldn't they, Scotty?
They're just gritty, mate. They're just gritty. As soon as you see them in the draw, you know you're going to be up against it. They're just like a dog with a bone. They just keep scrapping. They keep fighting. They're never dead and buried.
So Russell got to work beaten.
That's very close.
And
just confirming.
Take it back to the 7. And again, you can hear plenty of chirp coming from the UQ sub-box. Price sweeping around.
If I thought the first one was close, that was even closer. Price liked it. We're a bit of a distance away here, but looked pretty close from where we were as well. They're throwing punches here, Redlands.
So a try here will certainly help their cause, Redlands. It's a long right to left. Marcus Holm was waiting for an age there. They do get a few more touches to play with here, Redlands. Can they crack them open? They've had a few goes at him. Russell gets the ball back on the inside.
What's the call here? Onfield's just having a chat. Lachlan Freshwater on the sideline. It looks like he's indicating Redlands have come in with a little bit of a bumper. They're getting their arms up, so they've given the penalty away while in possession. I'm not too sure if that was... We got both Russell brothers in there, whether it was off the ball initially to try and push forward out of the defence or as it was coming in for the touch.
Well, the referee's eagle-eyed there. And now the Rebels, they could really put this game not to bed, but help their cause if they found something at the end of that set. Unfortunately, they don't. The door is still open for Redlands. They come towards the sub-box. Home Gets the pass away as they run through Lamberg. Now they go to work down the centre third. A bit of footwork at the line.
Got him.
Oh. The pass out the back. What's the call going to be? It's
forward.
Clear? No, it's forward. Whew.
It just goes like half a metre back, and they score there, Redlands. It's always a tricky play to try and flick it without even really knowing where your player is out the back. But, geez, they almost opened them up.
So 2 minutes remaining. And what has been a tight and tense tussle. Either side not giving an inch. As Pearce shapes from half. Now it's Priddle. Has Hegedus in support. They want 6 more, UQ. I don't think it's going to come. Now it's the last. Walker picks it up one-handed. The ball comes out. And Redlands hold on there, but time is ticking.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to have enough here, Redlands.
We do have 1:20 to go. And coming into this game, UQ probably need the win more than Redlands did, as they dropped that first one against the Coast earlier on today. And it looks as though Redlands will suffer their first defeat of the State Cup.
Yeah, it really just shows any team can knock off any other team in this competition. And that trend will continue for the remaining rounds as well. Like you said, Gold Coast beat Rebels. Redlands beat Gold Coast. Rocky will get some wins over.
By the end,
teams.
we'll have a circle around this team beat this team and everyone's beatable.
Yeah, exactly. Where it starts to get into like Sunday and then it's like calculators out. Like, let's check for and against. If we beat this team by that team and they lose by that much to the other guys, then, you're still a chance mathematically. But, it just shows wins are super important. But you can't really split any of the teams in this year's competition.
So UQ will just manage the clock out here. They're in absolutely no rush as we have 20 seconds to go on our clock. And I look to play out this set as Madden trying to squeeze between a gap which converged on him. Penalty coming.
It's coming back for the contact from Beaton on the previous play the ball.
And both sides are happy to see things finish there. So, well, it'll be one last touch here. And thank you for coming. So, the men's Prem round 3 finishes here. The UQ Rebels run out 3-1 winners over Redlands. Scotty, your thoughts?
Yeah, good performance from the Rebels. Like we said, they would have had this one circled. Coming into the competition this weekend after going down in the GF last week against the same opposition. Little victory there, a little bit of redemption from the Rebels. Still only a round game, but a win's a win, and they needed that, like we said, after dropping a game earlier on today. So back well and truly in contention here in the men's Prem.
So another piece of the men's Prem puzzle is completed, and we'll step aside, take a quick break before heading down to the Budgie Smuggler post-game interview.
welcome back to another Queensland State Cup post-game interview brought to you by Budgie Smugglers. I'm joined by Flynn from the UQ Rebels, who have just had a pretty convincing win, a tough win. How does it feel?
Oh, it's great to get one back over the Redlands boys. They got us just the week before at Metro Cup, which was really good and well deserved from them. It's a good feeling to get one back on them today, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, well, let's chat about that one. Obviously, that hurt last weekend. How did your team prepare coming into this weekend, knowing that you had this rematch opportunity?
We gave the boys a bit of a break, kicked their feet up a little bit, and instead of training, we had a little team meeting together and a team dinner on Tuesday and just talk about how we want to go through things this weekend, which was good. And I think it showed out there on the field. It was kind of all on the same page, playing good, feeling good, so yeah.
Now, that first half, it looked pretty frustrating. Yeah, can you talk us through that? What wasn't going quite right for you guys?
I think just, carnival footy can be a bit clunky sometimes. It started to spit a little bit, so both teams were a little bit frustrated with the wet ball, I think. But yeah, dried up in the second half, and we, like I said before, got on the same page, and yeah, happy days.
Yeah, it was a completely different game in the second half. What was said at half time? What changed?
Well, we kind of knew that we just had to stick to what we want to do, what we've talked about, and just go and actually put it out onto the field. And we knew that if we stuck to what we want to do as a team and stick together, we'd be there or thereabouts in the end. So yeah.
And talk us through those two tries, almost back to back. Talk us through that. How good was that?
It was good. It's a good feeling, It's not often you get to score tries that quickly in the big moments like that. So it's an awesome feeling. There's nothing better.
Amazing. And how does that set you up for the rest of the carnival then?
It's a good start, but it's only day one of day three, and we've still got a long way to go. So hopefully stick to our processes and get through, and like I said, with this game, hopefully be there in the end.
Yeah, and to the people at home that are watching, can you talk us through the weather conditions? Because it was very hot, very humid this morning. People were losing a lot of fluids, and now there's a bit of a cool change, a wet change. Like, how are you managing that?
Oh, it is difficult. That's Queensland, Just one moment it's stinking hot. I wasn't even playing in the first game. I sat and I was sweating in the box. So it is different, but I think everyone from Queensland's used to it. It's always changing, so yeah.
Amazing. Well, thanks so much for having a chat to us. I'll let you go regroup with the team and celebrate and get ready for the rest of the weekend. Now, coming up on Field 1, we have the women's, BMTA and brothers teams. So I'm going to hand you back to our very capable commentators.
Thanks, Jackie. Down there on the sideline with Flynn Kelso from the UQ Rebels men's premier team. We get into women's 20s action now, and we've got BMTA taking on Brothers in this match. Brothers got the opening tap-off. Round 3 action here in the women's 20s, so plenty of footy already on day one here for both of these two teams. At the State Cup, Brisbane coming off a 7-2 victory over Kawana in their last match. And for Brothers, they had a 5-3 victory over Caboolture. So both coming into this game with a couple of wins. It sets up a good contest between these two local Brisbane teams. Our Brothers, nice ball back and good defence as well. Coming across there, Gabrielle Johnson making the touch. And Brothers come back out to the 7-metre line. Now a ball out in front, hits the deck. Little Wadley there out on the left-hand side of the field, couldn't reel that one in. So Brisbane tap and restart. They work their way up towards the halfway line, working hard for their metres here. Carly Banks has joined me in commentary, sprinted from, field 16 out the back dock somewhere.
That's where I was, Scotty. Yeah, out the back box, so getting the steps up again today.
Absolutely. You throw the headsets on, I throw a question at you straight away. You're probably like, just let me get a couple of breaths in for a second. Or under the pump. Has it been out on the fields? You've been out and about, no doubt, covering every corner of the complex so far today. Yeah,
it's been unreal. We've seen some really good touch being played by lots of the teams, and day one, it's a pretty decent standard, Scotty.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been some great games that we've seen on the coverage. out here. This one shapes up to be a pretty good one as well. Brothers now, nice little late switching at the line. Last touch, they've still got one to come here, Brothers. I thought that might have been the end of the set. They'll play it here on their 7-metre line. Do they chance their hand? They're happy to take the touch, and Brisbane will get the footy back. Let's see how they come out of their end of the field in this set. Down the sideline on the first 2 touches. Gives them an opportunity to get some replacement players around behind the 10-metre line. And flowing on nicely there. Nice little pop-out play. Coming into the last touch now. Pick up and go from half, though. And, wow, they played the ball. I thought that they were acting half.
Yeah,
they continue to play on. Getting away with it there.
A sneaky little short side raid there from Nat Elias. The Brisbane coach was looking for a 6 to go. I think he got pretty lucky with the acting half call. I would have...
bit cheeky.
Yeah, it is,
I'd be keeping the hands down and to go, we got away with that. You want another set of 6 as well.
Definitely.
Coaches, they're all the same, right? They're all
they
the
are,
same here.
yeah.
Fight for every advantage.
We're all cut from the same cloth, unfortunately, Scotty.
Now, Brothers, last touch. And they've just got over the halfway line. So Brisbane win the battle there in that set of 6.
Yeah, and this is a really well-credentialed Brisbane side. A lot of these girls played in that Storm Div 1 side that won the Metro Cup last week. So they're in some really good form here. So, yeah, I'll be interested to see how Brothers foot it with them. Nice little fly pop-out play there, and that is textbook footy. And what a great touch from the winger from Brothers. What a brilliant piece of defence there.
Yeah, Lola Boddington there making the touch. Great defensive read. They played on the 7. Denny takes a little deflection here. They'll get the penalty. So players being called offside for Brothers. Repeat set, more pressure on the line. Brisbane looking to score first here in this women's 20s match. Looping ball, bit of space, good footwork, good touch as well.
Yeah, some desperate defence already from the Brothers outfit. I like what I'm seeing from them defensively.
Now they played in the middle of the field, looking to come back on the inside.
Yeah, looking for that little follow play. They're very good at that play, and Leanne Bauer down in that coaching box, that's one of the plays that she goes to very often. So, yeah, but that was really well read by Brothers. So they're really sticking with Brisbane, and as I say, I've just jinxed them. Commentator's curse.
First one of the game. Won't be the last. I'll square it up at some stage as well.
That would make me feel a hell of a lot better, Scotty.
Now Brisbane, after a couple of mistakes and repeat sets on the line, Brothers really under the pump defensively. They're still holding on at the moment. Scores locked up. No one's able to trouble the scoreboard as of yet.
Well, they got him in trouble there.
Ooh, for half a second there, I thought the
I
referee
think
was going to point.
Pretty sure she's going to.
Still confirming.
Yeah, she's going to award the penalty, and I think that's a pretty good decision, Scotty, because there was enough doubt whether, she got the ball down or if the link defender got onside, but the middle was definitely offside, so I think that's a fantastic call from the referee.
Sideline referee who went on to confirm, not too sure whether she changed her mind in the end, but she started heading back towards halfway. So she thought it was going to be a try. On-field referee changes their mind in the end. Denny, again, touches made. They're still hanging in there, Brothers.
Yeah, it's a nice process here from Brisbane as well. They're just, probing around, a couple of early count plays, just diving at the line, nice and safe stuff. They'll look for their punch play here, I reckon, Scotty. They'll go for something expansive like a rooster early release or a splitter.
Come back to
going long. There they are.
Oh, nice one. Great hands.
And there's a nice little process, right, we're talking about, Scotty, like they compressed the Brothers' defence on those first couple of quickie plays, then while they're bunched, then run the expansive play in a really nice long ball, and that's a very smart touchdown from BMTA.
Yeah, Gabriella Johnson, it's the first try of the game for Brisbane. It just felt like it was a matter of time. They've just been camped down that end of the field,
Yeah.
repeat set after repeat set.
But there's a lot to be said for how resolute the Brothers' defence was for all that time. We know if we hang in enough, that'll sort of give them a bit of confidence. Sometimes it works the other way too, Scotty. You sort of, they finally get one and they sort of relax, but the other team say, we've held them out for a fair while, so we're not far away.
Now from the restart, Big bomb out to the left-hand side of the field. Good footwork. Still throwing the footy around here. This is nice from Brothers. They're going to come back, though, for a touch and pass. You mind that, though?
No, not at all.
And Brisbane in their right-hand sideline.
Yeah, and they're very disciplined, this Brisbane side, in terms of their rucking and Natalice. So look for this. If it's not the middle play, it's the fly. So it seems like they're running in their two pods and they're working hard. And that's a beautiful strike dump.
And putting it through their hands.
But again, how good's this Brothers' defence? They just keep turning up, Scotty, and they're doing a really good job. I'm really impressed with them. They've gone really well today in terms of just sticking in games and just sticking to their patterns. They're nothing flash, but they stick at it, and I think that's something where that any team that plays them is going to be in for a battle. And if you don't switch on for the whole 30 minutes of the game, you could find yourself on the opposite end of the scoreline.
You've got experience over in the box with Greg English being their head coach. That's his footy
Absolutely.
style to a T, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yeah, 100%.
All the teams that he coaches, they compete.
Yep,
they
all
always
the time.
compete. Turn the footy over here on the 10-metre line here for Brisbane. And they have to come back to the mark on the first touch. A good chance for him to pop up out of the line. A little bit isolated in defence there. Only two players popping forward. Brisbane getting changes around the halfway line.
And a nice little gun play there from Natalice just to get them a little bit more field position. Now look for this fly again.
Great hands, Denny. Sends it off into the corner. And good recovery again.
Yeah, they're going to that well a fair bit, and Brothers probably need to tighten, get that link to push forward, or get them to stay out and have that middle, just adjust their spacings, because I can feel that this fly play is going to probably do a little bit more damage the longer this game goes on.
Brothers restart their set. Through the hands. Right-hand side of the field they go.
Yeah, it's really nice flow there from the Brothers. The first three were really sharp, weren't they, Scotty? And then they probably just lose a little bit of momentum, touch 4, touch 5, because of the real physical way that, Brisbane approach, the back end of the set defensively in the midfield. And they stay up, they flatline, they put a lot of pressure on you. So there aren't too many gaps, so you've really got to be forceful on touches 4 to 5 to try and give yourself a really good quality strike dump.
Nice work there from Emma Suckling, just doing double plays there in defence.
Yeah, and this is where they're getting away here, right? They're good at being able to recycle the footy, and here we go again with the fly.
Yep, the hands they go again.
Yeah, probably the thing that is probably frustrating Brisbane is that the play's right, but Brothers are their equal athletically. So that's probably the thing that, if Brothers keep turning up like that, they may have to go to a different well.
Yeah, they've definitely done a good job, like you said, that fly play, but they've been able to recover.
Yeah, and that's because they've got a team of athletes, right? There's some really fast girls in this Brothers lineup, and they're quite athletic, and it really helps. Like, they're trucking this ball forward really, really hard. So what they don't have in really good footy IQ in this back end, they make up for it with their athletic ability. So it's a bit of an intriguing matchup, really. You have to keep running.
Just
keep
forward.
running, chick.
Yep, punch it through into the line. Nice footwork, looping
Oh.
ball, and wow, they're going to bring it back. Gee whiz, and you're talking about having an athlete in your team. Ashley Kavanagh, as soon as she got the ball in the hands, didn't she take off?
Yeah. And see how this is really good metres on one there, and that's going to be in the ruck penalty, unfortunately, but that's how good they are. Brisbane, in terms of like getting on the ball quick, doing all the little 1% stuff, right? They're probably out teching, Brothers at the moment, and that's what's keeping them in front. But Brothers are they're equal athletically, so it'll just be interesting to see what happens, from here. Like I said, if BMTA sort of fall asleep at any point in time, Brothers, are by no means out of this.
Yeah, only the one try on the board at the moment, but they've just spent the majority of the game down this end of the field, Brisbane.
This is where they're good here, this sequencing. Nat Elias with the football in hand, such a good organiser, marshalling the troops, getting the ball where it needs to be. But that's a fantastic defence of effort there. That was on the 7, and they managed to get themselves back on side and make that really, really critical clutch touch.
Elias picks up from half. Doesn't have too many options.
Yeah, and that was actually not bad from her in terms of the fact that brothers are so athletic that they're manning on. So a little late switch could be the play.
Elias again gives early ball this time. They got numbers, looping ball, holds up in the breeze. Just
Doesn't
gives
matter,
an
they're
opportunity.
good enough to get out there. They're just good enough to get out there. And this is a thing that BMTA have got to keep their nerve, because it is very frustrating when you're thinking like you've created the play that should get you the try, but they just keep turning up and, they're athletically good enough to go with you. Here she goes. Here's another good athlete, just trucking the ball forward, making lots of metres. So they sort of play very, eyes up, like whatever's happening. Sometimes that's a good thing, but sometimes it can cruel you like that, where if there was someone who was a little bit of more footy IQ, just to direct them around a little bit, they could probably put those athletes to really good use. But it definitely sees the Brothers Club, in pretty good stead for the future if this is, the type of people that they're producing.
Yeah, definitely next crop coming through for Brothers, and Danny couldn't pick that one up cleanly.
Yeah, unfortunately, couldn't get a handle on that one, and it's letting them back in. And this is important now for Brothers to just keep going with their game plan, keep trucking it forward. You can see how they're a little bit clunky getting to the box, and unfortunately there's the error, and that's just good physicality from BMTA in that midfield area. And, as we said, it's just that little bit of technical edge that they have over them at the moment.
So Brisbane will start their set of 6 here in really good field position again. They work their opening play down the left-hand sideline. Back in field they come. More pressure on the Brothers' defence. Denny sweeps, receives it. They're still working their way back. A nice touch coming in from the left link position there from Chloe Vera.
Yeah, really well done. They know the players that are going to pass the ball and those that are most likely to dive, and that was really well defended.
They come out to the right. Not much doing.
Yeah, they want to finish as close as they can to their sideline, right, Scotty? So they're just trying to make life as hard as they can for Brothers, and then come with a really hard press. And that's touch 2, and Brisbane have done a really good job there and forced the error. Yep. So definitely premeditated. It's like high percentage touch, and that's Leanne Bauer down to a T. So it's really, really good coaching from her. And, and now we'll see them use this ball quite thoughtfully. Early counts, they'll probably dive at the line like they've been doing, and then look at their sweepers late in the count.
Now it looks to come down that short side, diving into the line. This is a very close.
Yeah,
Sideline's
so.
Giving it the all clear.
And that's a coach killer for old Greg English over there in that Brothers box. And, just a nice little punish play. Gets down really low, and just a little swish and a miss, unfortunately, from the Brothers link. And that kicks the BMTA girls out to a comfortable 2-0 lead at half-time.
Yeah, well, it's been a close contest. That try right before the half-time break sees Brisbane go up by 2. Going into the second 15 minutes, we'll take a quick break here and be back with the second half action of the women's 20s here at the Queensland State Cup.
How would you like your own health coach? My Health for Life is a free health coaching initiative funded by the Queensland Government. Over 18 weeks, we'll have 6 sessions together where we'll talk about making healthier choices and creating healthier habits that you can live with. Together, we'll discover your motivation, set goals, and create your action plan. We'll also cover managing setbacks, changing your mindset, and celebrating your wins. I'm here to support you and help you navigate the ups and downs of making lifestyle changes. Do our online health check to see if My Health for Life is right for you. Visit myhealthforlife.com.au.
Welcome back to live action here at the Queensland State Cup. We were taking you into the Brisbane Metro halftime box here. They coach Leanne Bauer and giving final instructions. Just a bit more of the same here in the second 15 minutes. They had to work for the 2 tries right before halftime. They got their second try, but might open up for them a little bit. You just feel like Brothers can't continue to defend as much as what they did there in the first half.
Yeah, they've been really, really good, Brothers. I mean, like I said, athletically they're competing really well, but you can't keep turning up like that all the time without it having a bit of a toll. And I think that the flies opened them up at will anytime they've done it, so they probably just need to look at being able to defend that a little bit better. They're really athletic and they're trying to go at them. If I was Brothers, I'd go, well, take us on. We're as fast as you are. You're not going to beat us with that play. And if they keep doing that, they could probably frustrate them out of it. But, full marks to Brothers in the way that they've competed and kept going. They play very eyes-up footy, what's in front of them, which all credit, to them. But it's this structure and it's this technical precision that BMTA are playing with that's probably keeping them where they need to be. So I think they're having a bit of a laugh at us down there. Give us a wave, girls.
Yeah, and Leanne giving us a wave. I'm not too sure about those dances. You're trying to hide now. There's no point hiding after you've done the dance moves on the camera.
Yeah, she's got to do better than that. I expected more.
And you can see the scenes across the field. So plenty of footy out here on day one. Multiple fields all going at the once. About 3,500 players, spectators, officials here across the weekend.
It's been a really good day one so far, hasn't it, Scotty? I mean, sort of this weather's been a bit of 4 seasons in one day, hasn't it? But at the same time, we haven't had too much rain. It's just, gone across the surface and everyone's sort of been able to, get on with playing footy. So it's been a really, really good opening day.
Yep. Plenty more to come as well. We've got more coverage coming up. Women's Premier action coming up next as well.
Looking forward to that one.
Yeah, we've got Kawana taking on Redlands.
Yeah, I watched Kawana play Caboolture earlier in the day, and that young Kawana team that Paul Cobbins put together is, gives a bit of cheek and goes pretty well. So, don't mind that team.
Yeah, and Redlands led by Adam Pride as well, former Australian men's coach, Redlands legend. So a big game coming up next, Women's Premier action on your screens on KO Sports. And big cheerio as well to everybody watching around the world on Sky Sports Next. Enjoying the coverage. A lot of touch footy coming up on the back end of the year. The Festival of Touch here in Queensland, New South Wales State Cup, more kilometres in the bank for Carly Banks. And the Port Macquarie next weekend. Now Brisbane from the restart. What commitments have you got next weekend, Carly? What's on the calendar?
I got the Doilo boys in the Premier League, so preparation's been good. So we've just got to, anyone can win down there. So you've got to hope that you get through the round games and you don't get too many injuries and you keep your form up. So looking forward to that one. And then the New South Wales Men's Open camp the week after. So a glutton for punishment, mate.
Footy, and more footy. Don't expect anything else. Great to see New South Wales State Cup. You'll be able to see that on KO for the first time as well. It'll be one of the best tournaments. It's one of the best tournaments on the calendar as well.
Oh, Scotty, I think it's the hardest one to win in the sport. It's so hard. It's just a war of attrition.
Yeah, the sun's starting to poke its way through here. Play on the 7, Rayfield, right foot, and almost gets in between with this Brothers defence again, making them really work hard for points.
Raygun Rayfield nearly slipped through there, didn't she? She's a bit of a slippery customer, and Nelly gets through, and that's a really good opening set there from them. And Brothers have earned themselves a penalty, so a little bit too physical in that touch, and this could be one of those breaks that Brothers need just to get a little bit more field position, a little bit easier.
Yeah, they haven't had too many of these opportunities throughout the game so far. There's Jaeger working in the middle. Kavanagh plays it.
Yeah, she's a good athlete, isn't she, Scotty? You noticed her before on the call. And I'd really like to see her in some open space.
Big bomb out to the left-hand side of the field. Hits the deck. Brisbane, though, will start their set of 6 on their 7 on the opposite side of the field.
And you notice how deep they are in that V formation, getting themselves deep. Brisbane, they're then able to beat this hard press that Brothers are giving them. So again, the technical 1%ers are in their game really well, and it really allows them to get down the field quite comfortably usually. But full marks again to Brothers. They just keep turning up.
Pushing forward in the middle of the field again. Kavanagh again up there to make the touch, supported as well. Now a bit of space down the left-hand side, ball out in front. They're going to start their set here on their 10-metre line, probably even a little bit further up towards the halfway.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there for Abby Blewett. She's a really talented young kid, spent her junior days at Redlands and, is a player of immense talent. And I think it'll be a couple of years before we see the best of her, Scotty, but she's a really talented and creative young player.
Brothers across the park. Getting some replacement players out onto the field. Kavanagh gets away. See you later.
Oh, that's unfortunate there, and we said we just wanted to see her in open space, and she's done really, really well there. Evades the touch of Blewett. I give poor old Blewett a rap, and then that's what happens. But that was a fantastic piece of running. Like she played against Caboolture earlier today, and was so quick. And she's a very, very impressive young player.
So well and truly in the game, and score their first try. First try of the second half as well. Down by 1.
This is it. They've been so resolute, haven't they, in that midfield, and sometimes, the braver you are, the luckier you get.
And Brisbane chancing their hand early.
Yep, and this is a little bit of frustration, right? And this is the stuff with them being so persistent. This reminded me of that game that we called a few weeks ago with Colts, the last round of fixture games in the sort of women's prems, and it was just them sticking in, and then, getting the result right on the sort of hooter, and you sort of think that the longer this game goes and the more unorthodox that Brothers play, it's a little bit of a quandary here for Brisbane in terms of being able to work out how to sort of thwart them.
You can frustrate teams into positions where they don't need to be, can't you? Brisbane don't need the chance. We saw that on the previous set. They didn't need to throw that ball.
And see, now this is quite clunky from them to try and get out of their half. It's very unusual for Brisbane to do that and not be at the box on 3. And so this is sort of really messing with their rhythm a little.
Better run out of the box there.
They're trying to set up for that middle, yep. And just a sweep around the back, and it's been good to them during this event, but what a great touch.
Yeah, Aaron Stanley
makes a fantastic touch there, and it had to be made, and that setup's been really good for Brisbane. They've been able to sort of look for that middle and then bring the player around to the short side to make the number. So that's something that I think we're going to see again out of their midfield rucking.
And State though, from Brothers, gives the footy back to Brisbane. Wind starting to pick up again a little bit.
Oh, she's off. She's in trouble.
Again, a desperation touch.
Wow.
2 players retrieving to the line. They're hard ones to make.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was very close. Now Brisbane step outside the 7-metre line. Rayfield does a good job to reach for it.
But again, how good is that defence? Athletically, they are their equal. So there's no way through there.
Couple touches to come for Brisbane. Coming into the last one now. Rayfield takes them on and they've made it again.
Yep.
This is unbelievable defence for Brothers.
They're just eating it up. Anything that's inside that 7, they're really comfortable there. And they're very comfortable. They're getting out of their touch as well, and that's full marks to Greg English and the way that he's, coached those girls to exit out of their touches close to the line because they're staying in the contest consistently, and that's a big rap to Greg.
Over the halfway line, last couldn't pick it up cleanly there, Kavanagh. They'll just get straight back into defence here, Brothers. Second touch. Yeah. Into Brothers' end of the field.
Yeah, they're lining up here, probably looking for the fly, I'd be saying soon. Although the same play again as before. That looked forward off the ruck, but they're going to play on. And I think that's a bit of justice, Scotty, because I definitely think that one was forward at the ruck. So, and that's fortuitous for Brothers. They got to get out of here now.
Sorted itself out in the end.
Yeah, Brothers, I like that.
Yeah, sending it Out through the hands.
3 passes on 1 and they're at the box on 2, and that's pretty impressive. And there she is again, Kavanagh. She's got a great set of feet, and she's a really strong athlete, isn't she? And she'll be one to keep our eye on in the future, Scotty.
Now those replacement players need to continue the flow. Good clean play the ball, and they get a penalty. What a great set. All starts again off the back of Kavanagh. They're just picking those extra couple of metres up, giving the opportunity for them to flow on.
And this is the 3rd set in the second half that they've actually got a repeat penalty, in what was already decent field position. And so it'll be interesting to see what they can do with the repeat set. They've got to get to that 7 though, Scotty, to put a bit more pressure on Brisbane.
Back in field they come. McDermott puts it through the hands. Happy to throw the footy around. Come against the grain, back in field, takes a deflection, another penalty.
Now they'll get this one on the 7. If they're smart, they'll take the tap right on the 7 and they'll make Brisbane come to them. Rather than taking it backwards, because that just plays into their hands.
So
they're taking it back.
We need to get some.
Now they've got the 7. Get the 7.
That's
the shot.
Out to the left. It's holding at the moment. Try plays it. And a punch coming off the ball, no options though.
Yeah, they were inside the 7 on that one. It's such a fine line. If you was at home, you're thinking, well, what's the big deal about getting it right on the 7? It's just almost impossible to stop someone diving at the 7 there. And, he's going to play on. Shooter was early from Link. Good call from the referee. Yep. And he's explained his ruling very well to the players there, and that's a play on, and it is game on.
Well, locked up. Chloe Vera scores. Second try, brothers here in the second half, and locked up at 2 tries apiece. I was going to say what a comeback it's been, but it hasn't really been a comeback because they've been in the game the whole time. They just haven't had the opportunities with the football that Brisbane have had.
And this is it. On paper, Brisbane have the team. They have the names. They have the titles under their belt. They have all of those things going from great recent form. But it's about this thing about being so frustrated by a team that's probably a little bit more unorthodox than what they're used to. And there's a textbook play. The follow was something they tried in the first half, and they were just denied by a despairing touch in about the 2nd or 3rd minute. And then we see this. They finally get it right. So just opened them up a little bit wider, and then it was too far a bridge to come across for the defensive player. And then this is a little bit of spit and polish that's keeping Brisbane ahead, which is probably the thing that we always think in the back of our mind. But what Brothers have made them do is it, and they sent a clear message here that teams that play a little bit unorthodox can definitely unsettle the teams that are a lot more adept technically.
Now going a little bit more direct to get them down the other end of the field. Suckling plays it, receives it back. Coming out to the left.
And they're looking to punish this Link again.
Back in field, Suckling. Ball did come out of the hands. The touch is made first.
Yep. And just the technical precision, the difference between that sort of punish from Brothers and the ones that Brisbane are doing is just they're getting the inside shoulder and they're really smooth off the ground. And the plays are right. It's just the execution's probably, not quite there at the moment for Brothers. But, boy, they've been impressive here. I love the way they just keep turning up, mate.
Brisbane working hard for their metres.
And
Looping ball. Great ball. Clean play the ball here. And they get that down on the deck nicely. Now flowing downfield quite nicely, Brisbane. Great field in the half. Last touch. They come out on the left. Bad end to the set. Good defensive read again.
Yeah, great work from Lila Wadley there. Making a really good touch coming up with the goods for Brothers.
They're going to have to come back to the mark. Got to restart and get going forward again. Over the halfway line.
Bit of a solid touch there from the ray gun.
There's Kavanagh, plays it again. They pick up. Nice clean pair of heels. Beautiful ball out to the left-hand side. Brothers, what a try that was. What a pass. Jeez, that's good footy from Brothers.
Oh, you got to love that. This will look exceptional on the replay. What a great piece of ball playing. Went to the line, number 72. I don't think we've got a number there. Her name probably Scotty, but what a good effort it was. She went to the line. She dug right in, threw a lovely floating long ball to to a runner running on the out, and that definitely shakes things up here again, and we're 3-all.
Well, someone's watching at home and they know who that young lady was. We don't have her down. She needs to be shouted out for that pass. Get a message over to someone here from the Brothers crew and let us know. Wow, God, that was good footy. Now, Brisbane looked to hit straight back. Well, referees confirming. Touch is made. 2.5 to go.
What a cracking piece of play there, and unfortunately Nat Elias just a little bit too forceful there with the touch, and Brothers get out of jail here, and this could be critical.
Definitely got their tails up.
They do. Full of running, and they're really coming on with a little bit of gusto in this back end.
Shaby can go back on the inside, still going to go forward though.
Yeah.
They go again. This time the ball hits the deck. And start on their 10-metre line here, Brisbane.
So it'll be interesting to see what Brisbane do if they bring the ball to the box. Nat Elias just plays in behind on one, and it looks like they're coming towards the box. Get a little bit of back-end flow and smart play from Elias. They make another 10 metres on that play, and this will give them a really good strike dump in good field position. Wonder if they'll bring that link back on that sweep. No, they're just going to go middle and have a crack. Out the back on the passive, maybe? No.
Just weren't quite in position for it, were they?
Yeah, I think that was a late call, and I think the player picked it up too late. But, it'd be interesting to see what Brothers can do with 1:22 on the clock. Can they go the length of the field?
Brisbane punching up out of the defensive line and try and keep Brothers down this end of the field.
Surely they got to get Kavanagh on. What do you reckon, Scotty?
Has to. Absolutely have to. I need her in some clear space. Here she is.
Here she goes.
They got to get a clean play. The ball. They go away from her. They see some space down the right-hand side and almost slipping through. It was the last touch of the set. And
52 seconds, Scotty.
Molly Rury with a big touch. Now a little show and go for her. She's been in the action here, Rury. She'll pop off to have a quick breather. Replacement players on.
Plenty of time still here.
Rayfield
for Brisbane to come up with the play that they need.
Nice work getting away from the first defender. They come back in.
Plenty of time. 30 seconds on the clock still. Looking for this strike dump on the 7.
Blewett's deep at the moment. They come to her, great hands, holds it herself.
What a great defensive effort again. They thwarted the passive play. It was the right play, but it was so well defended by Brothers. And with 12 seconds to go, it looks like we're going to have a draw here, Scotty, and I think a fitting result for this one. What an entertaining clash it's been.
Yeah, it definitely has been. Brothers scoring 2 tries in the second half to Brisbane's 1. Hooter Sounds, we're going to be locked at 3 tries apiece at full time here in this women's 20s game. Like you mentioned, great contest and really good performance there in the second half for Brothers to go with a 3-all draw at the full time whistle.
Yeah, 2-0 down at half time. Didn't panic. Stayed in the contest, just kept staying in touch, worked in that midfield area really, really well, and never gave up, and definitely showed that they're a chance in this competition, and what a good standard of women's 20s touch that we've seen this afternoon, Scott.
Quality game of footy. We'll have another one coming up next in the women's Premier. Kawana taking on Redlands. We'll head down to the sideline as well with Jackie for the Budgie Smuggler post-match interview. Plenty more to come here from the Queensland State Cup.
Queensland State Cup post-game interview brought to you by Budgie Smugglers. I've got some of the ladies from Team BMTA. Who have I got? Sorry?
Natalie.
Natalie.
And Charlotte.
Charlotte. Okay, ladies. Tough game. How are we feeling?
Knackered.
Yeah, not great.
It's pretty tiring.
And pretty frustrating.
Oh,
Can you talk
yeah.
us through, just how frustrating was that?
Yeah.
It was definitely a bit frustrating. Like, it was, they were a very good running side, and I think we didn't really turn up in that aspect. Like, we weren't going forward enough, and I don't think we had quite enough torque either. Like, towards the end, I think we had a few mistakes creep in, but still, I think that was all right. It was okay.
I think we just try to make it a bit too fancy at times.
Yeah, I think we just need to stick to simple.
Yeah, Leanne said multiple times,
Yes.
just simplify it and we'll be right. But
and we did not.
Giving credit to you ladies because keeping it at 3-3, like you obviously were very good at defending.
Yeah.
I think we were on our line quite a bit, like in the second half especially.
And we've been really trying to work on like getting our ruck defence, so I think it's coming along together a bit. Pretty good.
Yeah. But still lots to work on though, I reckon.
Yeah.
Only day one.
Exactly. Talk us through the next couple of days. What are they looking like for you then? Like, how do you move on from a draw?
Well, I think for us, we're really trying to get prep for our game against Rebels.
Yep.
They're going to be really tough. So I think for us from now on, it's tomorrow. So we're just trying to prep, get all our like plays all together, and
Yeah. So we've got a few new players, and I just feel like we just need to kind of
we've got some
work
young
together as a
girls,
team. A
young
couple of
girls coming through. So
how do you take the young ones under your wing? Like, are you ladies helping with that, or is it a full team effort?
Full team effort,
Yeah, full
I'd
team
say.
effort, but I
like,
mean, they're very good. They're very capable.
They don't even
Like,
really need us.
No, they don't need that much help.
They're pretty good. So yeah, we're pretty lucky to have them come up and
so
get
we've
into
got-
the team. Pretty.
Yeah, got a
pretty
squad
good.
of 16 too. So
Yeah, we've got 2 sitting out each game. So
Wow,
yeah,
impressive. Well, let's talk about the year that you've had so far then, in general. How's it been?
it's good.
It's good.
We,
we
just came off a win for Metro Cup
Metro
Storm.
Cup. Yeah, we played against UQ in the final.
Yeah. It was tough.
It was a tough final. Like
we only won by 1.
Yeah,
and it
and
was.
they're a very good side. Like
Yeah.
they beat us. Like we played them twice in the rounds, and they beat us both times. But then
Yeah, we
when
actually
showed up
came
on
off.
the day-
We were 4th on the ladder, and underdogs. Ended up winning semis, and then
Well, congratulations. Good luck the rest of the weekend. Thanks for stopping and having a chat.
No
I'll let
problem.
you go get some water because
Yes.
we have more action for you on Field 1. We have the women's Kiwana and Redlands teams about to battle it out. Are you going to be watching this one?
we might stick around.
Yeah,
We'll see. Have a fizz.
Yeah, for real.
I'll hand you back to our commentators.
Thanks, Jackie. You can see we got one eye on the skies at the moment. We've already had a little bit of rain this week, or this morning, I should say, and throughout the afternoon. It's holding off at the moment. Hopefully we can get through today with no more rain. Women's Premier action kick-starting now. Redlands taking on Kiwana. I'll make mention of some of the players within this team. For both teams now, as we see, Gemma Seymour running through, formerly Gemma Mai. Great to see her back in the red and green.
Absolutely great to see her back playing touch.
Out in the corner, playing with her sister Kayla as well. So there's been a little bit of player movement in the women's Premier.
Yeah,
We've got
definitely.
Kim Sue C lining up for Redlands as well. Catherine Stevens, we saw them both playing for Brothers in the Metro Cup season this year. Redlands didn't have a team in the Metro Cup Women's Premier competition, getting a team together for the State Cup.
Yeah, the majority of them played in the Div 1 and had led the competition for most of the year and were shock semi-final like losers there, Scotty. And so I think that it's probably given them a few more weeks just to get ready for State Cup. So I think this has been really good, and this is really exciting to see this Redlands team out here in the Premier League. And well coached by Adam Pride, so they've got a fantastic mentor, helping them out, and they've got some really exciting, a blend of youth and experience, which is really exciting to see. And of course, any team with Kimmy Susie in it has to be respected.
Kayla Mai from half. Nice pass. Just wasn't quite in position to get the phase play. Coming in towards the back end of the set. It's the last touch for them now, though. Still managed, almost created it. An opportunity down the left-hand side. Just the final pass. Quite hitting the target there. Ray Barker and playing for Redlands as well this weekend. So a few of those brothers players lining up in the red and green. Kiwana now working hard to get forward. We saw some pretty good defence from Redlands on the previous set. They held them within their own end of the field. This time they'll get over. Here's the back end. They probably pick up an extra 5 or so metres than what they did in the previous set of 6.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is a pretty even contest, Scotty. Both these teams are fairly well credentialed. The Kiwana team's a little bit younger. A lot of their Div 1 girls, but also some girls who have had some really good experience playing for Colts in the Premier League as well previously. So, yeah, I think it's a bit of an intriguing matchup between these two sides.
Here's Georgia Thomas, comes back in field. Nice ball, Paige Markey sends it back inside. Queensland Women's Open winger.
That's pretty well handled there from the Kiwana combination. Let's see how they go getting out of their own end.
They've got some work to do. They put it through their hands, actually take a loss of metres on the first touch.
Yeah, great press from Susie. She was in their face before that even moved. So and there she is again, just showing the class act that she is.
Kiwana really working hard for metres in the early stages of this game. Again, players coming on around the back. And that was the end of the set. Redlands well and truly up in this game. Haven't been able to crack the scoreboard as of yet.
Yeah, really, really good defence there by Georgia Thomas. She's, a really, really good young player. Had the privilege of coaching her a couple of years ago in the Redlands Div 1 team, and it's really nice to see her kick on, in the club and do what she's doing out there because she's a great young kid and a good young player.
Redlands there early in their set of 6. Throw the footy around. Oh, steaming in off the back fence. Gets a little bit of a shot. Yeah, Georgia Kett. She's really running in 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, good on her though. She's giving it everything she's got, and they're full of running. This Kiwana team, they're probably just lacking that little bit of technical sort of finish and sort of prowess, a bit upright in their touches. So probably get a little bit lower because this Redlands team is very good on all those technical 1%ers.
Now space down the right hand side of the field and stretching away.
What
big
a
touch, huge touch. Had to make it.
Oh. What a fantastic effort over in that corner there from the Kiwana winger.
Talia Rasmussen has some space to work with. Came back at her. Here's Rasmussen in from half. Looping ball over the top and has fallen into the hands. Oh, they're going to come back. Would have actually been Summer Pride who did the big stretching run.
Yeah, definitely.
They're going to come back in field. Here's Summer who will tap. Folk puts it through the hands. Pride on the sweep. Barker goes away.
Yeah, good decision there because they were retreating and they weren't going to get the strike on the 7, so good decision there.
Seymour plays it. They come down the short side with Pride and takes them on.
Yeah, comfortable touch there. Really well done by Genevieve Poulos. She's a really good player and handled that really big attacking question with aplomb there.
Now Folk comes against the grain, manages to come off the hands, then goes backwards. Play on's the call. Pride. Seymour tries to bat it on.
Yeah, she would have done a few of those in her time playing netball, mate, over the last few years.
Yeah, it was a previous Queensland Firebirds player.
Yeah, what a talented family they are. The Myers, they're just fantastic athletes, all the girls, and their mum and dad should be extremely proud of everything that all 4 of those girls have achieved.
Yeah, and Redlands through and through, apart from Beck playing for the Rebels at the moment, but we'll let that one slide through. She playing good footy at the moment.
Yeah, amazing, mate. I was lucky enough to work with her in the Indigenous All-Stars the last 2 series, and she's a fantastic captain and just a great leader. I mean, she's probably been the best player on the field in those games, and that's saying something when you've got the calibre of those of Jamin and Jardel Bob, Seamus Edwards, those types of guys on the field.
Good field position again here for Redlands. Here's Kayla in the half. Picks up. Nice ball. Out, might have had a chance to get it back in. Yeah, Kiwana having to get on the bike and get across to shut that play down.
Yeah, Madison Guymore, what a good effort over there in the corner. Made a really, really good touch there. And, they're not going away, are they, Kawana? And this is really good intensity. Paul Cobbin's got them rucking really well and, playing high percentage games. So really, really good to watch them go to work.
This is a much better set of 6 for them, rolling downfield nicely. Coming into the last touch now, Redlands on the back foot. This time they're the ones scrambling to get across and make the touch. Best set of 6 of the game so far there for Kawana.
Yeah, Amelita Case. Wonder if she's any relation to the case that we called for Colts in the women's prems a few weeks ago, because she's definitely got a good set of feet on her as well. So, she's a very exciting young player.
Now,
the fly.
Susie puts it through the hands. The last pass doesn't hit the target.
Yeah, bit of a tough catch and pass, that one. If she'd pulled that off, that would have been great from Kat Stevens. But unfortunately, not to be. But the play was right. I don't think Pride will be too upset about that. They'll definitely be going to that well again.
Just found their groove a little bit more. Kawana now, ball in hand. All of a sudden, their running game's starting to come into it. Be looking for a clean end to the set.
Absolutely. They seem to be able to make some really good meters. Like we said, they're very athletic. And,
a collision of bodies.
Talia got one in their head there for a trouble, just trying to make the touch, but been in the wars a little bit early in this game.
Here's Susie looking for options. No one there for it. Just to bring it back to the mark. Stevens comes down the sideline.
And they've picked the forward pass, and that's a really good call, because I was thinking that myself, and that was a really, really good call from the referee. And they're just sort of... Redlands are allowing Kawana to get back into this. I know it's 0-0, but Redlands have definitely, looked the better team. But as we speak... It's like it's starting to get a bit windy. The kids are going a bit crazy, Scotty.
It always has, doesn't it?
It does.
Weather like this, particularly at schools, a storm rolls through all of a sudden they're bouncing off the walls.
Oh, don't miss those days at all. I'm glad I'm not at Hunter Sports High anymore doing that stuff, so I'm pretty happy with that.
Now space to work with Seymour. Wisely holds on to the footy. Back in field they come to control things out there.
I like the checking around. Summer Pride has really, come along over the last couple of years with her game, and she's always a busy player, always looking, to recycle that footy. And here's Folk on the sweep. Ignores her and goes back, and nice defensive positioning there from Kawana, and they just keep coming up with the answers at the moment, Scotty.
Yeah, they're grinding in this game, that's for sure. As White takes them forward. Meters kicking away just over the halfway line there with Carla Sankey. That's nice as well.
Nice arcing run there by Layla White.
Now coming into the last. They pick up. Looking for options. Does get a wave once. Hands up in the air in the Redlands box. Looking for a little obstruction.
I've seen a few of those today, Scotty, on the backfields that have been quite interesting. Play on. Bringing the crowds back.
Absolutely. Space again, juggled, held on to. Stevens.
Yeah, she's such a professional player, Kat Stevens. Like, she always takes the ball forward. She always comes up with the right play. If a team sort of goes a little bit wayward, she manages to resurrect the set of 6. And here's Seymour with a nice little short ball. And it was the My show for a second there, turning the clock back about 10 years, Scotty.
Yeah, it would have been a few of those plays run in the backyard.
Oh, yeah. Remember a few Queensland Junior State Cups for Redlands over the years that the My girls have put on a bit of a clinic. So, yeah, definitely bringing back some good memories there.
Kawana definitely into this game. They haven't had many opportunities around their 7-metre line. But they continue to truck the ball downfield.
You get that feel, don't you? Like, Kawana are very similar, and it's no disrespect. I mean, they're technically good too, because Paul Cobbin's a good technical coach as well, but they're very athletic. And, they're always going to trouble the sides that are probably, have the footy IQ, but there are probably, some vulnerabilities, in this Redlands lineup that can be exposed by pure speed.
They just keep competing on plays like that. They'll force errors, but
and
now on the flip side, Redlands will do the exact same back at you.
Yep. And that's just great technique in the touch there, right? So, you know, this is the 1% of stuff that Redlands are doing really well. And, you know, Kawana now are going to be forced to come up with something, you know, equally good athletically to be able to thwart them.
Oh, great ball, Catherine Stevens. The final one, though, doesn't hit a target.
Yeah, and that's it, right? So it's just that spit and polish, you know, in terms of finishing these opportunities. And that would be disappointing for Adam Pride. And, you know, they probably have blown about 3 or 4 of those opportunities, and they're good enough to be able to convert those things. And I think he's just, you know, having a chat there to Gemma just to try to see if she can, like, sort of get the girls to sort of settle a little bit and just and just stick to their game plan a little bit better.
Now Sankey comes back in field. I'll finish it around the 10-metre line of Redlands.
And that's a good defensive set from a Redlands. They really got up and they made life as difficult as they could for Kawana.
Susie comes down the left-hand side of the field with Markey. He'll follow up the play here and feed it from half. Rolf plays it as Pagefolk links up with Pride. Ooh, get it back on the mark.
Got away with that one.
They turn the ball over on the last touch of the set. Kawana now. Poulos feeding it off the first touch. Sankey shapes to throw it, holds it. They played on their 10-metre line.
Nice metres from Kate Ellum. She's another player that always takes the ball forward, and she's always trying to, you know, do the best thing that she possibly can do for a team.
Coming into the back end, nothing there.
And that's the second set in a row that they finished around that sort of just over halfway mark. So Paul's got to find a way here to be able to, you know, get them to sort of, you know, get on that transition a little bit sharper and try and maybe get to the box earlier, because they seem to be sort of one touch short in terms of the field position that they require to put some real pressure on Redlands.
Last touch, Kayla Maimai plays it. Big Sis gets into half, rips it out, can't link up with the target on the left. And just over a minute or thereabouts to go before the halftime break. Score still locked up, 0-0. It's been, even though we haven't seen any points on the board, it's been an enthralling battle between these two teams, hasn't it?
Yep.
Now Redlands, though, might have a chance.
Yeah, but how good's that press defence from Redlands? Everybody turned up. Like, Kawana tried to spread it, and they just kept turning up, and they've earned themselves this try.
Great early passing from Redlands.
Yep.
Sees them finish it off in the corner. Comes off the back of that defence, like you said, Carly. They force the mistake and they get it back. And I love how they just got the ball, released it, let the ball do the work. There was open space down the left-hand side.
Yep.
It might be an important try right before the break.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the value of this press defence. They did such a great job in terms of being able to, you know, put some pressure on that transition from Kawana and last play.
Switch to Ellum, who can't get away from Sue C. An important try right before the halftime break sees Redlands go into the break up by 1. We've got a tight contest on our hands here in the Women's Premier. We're going to take a quick break, be back with the second half action. Redlands in front.
Hey, how would you like your own health coach? My Health for Life is a free health coaching initiative funded by the Queensland Government. Over 18 weeks, we'll have 6 sessions together where we'll talk about making healthier choices and creating healthier habits that you can live with. Together, we'll discover your motivation, set goals, and create your action plan. We'll also cover managing setbacks, changing your mindset, and celebrating your wins. I'm here to support you and help you navigate the ups and downs of making lifestyle changes. Do our online health check to see if My Health for Life is right for you. Visit myhealthforlife.com.au.
Welcome back to live action here at halftime in the Women's Premier Round 2 match. Redlands taking on Kawana. Just the one try separating the two teams going into the break. Redlands scoring right before the halftime siren. You can see the Kawana team. Their coach Paul Cobham over the other side, just gritty, weren't they, through that first 15 minutes? We were just talking during the halftime break. It feels like Redlands are the better of the two teams. They've had better field position at the moment, but Kawana just hanging in there. They just continue to hang in and grind.
Yeah, they do. They've done a really, really great job, and Redlands sort of seem to have the sort of technical plays and the IQ over them, but it's just this awesome athletic effort that Kawana are putting in, and they're just turning up in numbers, and they've got some girls with some really good feet that can cause some issues, so I'm really looking forward to this second half, Scott.
Yeah, you can see we got teams competing here as well, but our referees doing a great job getting some coaching as well at the halftime break. We've got a whole stack of referees here this weekend, about 130 odd teams. There'd be about 130 odd referees as well. The requirement for each team to bring at least one referee per team with them. So we thank our referees for turning up again. A decent crowd hovering around as well. A couple of the Redlands crew down there.
Yeah, enjoying themselves, and looking forward to a few ales down here.
Well, it's all part of it as well.
Yep.
There's a bit of a carnival feel down here at the State Cup as well, particularly around some of those Masters divisions. They don't mind a cool refreshment after a couple of games of footy. Maybe a couple in between games of footy as well, knowing some of those old fellas.
They do well to be running, Scott. Once I decided Plaid Opens, that was enough for me. That was it. Wouldn't have been able to keep running, so I take my hats off them. The fact that we've got people playing 50s and 60s and things like that, even at NTL and stuff like that, you just sort of think, wow, it really is a sport you can play your whole life, and the friendships you make and the fun you have and those sorts of memories, mate, they stay with you from tournaments like this one.
Yeah, there'll be whole families here as well. You know, mum and dad will be competing out in the backfields or something like that. The kids might be a little bit closer to the main fields, but whole families down here this weekend. Aunties, uncles, cousins. It's a real family sport, family affair. And we can see it in this game. We've got a couple of sisters in the My playing together. It's probably been a while since they played a bit of footy together.
And we saw the husband and wife combo down here before. Paige Markey, we can see just in front of us, and I think Corey's on baby duties, maybe?
Yes, he's on dad duties. I'm not too sure how good a job he's doing at the moment. I think he's farmed the young fella off to somebody else. But
that wouldn't be Corey.
No,
good on him.
Plenty of that happening here at the Queensland State Cup.
Yeah, isn't it great to see whole families here, Scotty, just loving the sport, playing it, and it's what it's all about.
Got a bit of mixed Premier action to follow the conclusion of this one. Coolum, one of the heavyweights in the mixed division, taking on brothers. Actually, those two have got a bit of a history against each other, come up against each other in a few finals. I was actually talking to Scotty Prince out behind the commentary box a little bit earlier. Circled was that game, he said.
I could imagine. Absolutely. That'll be a crackerjack contest, so viewers, stay tuned for that one.
Loose ball there from Kawana. Their first possession here in the second half, down by 1 on the scoreboard. Redlands with Stevens picks up some valuable metres.
As I said, she's just a metre eater. She is such a professional player. Love watching her play. They were shaping to run the sneaky down there, and just unfortunate there. Forward pass at the ruck.
So Kawana will tap in Redlands' end of the field.
Yeah, they were looking at the sneaky, weren't they? And Kimmy Susie, if she'd got that ball, I think it was good night. So, pretty decent and fortuitous call there for the Coolum combination. Kawana, sorry.
Sends it across field. I'll make a couple of changes here. So a little bit isolated as those replacement players make their way onto the field.
Yeah, and that's the costly stuff. Then they have to work so hard to retrieve and get themselves a strike dump to be in really, really good position.
And they're still trying to get into good attacking position on the back end of the set. Sees them close it out, hand the footy back to Redlands.
Yeah, nice metres here from Redlands on these first three. They need to be careful of those close passes because that one, again, looked a bit marginal there, Scotty. So it's an area that they'll probably need to clean up a little bit.
Johnson plays it seamless, sends it across field.
Yeah, not too bad. That was a good play from Gemma, and they still got a play to go. Looked like she has that great angling run across field. Little late switch here and there because Kawana, as being as athletic as they are, they're fairly man on. So a good opportunity, for them to throw a little late switch and probably create a little bit of havoc there for them.
Well, she got to team the footy back there with strong contact on the first touch, forced the mistake.
She's a competitor, right?
And she's in every play.
Yeah, unbelievably good. And such a nice girl too, there are a few nicer people in the sport than Gemma Moore, and that's a great piece of play, but they're going to call it forward.
Oof. I like the early release.
Yeah.
That's how they scored their first try as well, just putting the ball through the hands nice and early.
Definitely. So definitely listening to what Pridey had to say to them at half time.
Now good metres through the middle of the park, picks up even more. Stretching away there, Chloe Tunks.
She's a good young player too, Scotty. Over the last few years, she's been really good and been knocking on the door at every level in the youth area.
Harpe picks up good metres as well, coming to the back end of the set, and Paige Markey reads that one beautifully.
Yeah. Read it like a book, did Paigey, and gets the ball back there in really good field position for Redlands.
Oh, loose ball there from Kayla Maimai, though.
Yeah, just pushed the pass and really wasn't necessary there because, Markey had earned them, quite good field position, and now it's giving the ball back to Kawana with a chance to be able to run with a little bit of flow here.
It changes onto the park. Elam receives it back, getting plenty of touches in this set. Nice little short ball.
Well defended. Really nice touch there.
Now Kate puts it down on the deck.
Yeah, disappointing into that set there for Kawana. So let's see what Redlands can do. They've been a bit sketchy these last couple of sets, so they need to put together a really good rucking set. And that's decent defence from Kawana on the first three. Nice wrap and release, but up to the task there with Kawana, and they keep coming forward in numbers, and that's really impressive.
And Susie has to pick it up from her own half. Does a good job though. Gets in.
Kate Elam, fantastic piece of defence. Knew that Susie was going to pick up and go. It had to be the only play, but she positioned herself well back on side and was waiting for Susie. And they've got a real opportunity now, Kawana, to try and get down the other end and try and force an issue. Yeah, they seem to be like recoiling out of the touches. They've got to get their hand out and anticipate that they're going to be, hit fairly solidly. So, it's really stopping them getting some clean flow off the back of those strike dumps. So they're a little bit upright in the touches, and Redlands are technically just a little bit better than them in that area. Again, getting caught in the touch, and they were very lucky to get, to get away with that one. Wow. Saw that a little bit differently.
Yeah, and just the marks the call.
Yeah. Just Kat Stevens came to the sideline and going, "Wonder what happened there." And I'm with you, Kat, on that one. So, this is the opportunity though that Kawana have been waiting for.
Dingus sends it. Nice early ball. Ellen diving in at the line.
Nice defensive play there. Really, really good read from Emily Graves.
Still some touches to work with here. Kawana looking to get their first try on the board. Ellen steps in field, takes him on herself. Lovely ball. Oh, if they could get that away. Yeah, would have gone away in the corner.
Another good defensive read, though, by Talia Rasmussen out there. She's done really well to shut that play down because that was big danger. And this is great kill defence here. And they forced another error, and that is all credit to the hustle and the bustle of the Kawana team, who just refused to go away here.
Yeah, they've really swung momentum, even though they're down on the scoreboard at the moment. Repeat sets. Ooh, bit of pressure here on the first touch. Smartly just holding on to the footy. Guymore plays it. They go back in field. Ellen really working her way into the game here in this second half.
I could see that a couple of times. She's gone back to that short side, and she's always dangerous when she's got the footy in hand. Oh, she's a class act, Kate Ellen. Steps back, dummy, and just straight between the middle and the link, and that's a fantastic piece of play from Kate Ellen to square things up.
Locked up at one apiece. Great hit back, weight of possession in favour of Kawana. And only a matter of time, and Redlands have come up with another mistake from the tap-off as well.
And this is this time when, both coaching boxes would be, impressing upon their players how important it is to just get the 1%ers right. It's easier said than done, isn't it, Scotty? But those are things that you've really got to concentrate on, and they've just conceded another penalty by being a little bit too, assertive in that sort of ruck area. So these are the times when, Redlands can ill afford another penalty here to give them a shot, on the 7. But this is good defence there from Seymour pushing out all the way. And, any time they can, stop it from being on the 7 is going to be really good. And she's caught it acting half on the 3rd, and that's great patient defence there from Redlands.
Seymour trucks it forward, good metres for touch 1.
It's important that this is a really safe set. It goes without saying how important this set is now, and there's the penalty, and that's fantastic. It can turn on a dime, and you can put that down to Gemma Mai, not just the ruck she brought to the ball. Gemma Seymour, I'm sorry for saying that. Every time, she trucks the ball, it's there, but it was her defensive stuff at the other end that, gave them that sort of impetus to get the turnover. And here's Kimmy Susi.
See you later. And there's been a touch on the boot. That was massive there.
Wow.
Maya Harpe.
How good was that touch?
Well, that was huge.
Man, you wouldn't see too many people be able to stop Kimmy Susi in her tracks just like that. What a fantastic piece of play.
Coming back towards her now again. Kimmy this time comes off the right foot, and it
this
might be played
down,
short.
He's saying play on, play through, and deny me once, you won't deny me twice. She's a class act. So many superlatives about Kimmy Susi. She's got it all. Never made the line, and that was a fair call there from the referees, and she's given her team the ascendancy. The Emus captain steps up, like the clutch player that she is.
And great hit back from Redlands after having a try scored on them down the other end of the field. Gets them back in front 2-1. Kawana will continue to throw the kitchen sink here.
Yeah, they're not going away, are they, Scotty? And there's Ellum again. She's been so creative for them. She throws long, and she's made the right option again.
Wow.
She's
Buchanan.
Mate, I can't speak highly enough of Katie Ellum. She is just a class act, always has been. I remember her playing 20s mixed against the Caboolture team in the grand final last year, and just sort of, she was probably the best player on the field, and she was the female player, and Caboolture ended up getting the win, but she was outstanding. And I remember thinking, that kid is just, she's full of heart and courage and skill, and it's really nice to see her, taking centre stage out here and playing really well.
And going to get the footy back here as well. All over the mark. That was clunky again from the restart from Redlands. All of a sudden it looks like they're getting themselves back in, and they start to fall away again a little bit. Are we coming forward? Or are we going back here? They're all over the place. Is it a tap? Is it a roll?
I'm confused too.
Kawana, they've got the footy. They don't have the footy. And Stevens there. She played the ball. She's going, let's go, girls, let's go. Out to Kayla Mai, some space down here. Markey had a little bit of room to work with.
Yeah, and this is pretty dangerous here now.
And into the corner they go. Another touch.
What a touch.
Wow.
Yeah, she's got jets. She's so fast, and really classy effort there. They're just making sure that the Redlands player wasn't hurt in the touch, which is great sportsmanship.
Come back and play it on the 7. Head deep off the ball here, Redlands. Loop it back in, Seymour.
Yeah, brave from Layla White getting herself out there, and she's going to have to work hard here.
Great ball.
Very nice. Yeah, and that's fantastic piece of play there. They were really patient with the ball. Kayla Mai to Gemma Seymour and an out ball there, and that's a fantastic finish in the corner from Paige Markey, one of the best finishers in our sport, Scotty, and isn't it great to see Paige back doing what she does best, scoring tries on the wing.
Yeah, that's it. Redlands back in front. Starting to open up a little bit now. Both teams really throwing punches in this one. Finger sends it infield to Sankey from half. He switches. Ellum steps in. Loves this play. Goes early.
Ooh, yeah. She threw her hands to her head straight away. Katie Ellum probably would have thought better of it. Just maybe wait for another touch. But now this will be interesting to see what Redlands can do with this. Kimmy Susie looming up on the inside. Checks it back to Rasmussen.
Great meters, gets them all the way downfield. They get the opportunity to get some replacement players onto the field as well. Things just held up momentarily. Summer Pride makes her way onto the field. Receives it now. Stick kick away. Coming down the short side, Stevens.
And that's a good decision by the referees. They were rolling out of that touch, and that was a good pickup from the referees. And the repeat set. Let's see what Summer Pride can do with this repeat.
Working with Stevens in the middle. They come out to Graves. Stevenson plays it. Meters shy of that 7 metre line. Nice ball movement.
Great
Quick
defence.
play the
They're
ball
going to have to be sharp here, and
just
really good job. I like the way that Kawana have taken on those things. They stuck to their policy. They're one in, all in. I mean, they're playing a straight shut there, and a bit of confusion here with the touch. Yeah, no. Playing on, there's going to be a penalty for a hard touch, I would think. Yes, yep. That's what it is. Yep.
Let's get signal towards Kawana. We'll tap and get things back underway.
Wasn't much of an advantage that, though, was it, Scotty?
No. And off they go.
They've never stopped running, this Kawana team. They're very impressive, but unfortunately...
They'll stop now.
Unfortunately, those little errors have sort of crept in, those technical errors that we've been talking about. And, it's been a really entertaining game, though, hasn't it? Both teams are just throwing the kitchen sink and a little short side overlap here and a check back on the inside.
Great footy from Redlands down the right-hand side.
Again,
Stevens.
Kat Stevens again. She's been instrumental, this afternoon for Redlands, and she's a real key player in this lineup, as is Gemma Seymour. The experience that those players have brought to this side, along with Markey and Kimmy Susie's been, next level for Redlands, and it's really good to see those senior players leading the way for some of these young girls. The likes of Summer Pride, would be benefiting enormously by playing with those legends.
It's Thomas who plays it. My picks up again. They let the ball do the work. And it might have just taken the ball. They hold on to it and finish it off in the corner. Another great try. Billy Barker scores for Redlands. They're skipping away now.
Yeah, gee, that was close. That was very close, but the referees were on the spot and awarded that one to Redlands. And it looks quite comfortable now for Redlands, but it's been, a pretty imposing little sort of contest, hasn't it, between these two teams, and Kawana can hold their heads up high, and it's important that they just keep going here to this last siren.
And they'll come up and make the touch. Solid contact there on the last play. Sums up this game to a T. A really good game of footy between both these two teams. Redlands getting the victory in the end, but they really had to work for it.
Yeah, definitely. It was a really entertaining contest between these two teams, and it'll be interesting to see how they both go over the next few days, Scotty.
Yeah, we've got some mixed Premier action coming up. This is going to be a big match between Coolum and Brothers. We'll head down to the side of the field with Jackie as well. She's going to grab an interview for the Budgie Smuggler post-game. Stay with us. More to come here from the Queensland State Cup.
Hey, how would you like your own health coach? My Health for Life is a free health coaching initiative funded by the Queensland Government. Over 18 weeks, we'll have 6 sessions together where we'll talk about making healthier choices and creating healthier habits that you can live with. Together, we'll discover your motivation, set goals, and create your action plan. We'll also cover managing setbacks, changing your mindset, and celebrating your wins. I'm here to support you and help you navigate the ups and downs of making lifestyle changes. Do our online health check to see if My Health for Life is right for you. Visit myhealthforlife.com.au.
Hello and welcome back for another Queensland State Cup post-game interview brought to you by Budgie Smugglers. I'm joined by Paige and Summer, who just won on Field 1. How does it feel to be winners right now?
It's a good feeling. Coming from our last game, it's really good to get one in the bank, and yeah, we're building from here.
Absolutely. Now, it was pretty tough. That first half was pretty tough.
Yes.
Talk us through that one.
Well, I think we're still getting used to playing together. Like, we're pretty new together, so I think we got better in the second half.
Yeah, well, talk us through the second half then. Was it some wise words from the coach in half-time, or you guys just kicked into gear?
Yeah, definitely some calmness from the coach. You know, like, obviously in a game like that, you get caught up in the moment and you just want to score, run 100 miles an hour, but we knew we just had to go back to basics and grind it out for the full 15 minutes.
Well, the basics work because you were running 100 miles an hour at the end there. How did that feel to get those tries in the bag?
A bit reassuring that what we've been doing is actually going to work. So, yeah.
Amazing. So how does this set you up for the weekend then? How are we feeling?
Yeah, pretty good. It's good to get a win. As I said, we obviously came from a loss, but to bounce back the way we did, I think it shows our team culture. And we just see how we go tomorrow, keep building from here. It's going to be hard, but I think we can do it.
Well, your team culture must be working. You were saying that you were relatively new in the team. There's a few new players. Like, how do you go team bonding and bringing players under your wings? Yeah. Talk us through that.
Obviously, so coming from Redlands, we've just built the club back up in terms of the girls program. So some of us are older, some of us are still young ones, still 16 coming through. So I think just taking on board everything that the older players that we all look up to, just take it on board, and yeah, we're just so positive, and wherever we can, we always get around each other.
That's some very, very wise words. I hope the players at home are listening all across Queensland. Look, ladies, thank you so much for having a chat. I'm going to let you rehydrate. And to everyone at home, don't go anywhere. We have a very exciting blockbuster match coming up for you right now. It is the mixed Coolum and Brothers teams going head-to-head. There might be some familiar faces in there as well. Enjoy, guys, and I'm going to take you back to our commentators.
Welcome back to the 2024 Queensland State Cup. Thank you to Jackie for the sideline interviews throughout the day. They've been fantastic. And I'm joined by Kai Leggett in the commentary box for this round 2 match in the mixed premier between Coolum and Brothers. Mate, great to have you alongside. What do we expect in this mixed premiers action? A bit of fast and frenetic footy.
It will be, yeah. Brothers will definitely come out hard, but Coolum are a very good team. They've got a lot of experienced heads in that squad there as well, so I think this should be a very interesting game to watch.
So Brothers get on the move through Prince, and here he is dropping it down. A bit of a messy roll ball, penalty going the way of Brothers.
Yeah, it's a very good start there with that splitter. Obviously got the 2 middles out the way. I did have a 4-on-3 if they were able to find that phase play, but yeah, it's a very good start for Brothers at the moment.
So they get a fresh set here, Brothers, as they'll look to get into their work. Coolum defending their line for the first set of the match. And now Prince trying to sneak over.
I think Prince is actually off the other side of the field. I think he might have him.
Oh, you're right, yeah.
God, I know my eyes are terrible, but as everyone would say, but...
No, you're right. Prince in the 23, that was Justin Paul.
Down. Oh.
Yeah, good pick up there, Kai. Otherwise, thanks for pulling me up 45 seconds in. It's better that than 30 minutes in, you know.
It's early doors too. So yeah, it's worrying not just for me, but I don't know how my eyes caught that, but we did. So, but no, good start so far for Brothers. They did have options there as Prince now goes to make that touch. But no, they did have a few options there, which is obviously good to see very early doors. But Coolum are definitely throwing on their subs at the moment, looking for a lot of fresh legs. Probably looking very early doors to go to Jaden Fielding-Smith to do a lot of their work, as well as Geordie Andrews, who go for last here as the ball goes down. Who do you think comes out on top?
Oh, it's tough. Brothers have been strong.
They have.
In this division for a few years now,
Yeah.
and I feel like they've kept a lot of the nucleus of their side together. So, look, if you're tipping anyone, probably Brothers, but it is early on. It's only round 2 in this division, so it can go either way.
It is very early doors, that's for sure.
If my memory serves me right, these two played in the GF a couple of years ago, which went to a drop-off, and that was fantastic to watch.
Yeah, right.
From
Okay.
start to finish. But anyway, ball hitting the deck, so Coolum will get a fresh start here. And they look to gather some momentum.
Geordie Andrews off the back fence there. That's what you want to see out of your forwards.
Yes. They're getting some fresh legs as they sweep around towards the centre third of the field now, and Coolum get into their work. There's plenty of metres to be picked up on that right-hand edge, and well, that's very nice work from Coolum. As they hunt down the centre third, a nice little show and go, looking for support. The support arrives, but it's great defence from Brothers in the end.
Yeah, very good defence from Brothers in the end there. They just were able to really go with that half runner and make sure they just didn't get enough room in the in goal, because as soon as you get the in goal, it adds 5 metres either side. So it just becomes this big open area of space that just becomes a little bit too hard to control sometimes. But Coolum doing a very good job at stopping their subset. Prince goes forward, finds a half.
So in this division, we do have one pool of 5 teams. The max amount of games will be 8, minimum 5, and it's a bit of a messy final system. We have some qualifier. We have a grand final qualifier followed by preliminary final qualifiers, and then a preliminary final to determine who plays in the grand final. That's a long way away yet.
Just lots going on, really.
Yeah, but just trying to get my head around things at the moment. But either way, that'll be, in any event, that's a issue for Sunday to worry about.
Yeah, that's 2 days away. The body will be a lot older and a lot sorer then, that's for sure. But it's been a very back and forth game so far we've seen out in the front, and it is blowing a gale out here at the moment, as you can probably see in the background there with the flags. But see as Coolum come into the line.
So Brock Long running around that sweeper. Now it's Fielding-Smith getting the pass away. And the touch is made. They want 6 more, Coolum. It's not going to come. So a reload here through the hands of Bakshach. A heavy touch there. The penalty does eventually arrive.
I don't think Princey wanted to get burnt on the out there. I think that's why there was a little bit more mayo in that one. But they're throwing options up. Coolum looking very dangerous early.
And we're still on the hunt for our first try this afternoon. Does it come in the form of Brock Long? No, it won't. We continue to hold our breath. Almost 5 minutes gone. Coolum on the attack. They've put together a couple of touches now, and Brothers holding them out nicely. I've gained a lot of confidence from this Brothers if they're able to turn them away.
2 touches to get. They go on Prince again.
This is the last. Fielding-Smith looking for support. He breaks free. And the touch is made, so Brothers, fantastic defensively, very switched on to start.
Oh, that's it. You've got 2 very, very strong heads in there, in the middle and the link as well. And I as much as Coolum was going to throw at them, I think it was always going to be pretty tough for them to score with the team that they had on defending there. But they've done very well, Brothers.
So Brothers now just backpedaling a little bit, looking to find some rhythm down the centre third of the field. This is the last, and there's not a lot doing. Coolum do well to retreat, and the touch is made. So not the end to the set Brothers were hoping for there. Not the set they were hoping for in general, to be fair.
Yeah, I think they just kind of got stuck up in the middle with that latcher as it come on, and just kind of allowed Coolum to breathe a little bit when they were coming to their subs as they find a few extra metres down the sideline here. But yeah, Coolum seem to be the team on the top at the moment.
And they are, as they have plenty of running in their legs. They let the passes fly, and that one just a little too far behind the wing.
I reckon you would have been doing well to catch that, mate. You're 6'2", so that was a bullet. That was a bullet out there. But yeah, as we've been saying, Coolum definitely probably have the advantage coming into the start of this game, I think, at the moment. But as you see brothers gain a few more metres there, which is needed.
And I was talking to Scotty in a game earlier about the wind picking up, and will the players look to throw a few more shorter balls rather than the long cutout? But he said that there's no chance of that happening.
No, not with him. Great ball.
So brothers are all good. They have the first try of the match, and they take the lead.
Yeah, very, very good setup there as they go for a little 4-on-3 platform, and just getting that short ball away early doors, getting that middle to commit in, and the link just was never there, unfortunately, probably a couple of steps behind. But yeah, advantage brothers.
Yeah, so Jesse Green going over for brothers. So you can attest, touch players will be throwing that long ball.
Definitely.
No matter what.
I think. Well, it proves it earlier. I think to start off with in our game, there was plenty of long balls being thrown, and we got away with a few, to be honest. A few of us turned into Tom Brady. But in saying that, you definitely don't get scared of throwing it as they look to go a link hole. It's a little bit too much. I don't think you should ever be scared to throw it. I feel like if you're scared to throw a long ball, if you're scared to throw a link hole, you're already 2 steps behind where you should be. Right. So, and that's kind of been the way it has been for a while now. But it's just one of those things you still got to monitor as well. You can't come in and all of a sudden someone turned the fan on out here and it's blowing a gale. So you just got to be careful with it, really.
I'm not complaining. The more long balls, the better.
Yeah, well, that's right.
They're good fun.
It's good to watch.
So brothers over halfway now as they look to continue in this trajectory as the try scorer there, Jesse Green, throwing another long ball.
No.
There's a bit of speed, and the touch is made. So Coolum eventually gathered things up, but it was looking dicey momentarily.
Yeah, it was. I think if he actually went long side there, he did have some numbers, but he comes back to the other side to kill it in this corner. And yeah, it seems like it's just going to be a battle for the next, 20 minutes. It's just going to be back and forth footy and not really going.
We've had a couple of games like that on the broadcast here on Field 1, and they've certainly brought a lot of entertainment. So Coolum looking to hit back if they can. Down on the scoreboard just by 1. This is the last. They shape away to the open side. Not much doing there. Breaking through. And it would have been a miraculous effort to get that ball down. But brothers, hold on.
It would have been something, I think, to get there. But I think the last 3 plays they've gone now, they could have actually run open side. They would have had 4-on-3 out here, but they've gone back short side and taken on the middle. Twice out of the 3 times they've been stopped by the brothers' defence, and actually twice out of those 3 times they've actually tried to run on a Princey now. Whether you want to keep doing that for the rest of the game, I don't know. Yeah. But we'll see how this goes.
So brothers looking to defend their line one more time as Coolum are on the attack. Cooper Clark drawing the penalty.
Yeah, Zoe, happy to blow the whistle there, not moving forward with that back middle. He does need to keep moving forward, and I will say brothers do have a habit of falling into just not moving forward, which is what Geordie Andrews is trying to get now as they get a 3-on-2.
Fielding Smith looking for the link hole. It shuts down. That was Kelly Goodwin punching through. So once again they rewind. Do Coolum, and penalty blown once more.
Princey's got a West Tigers shirt on at the moment, I think, by the looks of it. Bit of guts going on there, but he kind of really beat him to the bend as well, so he had nearly full right to actually do that to him.
And that's 2 inside the 7 as well, so
it is 2.
We'll keep an eye on that as they come towards the short side this time. Nothing doing once again. They have to backtrack Coolum. So far, brothers have proven very difficult to break down. Another touch made, so they're running out of touches here, Coolum, if they want to get on the board in this set.
They do need to go this left side here. Down.
They do come that way. Great call, Kai. There we go.
It's funny. Can't pick 4 horses of a Saturday, but can do that, right? But the problem is Jesse's just up that little bit too far, and once you get turned inside out in that 7, it's very, very hard to be able to track back and pull your corner there, and we're just able to capitalise on that one, and it's back to 1-1 now.
So Cooper Clark, the try scorer for Coolum. And as you mentioned too, mate, you're on fire at the moment. You're correcting me with Princey. You just called the try, but also you predicted it's going to be a grind affair. It's going to be one end to another. Not many points scored. Defence is standing tall, and that's what we've seen so far in this first half.
Oh, dear.
But as we say that, brothers break free. That's their second, and it is Jess and Paul going over.
Yeah, a little 32 long there as well. They just were able to get that middle, just that little bit out of position. And if the link was up and in there, he actually would have stopped a lot of that. But just as that step back off the line, and they were able to capitalise, brothers, again.
So roughly 11 minutes 30 gone in this first half. So not too long remaining between these two. Brothers take the lead once more. Coolum with their rider reply as they start from halfway. A bit of footwork. The touch is made.
Ali, go the other way.
And once again, they push it through their hands. Quite an expansive unit, this Coolum attack.
Tell you what, if they run an A on Scotty Prince, he could be in real trouble.
So they look to attack that side. Brothers do well. Coolum keep the ball alive now. Here's the last. A bit of footwork at the line. The flick pass, not much doing there. And Prince could field it second slip.
Yeah, you've actually beat me to saying that then too. That was right in the end of my tongue. But yeah, he's just in the lane there. Did a good enough job to be able to bring that that long side play back to a hold. And then obviously gratefully goes for a sub. Ooh, lots going on in that roll ball there.
Bit of a tied roll ball there. So Coolum will pick up where brothers left, and they get on some fresh legs as they look to strike back here. Just down by the one try. They've had plenty of field possession to work with.
Lots of it, yeah. There looks to be some tired bodies out there at the moment too. There'll be a bit of the pacer test, I think, going on at the moment. Just there seems to be a little bit of jelly in the legs. Big sweep alongside.
And then they fire the pass. It's a great pass.
No. God, I think that was a bit Tom Brady too, unfortunately. But that was the play. I reckon if they can keep doing that for the next 20 minutes, brothers are going to be in real trouble.
Well, Taylor Heaton got her hands to it, but as you said, the pass was just out in front there. A hard one to grab onto.
Yeah. It was, but as I say, if every time they've come this way, they've looked dangerous. Every time they've come this way, so I think they do need to change it up at the moment and stop going to that right-hand side.
Yep.
As we come into last touch here for not really much on for half.
And that's the other part of this equation. Coolum, yes, they've conceded 2 tries, but defensively they've actually been really good and limited brothers' exposure into their own half.
Very strong, yeah. They've been able to stop their sub-box defence quite well, and they've only really been able to get to the 10, which is obviously killing a lot of brothers' momentum. The only time brothers have actually looked dangerous is when they're on their line, as Coolum come in again.
So they pick up a move here, Coolum. A couple of touches to work with as they look to set up down the middle. This is the last. They break away to the right, and they'll get 6 more touches. We only have about 45 seconds to go here, so I think they're conscious of the time.
They need to go this left again.
Yeah, and brothers smartly just trying to kill as many seconds as possible. So Coolum, can they go into half-time level at 2 apiece? There's space if they want to use it, and unfortunately the ball hits the deck. It was opening up there.
It's a good little two-step, but they'll get a penalty here. I don't think the link was onside.
So they've got one touch to make something happen here, Coolum.
Strap your ankles.
Bit of footwork, a flick pass, it hits the deck. Very well managed there by brothers to kill as many seconds on the clock and send this thing to half-time. Kai, your thoughts on the first 15?
Brothers look very good when they're on their line. When Coolum come left, they do look a bit shaky. So I'll be at half-time here. I think I'd be definitely having words saying Coolum definitely need to go to their left and stay away from Prince. They've come on that right-hand side twice now, and they've been able to defend it really, really well. But I think brothers, if they have that role, they'll be able to run away with the game, I think. But an interesting 15 minutes coming up.
So 2-1 the score. We'll step aside as we take a break, and we'll return for the second half action in this mixed Premier Division.
Hey, how would you like your own health coach? My Health for Life is a free health coaching initiative funded by the Queensland Government. Over 18 weeks, we'll have 6 sessions together where we'll talk about making healthier choices and creating healthier habits that you can live with. Together, we'll discover your motivation, set goals, and create your action plan. We'll also cover managing setbacks, changing your mindset, and celebrating your wins. I'm here to support you and help you navigate the ups and downs of making lifestyle changes. Do our online health check to see if My Health for Life is right for you. Visit myhealthforlife.com.au.
So you're joining us here at halftime between Coolum and Brothers in the Mixed Premier Division Round 2. This game taking place here on Field 1. I'm joined by Kai Leggett in the commentary box. Kai, how's day one of your State Cup been so far, mate?
We're 2 from 2. It's a bit foreign for me being a Bundy boy, not playing for Bundaberg, playing for Caboolture at the moment. But in the mixed opens. But the boys are doing really, really well. We've got 2 games tomorrow into a quarter-final, so 2 from 2 is a very, very good start. But we definitely need to get the next 2 games out of the way.
And how's the body feeling?
Busted. I should have hung the boots up a couple of years ago, but no. Once you get some running in the legs, mate, it's like riding a bike.
Yeah,
it comes back, but. No, I am carrying a small injury at the moment, but I'm just going to say that's just through old age.
Okay.
So we'll go from there. But no, look, at the moment we are playing well, and we do definitely need to keep monitoring ourselves over the next couple of days. But confident we can go all the way.
Anyone watching at home, what are they to look for in this second 15 minutes? I know you touched on Coolum's attack a bit, but for anyone watching at home, what are they to look for in the remainder of this one?
I think Coolum just need to relax a little bit. Brothers know what they're doing in defence. They've gone the same way 3 times now, as I said, in the first half, and they've been able to stop them all 3 times. So I do think they need to go off the left. They're throwing that lead middle up, and that lead middle is just coming too far into the field. And when they're coming too far into the field, as we saw with Coolum's only try at the moment, he was just able to he wasn't able to pull corner far enough. And because of that, there was just too much of a gap there, and the link was left standing there. So I would say, Coolum need to start going left a lot more, but Brothers need to start, I would say, start throwing a lot of long balls, because I think coming down towards the other end, they've got the wind, but they're also probably a little bit liable on that link side, Coolum. So we'll see.
Yes, time will certainly tell. We're waiting for the siren. And we're good to go here on Field 1. Coolum and Brothers swap ends, as Coolum are now running from left to right on your screens for the last round of competition in the Mixed Prem today. And they go to work down the left-hand edge as they look to get on this scoreboard and lock things up. The touch is made. The defence converge. And they'll have one touch to work their magic, Coolum, a bit like the end of the first half. It's very hard to fabricate something from here. No. Please. Coolum, do they open it up? It's a try. How about it? That's one for the highlights reel.
Gee, I think she sold everyone out here at the moment on the dummy there. They've all gone to the bar. But it was a great play from Coolum. Just being able to keep the ball alive. Ali did enough to really drag that link in. Beck Goulding back on the switch there as well. They actually went right there. So unbeknownst to me, they haven't listened to me and gone the other way, and they've scored. I might just shut up, I think.
Please don't. Please don't.
But no, it was, very, very good play. And Brothers have definitely looked to hit back here in 3 of their strike players.
So, as you said, Brothers looking to reply immediately, and that they do. 3-2 the score.
Yeah, look, they go through the middle there. It was just a very little good 2-step play back inside, and the middle was just never there. And Brothers have had this way of, if they let one in, they'll score one.
They're
chilling.
I was about to say, like, that happened in the first half as well. What is that? Is it just a lapse of concentration from Coolum, or Brothers are just a killer instinct?
It's experience, mate.
Yeah, okay.
You look at the experienced heads in that team. There's too many, to be fair. It should be illegal, but I think you just can't leave them out of the game. You've never been able to be fair.
So Coolum, after drawing level, have had the air taken out of the balloon immediately. And have they found their third? No, they haven't. Coolum were convinced they had.
You need to blow up to go with it as well.
Well, the balls ended up back at halfway.
Hey, Geordie's not happy about that one, funnily enough. Here he is. But I thought it was down 2 from up here. He just had that on the out. I thought it was enough, but see if they can pick something up here as they don't. But yeah, this for the next 13, 12 minutes, this is just going to go back and forth. It's just going to be a ping-pong match.
So the grind is predicted as Brothers coming out from the opposite corner to their sub-box, and they look to transverse across the level of the field.
Well, there's a lot of people in the ruck there, yep.
And the penalty comes. So we saw that in the first half. Brothers really struggled to gather momentum coming out of their own end, and Coolum really mitigated any metres they could find. And it seems to be that set that was trending in a similar direction until the penalty came.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things, you know. It's just something you've got to watch. You can't let Brothers get on top any more than they already are. Oh, what's just happened there? How's that worked?
And talking about Brothers getting on top, they will double their advantage.
Yeah, I think he's just kicked away from the middle there, and the middle just sort of got stuck in the mud, unfortunately, and just made that 3-on-2 that little bit easier. But Coolum, I think the wheels are starting to fall off for Coolum. So see if the Cool Boys can find something.
Davina Galetto scoring in the corner. And another point to make, the mixed format can throw up a lot of curveballs too, right?
Yes, it definitely can. If you can get some mismatches somewhere in the middle of the field, yeah, it could lead to an easy touchdown. But that's just something you've got to watch for. Link hole.
Yeah, that's a word I haven't heard in a while. Touchdown. It's been some time since the terminology changed. It used to be touchdown, didn't it?
Oh, I don't know. I've played touch for 20 years. I'm 26 in 8 days, 9 days, whatever it is. But everything just changes.
Yeah.
It's an ever-evolving game. But you look at it as well. It's good as well, being an ever-evolving game. So you can't keep something stale.
Okay, I like it. So Brothers back on the move. And they do get over halfway here. As they look to pick up some runners. There's some meters on offer if they want them. And now it's on the last. They have something set up here. Prince gets it away to Galetto. And 6 more is waved on.
Too. That's so smart. He gets away with most things he does, but that was just really, really smart. Just being able to know that person back on the inside was there, and he let it go and it hit them, and he somehow got 6 to go.
So they go to work down the centre third. Brothers do. And they've found the line a couple of times so far in this one. 4-2 the score. Looking to add another to their list.
They need to go left again. Do need to go left again.
Prince is waiting out there as they do go left momentarily, trying to split open the middle. It's a quick roll ball, and Brothers keep it alive. So this ball is like a yo-yo at the moment, up and down it goes.
That's a great passive line. Prince, he's dropped one.
Well, that probably wasn't on many people's bingo card coming to this one.
No. As we go, the full Bill Lorry there as that's happened. Coolum do get a bit of a reprieve there with that. It looked very dangerous with that passive backdoor, so we'll see if they can bring something on here.
And they're finding meters at ease at the moment. The touch is made. There was strong defence there in the end by Kawaka and Bradley. And so Coolum, they need to try here, you think. 4-2 the score. Already 6 minutes expired in this second half.
Short.
They do go short, and Prince reads it well. Brothers' defence have really turned up at the moment.
Yeah, they keep coming this way. Like the times that they have scored, they've gone to the left, and it made it look easy. But it just seems like there's a little piece missing once they get to the line, and Brothers just seem to be able to hold them off well enough to keep them away.
And by no means this game is over. It's certainly certainly still on the balance. As Brothers find themselves on the last, they try and scoop up, pick up as many metres as possible.
God, I fell for that up here.
And a bit of footwork to keep it alive. They will help cool them out by handing the ball back to him right near the sub box. And delay a game, the call? Or?
Yeah, they just threw the ball away.
Yeah.
He was never really going to give it back to them, I think. Give them a bit more of a break and get them further down the field, but you watch Coolum will score now because of that.
So that's the call from Kai. Oh.
Okay, thank God I got one wrong.
You're, 3 from 4 now?
I'm human. It sounds like my quaddie. But no, they did have options there, but they just weren't able to pull it off, unfortunately. But Brothers just seem to be able to just rolling with the game at the moment. They can keep doing this for the next 8 minutes or so.
Yeah, it feels like they're in control, right?
Yeah. Never play at Brothers' speed. You just never do it.
So away they go from half. The touch is made. And that's the end of their set.
Bulk blowing up from the Brothers' sideline there, but I think he was always onside.
And Coolum looking for some inspiration from the sub box here, as they have a few words to say to get things moving in their direction. Still down on the scoreboard, 4 tries to 2. And fire the pass away. This is the last, the one-handed scoop once more. And it's a brilliant touch. It's a fantastic defence on the line, Brothers. That time it was Cox.
Looked like he missed by a foot, but that's just because my eyes are terrible and we're back here. But yeah, very good defence there as well. As we say, Brothers just seem to be in full control of this game. They're just not letting Coolum have an inch. And every time Coolum let them have an inch, they take a mile. So as they go into 5th and last, God, that's a ball into the wind.
It is. And it lands flat in the end.
Yeah, good wedge. Very good wedge.
So Brothers line up defensively. Not too long left in this match, as it's only 6 tries so far between these two. Some of the games we've had on field one have blown out to 15 try matches and beyond, but this one played in between the 2 sevens at the moment. And you just think, despite Brothers being in control, if Coolum find a try, anything's possible here, as it is the last.
Oh, don't.
Looking for support. They're going to find it. 4-3 the score, Kai.
Yeah, that's exactly what you get when your middle is in no man's land. Bet Goulding found some legs to get through to the in goal and bring it back to 4-3, but yeah, don't count Coolum out of this one.
So only 1 try the difference. And they've managed to do that. Their last 2 tries have been something from absolutely nothing, right?
I tell you what, if that camera can pan over and see most of those Brothers boys, they are busted. They're like me at the moment, busted. But they'll need to find some legs here in the last couple of minutes, see if they can get one back here.
Well, 5 to go to be exact. So Brothers do still hold the advantage, looking to hit back immediately. And there was a lot going on.
Happening.
Yeah,
there's lots happening in this game. This game needs to slow down.
That was all, very messy. I mean, Coolum.
God, I'm glad the boys are spraying me. That's great. I'm getting absolutely hammered in our kombucha chat, and I do not need it.
We'll just tell them you saved me some embarrassment.
Yeah, at least I didn't call not Princey for a minute and a
That's
half.
right.
That was good.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So, Brothers up by 1 still. They go to work, and Coolum sit off just slightly as they look to shut out this attack and keep themselves in the game. Prince, a bit of footwork at the line.
That's down.
And you called it, mate. Brothers have another.
Yeah, just too easy. Again, I think they just took off short side, and there was a little 1-2 there from Prince to be able to turn Geordie Andrews and commit the link into him. It was just found an open link.
And just when Coolum have started to gather some momentum and trend back in the right direction, Brothers hit them with a try and put them back in their place.
Yeah, it's just always, I think, been the story of this match at the moment. Just when Coolum start to get a bit of a sniff.
Mm.
Brothers go the other way and play at brothers' speed.
Yeah. So, Coolum looking for a reply here. That's not going to help things. The ball hits the deck.
That has to be ball away, doesn't it?
You'd think so. I mean, brothers don't mind
brothers
either.
Brothers are just chill boys. They're sweet.
And a bit to take away from this game, I suppose, if you're cool. I'm only 2 rounds in the mixed Premier Division. So still early days. Only day 1, of course, here at the State Cup. Not all teams are 2-2 like your mob, mate.
Oh, yeah, we are 2 from 2, but I can tell you what. Oh, no, don't. But yeah, there's still 2 days to go. Could go any way yet. It's a funny game, touch football.
And they spotted an error there, rightly so. Brothers have possession back, and once again, we talk about playing at brothers' speed. They've gone down a few gears.
This is it, yeah. We've gone back to first gear. I think it's an uphill battle at the moment for the boys, I think, out there.
Well, they can see there's 2 minutes and change left on the clock, and they know they are on the right side of the scoreboard at the minute. And a copper touch there, so still a few touches to play with.
I might fall asleep soon.
This is the last now. Prince starts from half, looking for support, and it's a fantastic touch made.
Keep running. That's it. That's away. No, yeah, gets it out and got pinged for delay of game too. So Coolum need to go coast to coast, be able to get themselves back in the game. There's not long left to do it.
No, the time is ticking in. The last match here on Field 1 for day 1 will be the men's 20s between Arana and Rockhampton. So that's still to come. On day 1 of the State Cup.
Forward off half, I think.
Yeah, it was looking very promising for Coolum. As we have roughly 60 seconds remaining in this one. And again, brothers...
Just kick it to the end of the field. Don't worry about it. Kick it down there. That's fine.
They're going about 20k in an 80 zone at the moment.
Yeah, there's not much. And you know what? That's fair enough.
Oh, yeah. Well, as you said, mate, experience.
It is. You're 2 up. You know, you've not got long left, and Coolum need to find something.
And apart from for and against, there's no real reason as Coolum...
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
Do get down. And, well, 5-4 the score. I don't think time... There's 30 seconds to go, so time's certainly the enemy at the moment.
I can tell you they won't be moving that quickly to take the ball off right now.
But that's the thing, that apart from point differential, heading into finals day, if that's a concern, but there's no reason to, just say they could have put on a couple more tries against Coolum. There's no point, busting their guts now, day 1, late on day 1.
Yeah, that's right.
You know what I mean? It's a long game.
Look at this.
It's the long game.
This is the best touch football I've ever seen.
So
there
the siren comes.
Wow.
It's exactly what brothers have been waiting for. They walk away with a 5-4 win in the end, but it felt, as we've mentioned, it felt like they were in control from
that
start
will
to
do
finish.
me. Yeah, brothers were in full control of that game. They just needed to do enough to get past Coolum in the end there.
Yep.
Obviously came out pretty strong in that first half and put a couple on straight away. So, deserved victors, brothers.
So we're done here for this match. Brothers are the victors. We'll take a quick break before heading down to the Budgie Smuggler post-game interview.
Well, hello and welcome back for another Queensland State Cup post-game interview brought to you by Budgie Smugglers. How good was that, guys, at home? I'm joined by Princey. You've just secured the win.
Yes.
Pretty tough win, though. How does it feel?
Yeah, it's a good win. Obviously, our first game wasn't too flash. We played Toowoomba Twisters, and they really put it to us. So it was really important, having 2 games today to come away with 1 win. So we'll obviously rest tonight. Coolum are a great side, so they'll bounce back after that. But for us, it's just good to finish on a win, and we've got a big day tomorrow.
Absolutely. There was a lot of shouting going on out on field that maybe people at home didn't quite hear. How frustrating was that game?
Yeah, I guess in times where you feel like you're going to score or defensively, we sort of make some mistakes there, but that's all part and parcel of the game. So as long as we try to minimise that, especially coming out of our end, because the ball is quite slippery out there, considering it's quite humid here today. So it's really important to be really clinical and clean coming out of your end and putting the ball down the opposition end and just really defending well. So yeah, very happy we did that for the majority of the match and happy to come away with the win. So we're 1 and 2 leading into day 2.
Which is pretty impressive considering what you were telling me earlier. The team hasn't had a lot of time to gel together,
Yes.
How have you overcome that?
Well, I guess the good thing is that we've actually played together for about 3 or 4 years, but you can't rely on that. You've got to give the game, in particular Queensland State Cup, the respect, because obviously other teams are training hard and preparing. So we're quite the, training's not part of our regime, but certainly I think it showed in the first game, but, that was a bit of a training run for us, and it showed, losing 10-5. So it's just great that we're improving a little bit, so it's really important now, tomorrow, we come in fresh and ready to go.
Yeah, so how do you balance training
with
all of your other commitments that you've got going on?
It is quite difficult. You sort of burn the candle at both ends in terms of sleep, but it's really important to stay fit and healthy. Train sort of by yourself as far as your individual training, and obviously touch footy is a great way to stay fit. So when you combine the both, obviously puts you in good stead.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for having a chat. I'll
Thank
let you
you.
rehydrate and
Thank
recover.
you.
We have one more exciting game for you at home. Don't go anywhere. We have the men's 20, Arana and Rockhampton teams going on field 1, so I'll leave you over to the commentators now.
Thank you, Jackie, and thanks to Princey for his time after a win here on field 1. And it is now Arana up against Rocky, round 3 of the men's 20s. Kai, what do we expect?
Arana. Straight up Arana. I want to say they're going to run all over Rocky.
So we'll see what this game has in store. Arana get us moving. It's certainly going to be high tempo, a little different to perhaps the last 5 minutes of the game previous. As Arana get into their work now. This is the first set of the match. An early try here will certainly help their cause. On the last, a little error, and the call won't go their way. It will be Rockhampton ball.
Yeah, it was a good enough set to start its ball down too, I think.
Yep.
Oh, God. Give me a whistle. But yeah, I think Arana do need to score first here. They would probably do it through Miles here.
So Rocky cover up nicely defensively. A couple of touches to play with if you're Arana. As they have play sweeping around, and they look to go down the centre third. It's a very patient set so far from Arana. The long left to right in the corner. And it was great defence in the end.
That was it. They do need to keep going back to Hayden there as well. He's got a really good left to right. And it will be a very bad day for this Rocky winger if he lets him have any more than that.
Well, Ryder Casey almost over there. And Rocky now looks to run a subset, putting a feeling in a couple of these touches.
Yeah, there's a big goal. Oh, yeah. Get him up. Stand him up. They do need to stop Rocky's roll here. If you give them too much of a roll, they will take it away from you. Very good touch there
and
to give them 6.
And great to see these two affiliates make their way down to the State Cup, of course, too, mate.
Absolutely, yeah. A lot of these Arana boys play in Division 1 out at Metro Cup for Colts, which is why I seem to know a few, too many of them. But no, they're very good touch football players, and they just know how to play off the right people. Short ball. Oh yeah.
And there you go. It opens up, and Kai's very happy about that one. Arana take the lead.
Yeah, that was a very good play there. You give them an inch, he takes a mile, and he gets that short ball there. They're just, the sea's parted there, unfortunately, between the middle and the link, and Arana get first blood.
Yeah, so Lucas Curtis, the try scorer. Rocky on the back foot to begin with.
Tell you what, John Ecott might have the brightest boots I've ever seen. They're fluoro.
Yeah, no, you're right.
You'd hate to play hide and seek in them, wouldn't you? They're terrible.
Especially as the sun's setting here. They're just coming into their own, aren't they? Yeah. We might need some sunnies up here, to be fair.
It was funny, a week ago he didn't have those, so they're obviously new.
They're new.
As Rocky hit back.
Rocky hit back straight away off the following set, and it's Oliver Spive going over.
Yeah, another little splitter on that far side there, just able to bring that middle in a little bit further, and the link just wasn't there, unfortunately. Still out on his link and wasn't in the lane. But, yeah, this is definitely probably going to be a game that will be going back and forth for the next 35 minutes.
Well, I was about to ask you, the last match we had a 5-4 scoreline. Are we expecting more tries here?
Yeah, why not? Why not? I mean, yeah, you've definitely got two very good attacking teams. As we probably nearly have another one too. But no, I definitely do think it's going to be a high-scoring game.
So, Arana on the last. They are looking for support. Will they find it? It was coming, but the call going against the team in red.
Yeah, well, they're technically both in red, but one's just more red than the other. But that's not the pass you want to be throwing in your own half. This is advantage Arana, I think, at the moment. They do need to just be a little bit cautious when they come into the 5 and just make sure they're careful with the ball as they move forward and run a lot of their moves through this guy with the ball.
So, Arana just work their way down. They'll stay patient momentarily.
Down.
Bit of footwork. Try and dance their way around this Rockhampton defence. The sub-box of Rockhampton, encouraged by what they're seeing. Now it's the last. There's numbers everywhere, and the pass.
He's late.
He's late, yeah. So, well done from Rockhampton in the end. Arana staying patient, but just couldn't find the breakthrough.
Yeah, they did have numbers on that side there, but Rocky just did a good enough job to be able to hold that defence line and really keep, obviously, Arana running into them at full speed like they have been for the first 5 minutes, but they just need to be able to do enough here. That has to be obstruction, doesn't it? Yeah, it is.
And that is the call, yeah. So
filthy with it too.
So once again, Rockhampton turned possession over quite cheaply, and Arana are back on the attack, wasting no time in getting into their work. It's they've got some strike out there too at the moment. There's plenty of points on offer if Arana put it together at the moment. This is the last. They hit the link hole.
That has to forward pass, I think.
Yeah.
That's the option. That's the right option to be running there. You know, Hayden's notorious for throwing those balls. So if they keep letting him have that room back on this long side, it is going to be a long game for Rocky.
And as that is the case, Rockhampton have also done well. They've managed to turn away Arana after a few sets back-to-back there on their own line. So I'll take a bit of confidence out of that, Rocky, as it's a right to left.
That's a fair ball.
And it's a dive in the corner. Tyler Darla going over, and Rockhampton take the lead.
Yeah, that's an absolute seed to get it out there, and was just able to outrun the Arana winger. You don't see many young kids throwing that at the moment, so it's a good seed to get them 2-1 up.
So 3 tries here, and Arana back on the attack, starting from halfway. They look to go through the gears as Rockhampton try and defend their lead. They've got a couple of touches to work with here, bit of footwork at the line, and the touch is made. So more of the same here from Arana, Kai?
Definitely. I think they've got to keep going to this right-hand side.
That's the way they look to come, and they do continue in that fashion. And it's clear. Arana strike back.
Seriously, why can't I pick 4 horses of a Saturday but then get to run this? But no, Brody's done really, really well there to be able to commit that link in enough to make that decision he didn't want to make. And as he's done that, there's just a bit of an overcommitment, and they've gone now back to 2-2.
So the tries keep on coming here on field 1, and we have 4 already. Ball down. Oh, hang on. No. Bit of confusion, and Rockhampton will resume.
I'm glad that we've all sorted that out.
Can you tell me what just happened there? Or?
I don't think anyone could really tell you what happened there. I think it was just one of those ones where it could have really been 50-50, and he's just said roll the ball. So
away we go, Rockhampton. Got a break there, and now brilliant touch. A brilliant touch, Arana on their own line.
They need to make this clean, Arana, and really get to their sub box as quick as they possibly can here.
Oh, there's a bit of afters in that one.
Yeah, I think it might have been a bit of mayo on that too to get the 6, but they've got the penalty they needed there as well, just to give them a couple of extra metres. Andy's going to get subbed as well. Huru come for a sit, but no, it's advantage Arana at the moment. They just need to get clean down to this 7-metre line and run a lot of their play through Brody.
So once again, they drop it down, plays in motion. And patience is an element of their attack at the moment. Oh, it's been picked off. Do they have the legs? Rockhampton's away. They're over halfway. Arana's coming from all corners, but they are not going to stop Riley Fagg.
Yeah, that's probably one of the best lanes you'll see today. It was the right play there to throw that link hole and just managed to find the wrong player in the wrong red shirt. So, it's 3-2 now to Rocky, and they just need to be able to hold on. Need to be able to go with them, Arana, as much as they possibly can. It's a very good side to be playing against, so they just need to make sure that they can really go with them and play some good footy.
So Rockhampton just nudge ahead once more. And Arana, some work to do here. Again, they channel down that left-handed edge. Rockhampton cover up nicely. That was Ecott taking the touch, and here he is again once more in possession. Again, body's in motion. It's a nice pass over the top, but unfortunately it just won't land in the hands cleanly.
I'm not sure if you can see a replay of that, but that link was in acres of space. Well, he threw that dummy and committed the link in. That's ball down. Has to be. Lovely. Had the link committed in, all he had to do is get a nice little easy pass in behind him, and that was, you could have driven a semi-trailer through there, if I'm honest with you. But
so, once again, a bit of physicality in these touches. Arana turned the ball over, and a chance for them to draw level. As it's Miles Bryant going to work, and
I think they might have got confused. I think they wanted to run a splitter, but Miles also wanted to have one, so
reload. Arana. Rockhampton draw up close to them, and now Arana. Right.
That's down.
Catch their way through, and yes, it's all clear. So 3-3 the score. Back and forth we go.
Yeah, they needed to hit back there, Arana, as they go through Ecott again, and it throws the dummy and sends that other middle to the shops and gets them back to even, which is exactly where they need to be. And as I say, we haven't got long left. We've got about 4 minutes left in this first half. So, key is for Arana just to keep going with Rocky. Rocky always has been a team where they've just set the tempo, so just need to be able to go with them.
So, we've got a good one here at the moment. Both sides willing to throw the ball around. And good conditions. We had some... It wasn't ideal at times throughout today. A bit of rain, a bit of cloud cover, but at the moment, perfect conditions for some touch, mate.
Yeah, it is. The wind has died off a little bit as well. You could hear... It was like talking into a fan for a minute there in that game previously. But, it's perfect conditions for touch this evening, and it's got enough light there as well. So, what are you doing?
So 6 more waved on.
But no, it's brilliant. And they mail is for tomorrow. They have forecasted some rain, but no, that won't affect many people out here, I wouldn't think.
So once again, Arana on the move. Oh, that's
great hands.
Yeah, fantastic catch. And they're the little things, that could really set you up for a win as it's aboard the line. And Miles Bryan is over to give Arana the lead.
Yeah, it's a very good short ball there. Matters hold him up enough, got that middle committed, and now it's 4-3, and now it's Rocky that's got to fight back.
And let's not forget, they were about to turn the ball over there if it wasn't for a miraculous effort.
Exactly. Yeah, Ryder has done very well there. As you said in the game previous, you could probably put him in the slips too.
Yes.
He's got a good set of mitts on him.
So we've got two in the slips cordon already. So
it's filling up.
Yeah.
I've still got a camp chair in there somewhere to place down, but Rocky need to have something here. I reckon they do need to go on this right-hand side of the field.
Yeah, so 4-3 the score. Not long left in this first half. And Rocky, are they good enough there? No, they're not. Touch is made. So come back to the 7 and look to go to work on this Arana defence. They keep the ball alive. Just trying to manipulate.
Oh, cop that.
The team in red. And again, we see another heavy touch. As this is the last, not much doing here. They find some space to work with, and I tell you what, it's another great try from Rockhampton.
He's thrown 2 of them. That's 2 this game so far. It's just hit the winger right on the chest. You can't ask for much more than that. Rocky strike back to make it even.
Yep, so 4-4 the score, 8 tries in this one. We had 9 in the last one, and already just before half-time we're up to 8.
I reckon there'll be plenty more too. I'll go 9-8 Arana.
9-8 Arana. Okay. We'll keep that in the back of our minds for the 29th minute. See where we're at then. As Arana park themselves on the 7 and the dust flicks up.
Long.
Oh, they almost pick it off once more. So they get away with one there, Arana, just.
Yeah, that's 2 now I think they've thrown to the lane. Well, one of them they've picked and the other one, they've got passive links at the moment, so they just need to keep running and going that short side. I don't think.
Well, yeah, we'll come back to the 7. A couple of touches here for Arana. And approaching the final 60 seconds of this one. They keep the play alive.
Run.
And the ball at the line, the winger converging in, touch made.
Needed to go long there.
Yeah.
There was acres of space out here. Just needed to be able to. Oh dear.
And.
Oh no, you've missed.
Well. Talk us through that one.
Yeah, well, God, he sent me off to the shops again with the dummy, but he held it up enough, and I thought he had a couple of swipes at him and missed. But made it and saved them from going 5-4 up.
So once again, Rockhampton pounce over halfway. This is the last now, and they try the flick pass on the inside. Not much doing there. Arana want to get moving. There's not long remaining here. They come towards the sub box.
Tell you, it would be very good. It will be very good for Runner if they can score here, give themselves that advantage coming into half-time.
Yeah, you just get the feeling an advantage like that at the break would certainly favour the team in front, and Rockhampton do well to snuff it out. That was a tight call there. At the moment, it is 4 apiece. Arana and Rockhampton doing battle on field 1. Kai, what will both sub-boxes be talking about at half-time?
It's just been a good game both ways. I think for Arana, they've got to stop letting them throw long. They've thrown long twice now, and they've been able to score off it. And they've been obviously with their attack as well. They've got to make sure that they watch that far link.
Yep.
Far link's getting in the passing lane and just really making it difficult for Arana to actually go through the line. So, look, they'll both know what they need to go and work on. I just think they probably just need to be a little bit smarter, both teams.
So 4 the score. We'll take a quick break before returning the second half action.
Hey, how would you like your own health coach? My Health for Life is a free health coaching initiative funded by the Queensland Government. Over 18 weeks, we'll have 6 sessions together where we'll talk about making healthier choices and creating healthier habits that you can live with. Together, we'll discover your motivation, set goals, and create your action plan. We'll also cover managing setbacks, changing your mindset, and celebrating your wins. I'm here to support you and help you navigate the ups and downs of making lifestyle changes. Do our online health check to see if My Health for Life is right for you. Visit myhealthforlife.com.au.
So, halftime is where you find us between Arana and Rockhampton for all the score. I'm joined by Kai Leggett. Kai, you played today. Just,
unfortunately. Yes.
Just peel back the curtain. As a player, what does tonight look like after day one of the State Cup?
Well, I know for me, I'm going to be finding as many bits of ice as I can in my freezer this evening and virtually swimming in it. But I think kind of rest and kind of recovery, especially for a 3-day tournament, is very key. You know, you've obviously got a lot of younger players out here that unfortunately aren't as susceptible as us oldies to injuries and soreness. So I think recovery is definitely a big thing. A Powerade also goes a very long way.
It does?
Well. Oh, definitely.
Okay.
Definitely. And I would be watching as many little niggles across the evening as much as probably as tightly as you can.
Yeah. And correct me if I'm wrong, but for a lot of players, by the time they get to day 3, they're probably just managing, as you mentioned, a few niggles here and there just to get by, right?
Yeah, well, it depends who you are. If you're superhuman, you're sweet. But if you're like me, yeah, you're in trouble. But yeah, and as you say, it's kind of, there's not many long touch tournaments out there. You know, you've got 3 days worth of NTLs, you've got 3 or 4 days worth of NYCs.
Yep.
You know, all schools, Metro Cup's a long season. You do need to be obviously fit, ready, healthy, and you need to be able to watch your injuries as you go along. But and that's why most teams bring 14, 15 players in case that reason someone does break down. So, obviously teams have gotten a lot smarter with that, but it's something you definitely do need to be very careful of.
Well, we've seen a great game so far. It is 4-4 the score.
I'll stick with 9-8.
You'll stick with 9-8. I was about to ask you. Okay, so we're just about set to go here. Rockhampton running from left to right on your screens. They are in the black and red. Arana in the red and black. Is that a fair?
Oh, God, it's a toss of a coin, really. There's more red on one than there is the other.
Okay, we'll run with that. So we're just waiting for the hooter to sound. This is the last game here on Field 1. Last game of day 1 too. So it's been a successful day to begin.
Long day.
It is.
Very, very long day. God, I hope traffic isn't bad going back into Brizzy, let me tell you.
Likewise.
If it is, I'm going to be fuming.
I've got to say, this isn't too usual. Usually for the State Cups, we wrap up around 4:30 in the afternoon, but this year we've been allowed to run a little later, so we get that evening shot, mate.
Get the floodlights on.
Yeah. All right. Are we ready now? There we go.
Blow the horn.
Rockhampton, Arana, 4-4 the score. 15 minutes to decide the winner in round 3. And it's Rockhampton who have possession and will be looking to nudge in front as they go to work inside the 7. This is the last. No. They have some space. Oh, they have the try. They have the lead.
It was not the start that Arana needed there. I think Miles just got caught out in the ruck there, and they all went the wrong way. And because of that, it was just an easy half run through there. And yeah, Rocky go up 5-4.
So it looked like Harrison Fuller was the try scorer there. And fast start from Rocky to begin. But Arana, they'll get their chance starting from halfway now. And can they hit back immediately? That's the question. That's what we've seen so far in this contest. Neither side has gotten out to an extravagant lead. It's been very tight.
Yeah, it's just been back and forth, hasn't it? Yeah. These are the two players they need to keep going to.
So Arana, how about that for a pass?
It's a good hold.
Yeah. And they stay patient here. This is the last. A bit of footwork. Not much doing at the moment. Rockhampton pleased with what Arana threw at them there, but we get 6 more touches waved on.
Yeah, it wasn't what Rocky needed there, unfortunately. Just that was 5th and last touch. All they needed to do was keep the hands out of the cookie jar, but they just weren't unfortunately able to do it.
And Arana,
down.
Bit of footwork. There it comes. 5-all the score. This game ebbs and flows in the way it has been so far.
We've got 14 more minutes left of this. Unbelievable scenes. But no, it's very good hit back from Arana. They did get the reprieve with the 6 to go call on them, so it was one that was definitely needed.
So in this men's 20s division, we have a total of 9 teams, 1 pool of 5 and 1 of 4. This is Pool A, this match you're seeing right now. And Japan is also in the division. However, however, they are ineligible for points. So they can't win the competition. As we see...
God, lots going on there. No one's on side.
Ball here.
I think that was a forward pass. I could be very wrong and my eyes could be very blind, but...
Now we see a drop ball.
Ball don't lie.
So, so Japan's in here, and for teams to claim all 3 points, they must beat Japan. It's not by default, that one. So
right,
yeah.
Okay.
So, they had a bye, Rockhampton, in round 2, and Arana had it in round 1. So Rocky coming off the bye.
God.
And that's some footwork at the line. Touch is called, though.
I'm sitting up here with a broken ankle, and that's a rolled ankle, and it's just broke the other one.
So they reload Rockhampton, and Arana's defence on point as they shut them out there. So Arana do well. But you said, mate, there's a
that hurt.
Bit of footwork going on.
That hurt to watch. But yeah, Arana just need to be clean coming out of their line now. Just making sure they're going forward, doing the 1%ers right, finding the right people for half. Got 2 touches to go as they go out to their main strike player and Matters.
So a space here, and the whistle comes. It will go the way of Rocky. And we just see night starting to fall here, mate. A nice sunset around, hey?
Oh, well, is there? I don't know. There's a lot of black sheeting around me here. I can't really see much, but yeah, it's mate. Yeah, that is quite nice.
So we'll take it as dry as possible for as long as possible, I think.
Correct. Yeah. Otherwise, tomorrow's going to be a heavy 9.
That's right. So Rockhampton pick up on the last. It's a long
great setup.
Data ball. Arana converge. Oh, 6 more waved on. And that's just unlucky, really. There's not much you can do there.
Yeah, unfortunately. Couldn't keep his hand over it. Didn't really have a choice.
So it's 5 apiece, and now Rockhampton rather walk back to the 7. A couple of touches to play with in this set. This time they spiral it to the left, and Arana number up defensively.
Arana did very well there to be able to hold them off. They threw a couple of decent moves at them just to be able to see what their middles and links are doing at the moment. That's lots of people in the ruck there again, but Arana seem to be holding them off for now.
Yeah.
They need to be able to keep doing that for the next 8 or so minutes.
So here's the last, and the ball hitting the deck. And we're still locked up here. We entered the second half 4-all, and we're now 5-all.
I think 9-8's a bit premature, isn't it?
9-8, well.
Cop that. That was...
Hold strong, mate. Hold strong.
Mario Fennick there coming onto the sideline, big Falcon. But Arana in very good field position now to be able to put one ahead. But they do need to be able to capitalise on this and not make some silly little mistakes.
Yeah, that's certainly true. They have a golden opportunity here. And Rockhampton come up to meet them. They'll stay patient once again, Arana. They're in no rush. They drop it down. This is the last. And Rockhampton can't clean it up. So it's another set coming the way of Arana on Rockhampton's line.
But he's been living in that lane for the last 20 minutes. I would be going the other way, boys, if it was me. But they are throwing the right options at them. It's just that there's either been someone in the lane, they've knocked it down, the ball's gone to ground. They are throwing the right plays at them to be able to beat them down.
So they continue to knock on the door, Arana, and this time they find entry.
That's it, yeah. Miles does very, very well there to be able to get in there. He's been doing it all season for the Division 1 Country Colts as they see them go back open side and dive through the middle. It just didn't get up off the line quick enough to be able to get under the touch. And, yeah, it's advantage to Rana at the moment.
So, 6-5 the score, and Rocky, well, if this game, if the previous however many minutes is to go by, Rockhampton score on this set, don't they?
God, yeah, probably. Probably, to be fair, probably.
So away they go, Rockhampton. The dive at the line. Touch is made. That's fantastic defence. And Rockhampton run out of steam there.
Lots of ends on the end of Rockhampton there, wasn't there? Yeah, there's plenty. Good defence again from Arana just to be able to keep them out. That was a big set that they needed to defend there, and they've done very, very well to do so. And their exit set's a little bit messy at the moment, but they're just looking to be able to clean things up and get over halfway.
Yeah, well, the scoreboard favours them at the minute, which is all that matters in the end. So, Arana, another heavy touch there. There's both sides not backing down. This is the last.
Oh, that was a very good touch to be able to kill the roll there. Exactly what they needed.
Bit of footwork, trying to dance their way through. The bat on, no way.
Yeah, that was a naughty right foot there to come back onto the middle. But had the numbers 4-on-3, just weren't able to finish it off. But it was a very good defence again from Rocky to be able to keep them from coming back into this corner.
So Rocky take the tap and away they go. They got fresh legs waiting to join the fray.
Oh, cop that.
Another heavy touch.
God, I heard that up here.
I was about to say, the effects mic would have picked that up, surely.
Someone would have. Someone needs to pick him up too. He's just been pushed off the sideline.
So Rockhampton with footwork. It comes to a close there. And that's one of the misconceptions, I suppose you could say, about touch, mate, is many people think it's fairly soft, but I tell you what.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's called touch, but it's yeah. There's definitely a lot less touching after a long game, and it's been back and forth. It's a bit more. There's a bit more mustard to it, but
right.
Fifth and last.
Oh, the speed and.
Is anyone onside there?
Well, that's the question, and the referee says they were. So Rockhampton put a stop to that Arana attack. We have 6 minutes to go here in this one, so into the final quarter.
I'm not sure if you could see that on the camera. That was most of that was UFC. What he just did then. He might actually go for a sub, I think. Yeah, he can go for time too.
Wow, there you go.
He might have some kind words for him as they walk past, but yeah, it's not touch anymore. This is the stuff that you pay to see. This is what you want.
So the men's 20s really delivering late on day one. As Rockhampton find themselves on the last. A bit of footwork and then the bat on. And wasn't looking likely. So Arana do hold the lead. 6 tries to 5. But they feel like there's going to be a few more twists and turns in this one.
I'd be doing it, brothers.
Yeah.
Park the bus. You're one ahead. Just try and consolidate your lead if you can get one more. The problem is you're playing with 5 for the next 3 sets, so
yeah,
it's going to be an issue on the boys' legs. So they just need to play smart touch, get it forward as they can, play for their strike players.
They bounce over halfway. Interesting to see how Arana manage this. And that certainly hurts.
It does, unfortunately. They've only just got over halfway, and they're already back the other side of it. So, oh god!
And that was just a trip up there, nothing too untoward.
That's how I rolled my ankle at 12:40 this afternoon. Exactly how I did that.
So Rockhampton down on the scoreboard. They have the advantage on the park. How do things change for Rockhampton in terms of attacking, mate? There'd be a lot more space, right?
Yeah, mate, you just need to throw some 32 longs. You just need to run the ball. You know, you can't. That's not the play you should be doing when they've got 5 on the other side of the field. To be running, long out balls, be running little A's, late switches. They've got 5 on the field.
Yep.
There's gaps everywhere. So it's just you got to be able to play smart footy, and Rocky just seem a little bit rushed,
Yep.
especially when they get to the 7. They're kind of getting to the 7 and fretting and going, oh, God, what do I do? There's only 5. It should be just, easy eyes up footy. But Arana on the other side of the coin are doing really, really well to be able to keep them out as they're starting to play at brothers' speed at the moment. But it's good.
So we have a few more minutes remaining here. And Arana.
They score again. Miles.
Oh, Miles Bryant. Is he over? Waiting for the signal. It's clear. And
That's
Arana
huge.
have a 2-try advantage.
That's huge. That's just a mistake on the short side there from Rocky. You can't be letting another team score when they've got 5. It's a cardinal sin. So, very good from Hayden Matters there as well to be able to pick up and realise that they do have numbers on that side and just run into some tired Rocky legs.
And they have their full complement back. Arana 6 on 6 once more. And so your 9-8 prediction, I don't want to say it's going to fall flat. I mean...
No, it is. It is. I'll say that.
Okay.
I'll happily say that.
Well, to be fair, we were tracking for that. When you put it out there, it was tries galore. I think we had 8 tries at that stage, mate.
Yeah, that is true. But, I will be staying off Sportsbet tomorrow.
So, once again, Arana in possession as they look to close this game out. They've managed some rocky waters throughout this match and done well to hold a 2-try advantage. That ball goes to deck there. Rockhampton, they don't want to be in. They want to be too slow. They want to get in some sort of a hurry here if they look to grab a result from this match.
2.5 to go, something like that.
So they almost need a try right here, right now if they're to...
Yeah, it's got to be now, doesn't it? Has to be now.
So they go to work. A little short ball at the line. Arana's defence turns up on that occasion. And the ball was... Well, it's not helping Rocky in the end, is it?
Well, no, it's not really, but... And the Arana are playing smart footy now too, so... That's the boys.
They were watching brothers.
Yeah, they must have been in the box early over there by the looks of it. And everyone's in the ruck there too, so... Arana are on top at the moment, and... They're playing some really, really good touch football, I think, against what is a good Rocky side as well. But they just seem to have their number this afternoon.
So for these sides, round 4 will take place tomorrow at 9:20 a.m. Quite an early start.
God, that's early.
On day 2. And Arana,
that's a ball.
The long left to right. There's space. There's another try.
Go. Yeah, it was a very good long ball there from Matters. Gets it out, and they just now for the last kind of 5 minutes, every time they've been down that end, they've always looked like they're going to score.
And so, as I was mentioning, Redlands will face off against Arana in round 4 tomorrow at 9:20 a.m. And as for Rockhampton, they're up against Cairns. So
could be anything.
Yeah, it certainly could be. So that's what is in store for these two teams tomorrow. But for now, it is Arana.
That's a nice AZ.
Who are in control. Rockhampton looking to finish off this match strongly. As the siren sounds to complete day 1. Kai, your thoughts on the last match of the day?
Oh, clinical, I think, from Arana. They just once they got in the lead and they were able to figure out what Rocky was throwing at them, their defensive policy. You noticed that for the whole of that second half, they threw lane once and they dropped it, and they just went away from that. They went to their strengths and they were able to pull away with a big lead there, and that's a big win for Arana.
Thank you for your time up here in the commentary box. Fantastic to have you alongside.
Yes.
And we'll head down to Jackie to wrap up day 1 of the 2024 Queensland State Cup. Plenty more coming across the weekend, day 2 and day 3 to happen. But we are done here on day 1 on Friday. Thank you for your company, and we're down to Jackie.
you support the businesses and industries.
Well, that wraps up today's Queensland State Cup post-game interviews brought to you by Budgie Smuggler. I hope you've had a great time watching at home. I know I've had a great time having a chat to you all throughout the day, and what a fantastic day of games it has been. The weather did threaten quite a few times, but it held off enough for us to get through all of our matches. And speaking of matches, there were 180 matches played here today, with 20 different divisions represented and players representing a wide range of age groups. Now, if you want more touch action, we're right back here tomorrow. Today is day 1 of 3 days. We've got 2 more days of action. We'll be kicking off our coverage right here on KO at 10:40 a.m. And there are going to be some real highlights that you won't want to miss, including the Inclusive Division Grand Final. But if you are a local to the Gold Coast or the Coomera region, feel free to come down even earlier. Our games will be starting at 8:40. Come on down, cheer for the teams, grab some Budgie Smuggler merch while you're at it, get your Christmas shopping done early. I hope you have a wonderful night, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.